Secret N. Suppressed 2. Banned Ideas and Hidden History. Into the 21st Century. Edited by Adam Parfrey and Ken Thomas. Demons from the Far Side of Truth. 9. Newspeak. 1317 Techniques for Truth Suppression by David Martin. 14 The Mind of Mae Brussell by Paul Krasner. 16 The Evil Feedback Loop, Mae Brussell interviewed by Conspiracy Digest. 26. The Illuminated. 41 Who was Adam Weishaupt? By Mark Brubeck. 42 Occult Theocracy by Lady Queen Burrow. 45 Weishaupt Meets Wilson by Robert Anton Wilson. 49 From Diogenes' Lamp by Adam Weishaupt. 56 The Idiot's Guide to the Cryptocracy by Craig Haimbichner. 62 Brotherhood of the Gun by Craig Haimbichner. 71 Holy War, Ground Zero by Adam Parfrey. 90 Occult Nashville by Jim Marrs. 93 Tiffany Overtakes Tuesday Weld by Adam Gorightly and Douglas Hawes. 100. Parascience. 109 Are Aliens and the Technology Underground and Undersea? By Richard Sauter. 110 The Secret History of NASA by Mike Barra. 120 The Darwin Wars by Joan Dark. 136 Wilhelm Reich, Eisenhower, and the Aliens by Ken Thomas. 145 Secret Weather Wars by Jerry E. Smith. 151 The Bussard Fusion Reactor and Its Detractors by William W. Flint. 164. The Controllers. 173 The Next Vietnam by Colonel Fletcher L. Prouty. 174 Jim Jones and the People's Temple by Jim Hoogan. 179 Exposing the Nazi International, an analysis by Joseph P. Farrell. 218 Lingering Questions about 9/11 by Harry Helms. 229. Paranotes by Al Heidel. 241 Ohio Vote Rigging Convictions. 241 The Green Scare. 241 Thought Crime and Punishment. 242 This Apple Isn't Green. 242 The Big iPod is Tracking You. 243 Tougher Nuke Plant Security Standards Next. 243 Bloggers Behind Bars. 244 Cell Phone Genocide. 245 Timothy McVeigh, Lost and Found. 246 Lobbying Reform Sham. 246 The Real U.S. Attorney Scandal. 247 TB Infected Lawyer Evaded Homeland Security. 248 Homeland Insecurity. 248 Brits Caught Up in Shadowy War. 249 Walmart Paid Me to Be Paranoid. 250 Global Pedophile Ring Broken. 250 Washington Pedophile Ring Intact. 251 The Price of Loyalty. 251 The Gay Bomb. 252 Subprime Scapegoats. 252 Fuzzy Math. 253 More Fuzzy Math. 253 Dollar Collapse Danger. 254 Chinese Embrace Conspiracy. 254 Subliminal Science. 255 Air Force Official Found Dead. 255 A Billion Here, A Billion There. 256 Microchip Health Hazard. 256 Welcome to Islamberg. 257 McCain and Hillary's Occult Connections. 258 Obama's cousin accused of ethnic cleansing. 259 The Next Bubble. 259 The Doomsday Seed Vault. 260 Smiley Face Serial Killings. 261 Tens of Thousands Covered Up. 261 Iraq Commander Details Bush Rant. 262 Electronic Vote Scam by Robert Sterling. 263 The Culling by Jay Widener. 268 About the Authors. 277 Demons from the Far Side of Truth. By Ken Thomas and Adam Parfrey. The term conspiracy theorist has a trifecta of propagandish intent. It deprives of credibility any perspective not directly approved by academic and political authorities, it implies that conspiracies don't really exist, and it promotes a subgenre of Da Vinci Code-type print and media entertainments. When Jim Keith assembled Volume 1 of the now out-of-print Secret and Suppressed in 1993, he and publisher Feral House were keenly aware of the institutional disapproval of non-sanctioned views of political assassinations, financial manipulations, and the secret operations of military and intelligence black ops. Keith did not live to see an American president assume office as the result of a court decision, nor did he witness the 9/11 horrors and the U.S. march to war over imaginary weapons of mass destruction. He did, however, with that first volume of Secret and Suppressed, help create the attendant popular culture of X-Files TV shows, Mel Gibson-styled conspiracy theory movies and a conspiracy-obsessed internet. An X-Files offshoot program called Lone Gunman used in its pilot episode concepts that explored in a Feral House book Keith co-wrote with Ken Thomas called The Octopus, based on the conspiracy research of a writer named Danny Casolaro. The Lone Gunman pilot episode included a backdoor computer system, called Octium in the show but identical to Promise in Casolaro's research, that stopped a plane from crashing into Manhattan's Twin Trade Towers. This aired in the March preceding the actual events of 9/11, making the show more known for its eerie predictive quality than for its connection to Casolaro and the Octopus. Keith had died by then, and mysteriously so, from a knee injury he suffered at the Burning Man event in Black Rock, Nevada in 1999. Shortly thereafter, a scandal in the medical world caused a temporary suspension of knee surgeries when patients began dying from cartilage transplants tainted with Clostridium bacteria. Keith had previously written about the CIA's stockpiles of the same bacteria. Shortly after the knee surgery scandal. 10. Keith's publisher Ron Bonds, whose Illuminet Press published many conspiracy-oriented books, also died of Clostridium poisoning from food he ate at a Mexican restaurant near his home in Atlanta, Georgia. In the end, the tainted cartilage samples from the hospital scandal were tracked to a tissue bank near Atlanta. So Jim Keith became an odd footnote to the bizarre circumstance of the prediction of 9/11 by a TV show in a genre he helped create and popularize in part by editing the first volume of Secret and Suppressed. And though Jim fully believed in Secret and Suppressed sinister shadow histories, he was not above putting on his publisher with the inclusion of an article called Secrets from the Vatican Library, which purported to have been written by a member of the Franciscan order. It became clear that this piece was actually written by a prisoner named Wayne Henderson who had been falsely convicted of murder. As it turns out, this was not Jim Keith's sole intentional inside joke. He also wrote a couple UFO books under the pen name Commander X. As Robert Sterling of The Conformist puts it, many in the conspiracy field have long believed that Commander X was some sort of fascist Nazi propaganda, where good light-skinned aliens battle evil, large-nosed alien monsters. When looking at the work as satire rather than a disinformation vehicle, however, Commander X is quite a hoot. When dressed down for the conspiratorial put-ons by his Feral House publisher, Keith begged forgiveness by comparing his style to Robert Anton Wilson, in which factions become more stimulating and illuminating than cautious articles with obsessive academic sourcing. Keith entered the annals long after the ascendance of stalwart champion conspiracy theorists more rightly known as parapolitical scholars Mae Brussell and Robert Anton Wilson, both of whom are represented in this second Secret and Suppressed volume. The hard data they harvested needs to be acknowledged by and before new readers. Satirical factions and dismissible kookiness are not included, at least not intentionally, among Secret and Suppressed II's lineup of under or non-reported articles about America's shadow side operations. In the last piece of expository prose from his career, Wilson presents one final personal take at Adam Weishaupt, overlord of a central conception to many conspiracy-oriented readers, the Illuminati. Perhaps Tom Jefferson got it right when he said that secret societies seemed necessary in Europe, haunted by monarchy and papism, but not in the United States. Certainly when the Constitution remained the law of the land before the Supreme selected Diobia, no sane person would feel the need for secret societies here. Do I dare add, but now with the Constitution in cryonic suspension. During George W. Bush's tenure, as conspiracies were happily pushed much more into the face of the American public than they had ever been, the very idea of their secrecy and suppression almost itself seemed to become history, or at least just the stuff of popular entertainment. At the end of Bush's presidency, conspiracy issues seem no less threatening and new shadows gather. 11. Explores the current parade of cryptocracies, cults, secret societies, and international Nazified elites. It examines what the periodicals and electronic media still refuse to take seriously, debates about the nature of evolution that offer more than a dumb show of crypto-Christians and pseudo-skeptics, details about occult themes running in the background of today's space program, symbolic resonances in popular cultures from Nashville to Santa Cruz, weather warfare technology, fusion reactors, and the technology of political disenfranchisement, unsettled arguments about historical conspiracies, and just tidbits of oddball and underreported information that Keith called demons from the far side of the truth. Introduction. Newspeak. 14. 17 Techniques for Truth Suppression. By David Martin. Strong, credible allegations of high-level criminal activity can bring down a government. When the government lacks an effective, fact-based defense, other techniques must be employed. The success of these techniques depends heavily upon a cooperative, compliant press and a mere token opposition party. 1. Dummy up. If it's not reported, if it's not news, it didn't happen. 2. Wax indignant. This is also known as the "how dare you" gambit. 3. Characterize the charges as rumors or, better yet, wild rumors. If, in spite of the news blackout, the public is still able to learn about the suspicious facts, it can only be through rumors. 4. Knock down straw men. Deal only with the weakest aspects of the weakest charges. Even better, create your own straw men. Make up wild rumors and give them lead play when you appear to debunk all the charges, real and fanciful alike. 5. Call the skeptics names like conspiracy theorist, nutcase, ranter, kook, crackpot, and, of course, rumor monger. Be sure, too, to use heavily loaded verbs and adjectives when characterizing their charges and defending the more reasonable government and its defenders. You must then carefully avoid fair and open debate with any of the people you have thus maligned. For insurance, set up your own skeptics to shoot down. 6. Impugn motives. Attempt to marginalize the critics by suggesting strongly that they are not really interested in the truth but are simply pursuing a partisan political agenda or are out to make money. 7. Invoke authority. Here the controlled press and the sham opposition can be very useful. 15 Newspeak. 8. Dismiss the charges as old news. 9. Come half clean. This is also known as confession and avoidance or taking the limited hangout route. This way, you create the impression of candor and honesty while you admit only to relatively harmless, less than criminal mistakes. This stratagem often requires the embrace of a fallback position quite different from the one originally taken. With effective damage control, the fallback position need only be peddled by stooge skeptics to carefully limited markets. 10. Characterize the crimes as impossibly complex and the truth as ultimately unknowable. 11. Reason backward, using the deductive method with a vengeance. With thoroughly rigorous deduction, troublesome evidence is irrelevant. Example: we have a completely free press. If evidence exists that the Vince Foster suicide note was forged, they would have reported it. They haven't reported it, so there is no such evidence. Another variation on this theme involves the likelihood of a conspiracy leaker and a press who would report the leak. 12. Require the skeptics to solve the crime completely. Example: if Foster was murdered, who did it and why? 13. Change the subject. This technique includes creating and/or publicizing distractions. 14. lightly report incriminating facts, and then make nothing of them. This is sometimes referred to as bump and run reporting. 15. Baldly and brazenly lie. A favorite way of doing this is to attribute the facts furnished the public to a plausible sounding, but anonymous, source. 16. Expanding further on numbers 4 and 5, have your own stooges expose scandals and champion popular causes. 17. Flood the internet with agents. This is the answer to the question, what could possibly motivate a person to spend hour upon hour on internet news groups defending the government and/or the press and harassing genuine critics? 16. The Mind of Mae Brussell. Is she just a paranoid housewife who likes to clip newspapers? By Paul Krasner. Nothing just happens in politics. If something happens, you can be sure it was planned that way. Franklin D. Roosevelt. There she is, the bionic researcher. Every day she feeds herself 10 newspapers from around the country. This diet is supplemented with items sent to her by a network of conspiracy students. She also consumes magazines, underground papers, unpublished manuscripts, court affidavits, documents from the National Archives, FBI, and CIA, materials obtained through the Freedom of Information Act, and hundreds of books on espionage and assassination. About 80% of all CIA intelligence information comes from printed news, she says, so I am doing what they are doing, but I'm using all the material. Each Sunday, she sorts out the week's clippings into various categories as though she were conducting a symphony of horror. Yet she is cheerful. She almost sways in counterpoint to the rhythms of hypocrisy. 4. While there are those who try to discredit her by saying she's crazy, Mae Brussell remains high on her responsibility. Mae has been our nation's #1, self-appointed conspiracy freak since the day Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald. She has written hundreds of articles detailing the unpleasant connections between what most people consider diverse chapters in American history, like Oswald and Francis Gary Powers, the Kennedy murders, and Watergate. For the past 7 years, the housewife-turned-crusader has shocked and dismayed listeners of her syndicated radio program, Dialogue, Conspiracy, uncovering choice tidbits about everything from Chappaquiddick to Chowchilla. She unabashedly calls herself the country's best researcher. At 54, she is plump and energetic, she wears long peasant dresses patchworked with philosophical tidbits, and her favorite adjective is cute. Occasionally, she slurs her words information overload, but her eyes seem to reveal the deep sense of compassion permeating every 17. Fact she shares. One senses a touch of appropriate incongruity about this white, upper-middle class, twice divorced mother of a talented brood, who is knitting a sleeve while calmly describing the architecture of a police state in progress. I first met Mae Brussell when she provided me with leads for a story I did on Charles Manson. Then, a few months after the break-in at Democratic Party headquarters in the Watergate Hotel, Mae rang me up. She recognized names and methods of operation from all her assassination research. For example, she knew that Watergate burglar James McCord had crossed paths with Lee Harvey Oswald when both had been working for CIA intelligence, and that Frank Sturgis had been interrogated by the FBI in Miami the day after JFK was assassinated. She also had a possible tie between McCord and a secret army of police who allegedly had planned to disrupt the 1972 Republican convention with riots and possible assassination attempts on Nixon, would then be blamed on leftist radicals and hopefully result in a further shift to the right, possibly under the figurehead leadership of Spiro T. Agnew. And then there was L. Patrick Gray, who as acting director of the FBI would later burn evidence from the files of E. Howard Hunt and Deep Six's numerous documents. Mae recalled the murder of a Los Angeles reporter, Ruben Salazar, at the first Chicano-sponsored anti-war protest. U.S. Attorney Robert Meyer was later pressured by Gray into halting his investigation and resigning from his post. Mae called Meyer, asking if he would help with her research. She wanted to find out why the Justice Department in Washington was stopping an attorney in Los Angeles from investigating the simple killing of a reporter. A month or so later, XU.S attorney Meyer was found dead of an apparent heart attack in a parking lot in Pasadena. 3 weeks after the Watergate break-in, while the establishment press was calling it a caper and a third-rate burglary, Mae Brussell completed a manuscript titled Why Was Martha Mitchell Kidnapped? She named names John Mitchell, L. Patrick Gray, Richard Nixon, the FBI, the CIA, and I published her first bylined article in The Realist. The CIA that killed President Kennedy and Robert Kennedy, she wrote, did a test case in Greece on canceling elections. Andreas Papandreou, often compared with John Kennedy, appeared to have a good chance of winning the Greek election in 1967. The U.S. Army, the CIA, and government agencies helped replace their elections with a coup d'état. The significance of the Watergate affair is that every element essential for a political coup in the United States was assembled at the time of the arrests. Mae Brussell contends that Nixon's own Watergate plumbers, and the entire intelligence network they represented, were prepared to overthrow Nixon whenever it was deemed necessary by the true powers. Ultimately, she believes, the same men who brought Nixon to power via the Kennedy assassinations were also pulling the strings at Watergate. Papandreou wrote to her from exile in Canada, I am overwhelmed by the amount of work you have done and the documentation you bring. 18. To support your thesis. I have tried myself for a long time to bring out the conspiratorial aspects of the Greek coup of 1967. People are now beginning to understand how it happened that Greece went under a dictatorship. Your work is tremendously important. You have understood the framework in which these events take place, but more than that, you have dug out the facts. 5 days before Richard Nixon's would-be adversary, Robert Kennedy, was assassinated in Los Angeles, Mae Brussell handed a letter to Rose Kennedy, expressing her fear of imminent danger to his safety. A month before Mary Jo Kopechne died at Chappaquiddick, Mae warned Teddy Kennedy of the nest of rattlesnakes that wanted to abort his presidential possibilities. A few weeks before the slaw kidnapped the media as well as Patty Hearst, she told a Syracuse University audience that the slaw shooting of a black school superintendent in Oakland was merely the preliminary to a main event yet to come. A lot of stuff comes to me psychically and then the documents follow, Mae explains. After Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald, I found it very interesting that one of the first things Ruby said was, I wanted to show them that a Jew had guts. Well, the most anti-Semitic man in Dallas was H.L. Hunt, and he was publishing Lifeline and was meeting with Reverend Billy Hargis and all these neo-Nazi groups and the Minutemen down in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. A radio script from a Hunt-owned station about being a hero was found in Jack Ruby's car. No one ever asked him to explain how he got it. The Wednesday before the assassination, Ruby took a young woman to Hunt's office, trying to get her a job. Suddenly the whole plot of the Kennedy assassination began to open up in front of me. Here was this Jew, Jack Rubenstein, being used to kill Lee Harvey Oswald. When the Warren report came out, the very first witness I pulled to, the most important of the 552, was Oswald's friend George de Morenskild, a man surrounded by neo-Nazi oil people, who was also suspected of being a Nazi during World War II. De Morenskild had set Oswald up with his oil industry contacts in Texas. He also helped arrange for Oswald to get his job at the school book depository and at the printing office where he learned all the details of the Dallas motorcade. In 1977, shortly before he was to undergo more questioning, de Morenskild purportedly shot himself to death with a shotgun. According to the report in the Dallas News, just prior to his death he had been under the impression or delusion that the FBI was out to get him and therefore had been in a mental ward at Parkland Hospital. Mae Brussell spent 8 years cross-filing the Warren Commission report on the assassination of John F. Kennedy. She cross-filed every single minute of Jack Ruby's life that doubly fatal weekend, from Thursday through Sunday. She was able to account for his whereabouts totally, except for 2 hours in the afternoon on Saturday. Although she cannot prove it, she is convinced he was at the home of H.L. Hunt. 19. And then there was the testimony of Bernard Weissmann. He was only one of 12 military intelligence people that were brought from Germany to Dallas for the assassination. He testified that Lamar Hunt and 20 members of the Birch Society used his name on that inflammatory wanted for treason ad in the Dallas Times-Herald about Kennedy because he was Jewish and they wanted a Jewish name on it. Somehow, on November 24, 1963, the Nazi link, the oil Nazis, the American military from Munich and the two Jew patsies, Rubenstein and Weissmann, were all right there in Dallas. As I collected every possible document, the world picture began to get clearer to me, and my interest in the Kennedy assassination became more involved with the Nazi links than with the anti-Castro Cuban links. My disagreement with researchers at large is that they want to stop with the Bay of Pigs operation, and I think it's bigger. But why the Nazis? Racism, for one thing, says May. The Bormann Brotherhood, still dedicated to the establishment of the Fourth Reich, did not appreciate Kennedy's drive to educate Southern blacks and register them to vote. Nor did they care for the fact that he was Catholic and stood in opposition to the neo-Nazi oil interests. May Brussels' ascension to the throne as the queen of conspiracy investigations began with a harsh dose of culture shock during her childhood. Raised in Beverly Hills affluence, she was unheard by the Depression, and her family's house guests ranged from Jack Warner and Louis B. Mayer to Thomas Mann. Her father used to go bike riding with Albert Einstein. I grew up, she recalls, thinking this is the way life was. Then, in her early teens, the family took a trip around the world, and her awareness of suffering expanded in the process. In Bombay, she saw people sleeping in the streets. They had no homes or possessions, let alone memberships in tennis clubs. In Shanghai, their boat hit a sampan and split it in half. Other people came out in boats to get the clothes off the victims' bodies. Some lived and died on their sampans, never getting to shore. She was not used to seeing such overwhelming poverty. In Egypt, it was the same. In Tel Aviv, the hotel her family stayed at was bombed. They were the last Americans out of Spain in 1936. We were happy little tourists, she muses. But it always bothered me. I never felt the same again. I was haunted by the imbalance. I wanted to help people, but I didn't know what form it would take. In a few years, she would attend Stanford University, majoring in philosophy. I think the discipline of it helped me with my research later. Then there was the influence of Henry Miller during May's 40s. Henry freed me from a lot of hang-ups that I was brought up with. He opened up the whole field of sex as being normal as the air you breathe. He also helped me realize that freedom of the press, freedom to live and to love is what the struggle is all about. It's simply rhythm. People gotta shake their bodies and relate to each other in their minds and hearts. A turning point in her comprehension of the global aspect of conspiracy. 20. Occurred when she came across the story of a Heidelberg professor named E.J. Gumbel, in the book Inspection for Disarmament by Seymour Melman. Gumbel was forced to resign from his academic post during the Nazis' rise to power, because of his unpopular stance as a pacifist and anti-fascist. He wrote 3 books between 1919 and 1922, 4 Years of Lies, 2 Years of Murders, and 4 Years of Political Murders. In these, Gumbel documented over 400 political assassinations, most of which were admitted to by the Minister of Justice in 1924. May Brussels began to study the pattern of Nazis coming to the United States after World War II and patterns of murders identical to those in Nazi Germany. It was as if an early Lenny Bruce bit on how a showbit booking agency, MCA, chose Adolf Hitler as dictator had actually been a satirical prophecy of the way Richard Nixon would rise to power. The parallels were frightening. How much violence was there in Nazi Germany, May asks rhetorically, before the old Germany, the center of theater, opera, philosophy, poetry, psychology, and medicine, was destroyed? How many incidents took place that were not coincidental before it was called fascism? What were the transitions? How many people? Was it when the first tailor disappeared? Or librarian? or professor, or when the first press was closed or the first song eliminated, or when the first political science teacher was killed coming home on his bike. How many incidents happened there that were perfectly normal until people woke up and said, "Hey, we're in a police state." Hitler was gassed in World War I and they took him to the hospital and, according to a US Navy intelligence report, they brought in a Dr. Forster, a hypnotist, and they groomed him. They told him that he would have troops that would someday invade Russia and kick the communists out. They hypnotized him so that he would always believe that he'd be a great leader, like Joan of Arc. Now, take a man like Nixon, a man who is going to be President of the United States. He's known for his poker playing, his straight face. He already has a proclivity for intelligence. He wrote to Hoover, asking to join the FBI. After World War II, the great poker player of the South Pacific was assigned to the Navy Bureau of Aeronautics, negotiating settlements of terminated defense contracts, where he helped escalate the importation of 642 Nazi specialists into the U.S. defense and aerospace industry Project Paperclip. Then he gets a call from Murray Schoediner, who works with Howard Hughes and the Bank of America, inviting him to run for Congress against Jerry Voorhis. What did he have besides a poker face? In 1951, Senator Nixon introduced a bill to bring Nikolai Molaxa into the U.S. Molaxa was a former head of the Iron Guard and was allegedly involved in Nazi atrocities. Nixon set him up in an office of his own. Another turning point in May's research occurred when she attended the trial of Hugo Pinel, who had been charged with killing a Soledad prison guard. A public defender was assigned on Friday to begin the case on Monday, and none of his witnesses could appear. The whole trial was rigged. 21. And I was just outraged. It was then that I decided not only to study who killed John Kennedy, but also to find the relationship between the corruption of the courts, political prisoners in this country and the political assassinations and conspiracies. When you think of Hitler, you think of prisons like Auschwitz and Dachau. And when I thought about the killing of Kennedy and all the Nazis involved, I realized that the prison system had to be directly related to it. And that's when I began to correspond with prisoners and make friends with them and get more information about prison deaths and mind control experiments. I found there were incidents identical to what occurred in Nazi Germany, where the innocent were locked up or killed and the guilty were allowed to go free. Instead of just researching the deaths of John Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Mary Jo Kopechne, and the George Wallace shooting, I began collecting articles about the murders of people involved in those cases. And I began paying attention to the deaths of judges, attorneys, labor leaders, musicians, actors, professors, civil rights leaders, studying what I considered to be untimely, suspicious deaths. In preparation for an upcoming campus lecture in Seattle, May spends a day and a half cross-filing one 10-year-old article, The Murder of Malcolm X by Eric Norden, into some 30 different subjects. The actual motives behind the assassination. Collusion between federal intelligence and local police. Involvement of bodyguards. Prime witnesses killed. Perjured testimony that doesn't fit the evidence. Sometimes May's theories seem like they've been pulled from the pages of a James Bond or perhaps an E. Howard Hunt spy thriller. I found it interesting that the Cuban Watergate burglars, who were later given a $200,000 payoff by the CIA, were looking for the air conditioning plans for the hotels in Miami, when later it was discovered that Legionnaire's disease may have come through the air conditioning ducts. There is the capability to use germs to neutralize people. The CIA has the germs. Legionnaire's disease has the exact symptoms of a disease they were experimenting with at Fort Detrick, Maryland. When you hear of weapons control, you think of guns, tanks, planes, but you don't hear that they're selling germs, or that Nixon ordered Richard Helms to destroy the germs at Fort Detrick and Helms didn't. Nixon was put out as a bad man, isolated and ridiculed, but Helms went on to become ambassador to Iran and is immune to perjury charges. And now the bionic researcher is rolling her big wax ball of conspiracy at full speed. Jimmy Carter and the Pentagon can talk about disarmament, but the real tragedy is the chemical weapons used for mind control. Some people are programmed and have lost their minds. What we call the motiveless crime or senseless killings are actually people being trained as zombies. She zips out the congressional record from February 24, 1972, and reads the testimony of Dr. Jose Delgado from Yale University, who was arguing against the proposed discontinuation of research into psychosurgery. 22. We need a program of psychosurgery for political control of our society. The purpose is physical control of the mind. Everyone who deviates from the given norm can be surgically mutilated. The individual may think that the most important reality is his own existence, but this is only his personal view. This lacks historical perspective. Man does not have the right to develop his own mind. This kind of liberal orientation has great appeal. We must electrically control the brain. Someday armies and generals will be controlled by electric stimulation of the brain. So these are not just feelings I have, says May. That speech was greeted by Congress with thundering silence and money government-funded programs paid for with our tax dollars. We are witnessing pockets of violence, because they are now able to electronically, surgically, and hypnotically kill citizens. The Army alone spent $26 million in projects to alter human behavior, and they not only did it with electrode implants but with LSD plus electrodes. They alter minds so that people act without knowing why. They can make someone murder a whole family and then kill himself. And that is where the prison system comes in. It is like a farm team to develop talent for the outside world. You can't just take anybody off the street and make him decide to walk up and shoot people, May insists. But take people who have had no love or affection, who are in prison, who in adolescence broke a school window and the court put them away. You lock them up heterosexuals with homosexuals, you break their spirit, dehumanize them, take away chances for education, increase their feelings of inferiority. If you have hostility combined with this lack of opportunities, you begin nurturing a situation where children or young adults like Charles Manson or Gary Gilmore, people with high intelligence but a lot of misery, sit smoking and watching TV, covering up their anger, and become very ripe for indoctrination. These are the people that they select for electronic or hypnotic control. Hitler was gassed and told his mother had cancer, that a Jewish doctor let her die, so he transferred his various hatreds. The case of Donald DeFries is identical to Adolf Hitler's. Colton Westbrook, a mind control expert who worked with Colby in Southeast Asia, helped DeFries with the Black Culture Association at the Vacaville prison in California. DeFries was told he would be a new black leader to replace Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. Later, he was shot and burned to death with all white associates, no blacks, in the company of agents from the Defense Department, no different from Hitler or Lee Harvey Oswald. If, indeed, we each create our deities as extensions of our own personalities, then the first thing that May Brussels' version of God would have done was to make a list. She can spew out a ticker tape with names of dead witnesses, literally hundreds of deaths she finds not exactly above suspicion. 23. Labor leaders: Wader Ruther, Joseph Yablonsky, Saul Alinsky, Jimmy Hoffa, Sam Bramlett, and there was a contract to kill Cesar Chavez, from the Treasury Department, no less, the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency. Meanwhile, Argentine, Chilean and Brazilian police squads are killing off labor people. Mafia leaders: Sam Giancana, Jimmy Hoffa, John Rosselli. It was just a fluke that he bounced up, his legs were cut off and his torso put in an oil drum. Carlo Gambino given a shot of swine flu inoculation when he had a heart disease. Sheffield Edwards was killed and William Harvey was killed. The CIA contacts with the mafia people, and the CIA agent Guy Bannister was killed. He worked with Robert Maheu and with Lee Harvey Oswald, and he flew out a window. The same people who were behind it are alive today, and they're sweeping away the bodies. It's at the highest levels that these conspiracies are planned, not just with a few Cuban exiles. Musicians: Otis Redding, Janis Joplin, Jimi Hendrix, Brian Jones, Jim Morrison, Mama Cass Elliot, Jim Croce, Tim Buckley, and almost 30 other fine musicians have died under mysterious circumstances. Rock musicians had an ability to draw together youth at a time when protest meetings were being broken apart, and the hippie, anti-war youth became too visible with their own, unique art form at Woodstock. The Senate investigation documented that persons seeking racial harmony and social protest were defined as enemies of the state. Only people like Sonny and Cher, the Osmonds, John Denver, and the Captain and Tennille make it as role models. They either have to tame you or kill you. And then there's Freddie Prinze. He was an active Democrat, entertained by the president at the White House, a symbol for the Chicano. He had a deep concern about who killed Kennedy. He had a copy of the Abraham Zapruder film, and he kept playing it over and over. Time magazine says he had an intrigue about death because he kept watching Kennedy die. Well, you could say he was worried about how Kennedy was killed. I know researchers who've played that film over 200 times. It's not because they are preoccupied with death, but because it's perfectly obvious that the government is lying, that Kennedy's head is going back. And here's a guy, Freddie Prinze, who every time somebody comes over, he shows the film to them and talks about it. He tells a psychiatrist he's suicidal, who takes his gun, and then when he leaves, he hands it back to him. Then Freddie goes to Vegas and picks up 100 Quaaludes from another doctor. The removal of Freddie Prinze means one less visual person from that stratum of society. They lose a symbol for the Puerto Rican kid sitting on the steps in New York. There are no positive visual images of Chicanos on the screen. No encouragement for the young ones, because this one's heavily doped and has blown his brains out. In lieu of the frightening conclusions she's made, does she have any basis for optimism? No, I'm not optimistic now, not when government agents work with germ warfare and genocide, and those who put Hitler into power are still at 24. Instead of having low-cost housing, there are SWAT teams for food riots when there's no shortage of food. I see pockets of fascism. You can still read about a Jewish butcher in Miami having his window broken every night, and in San Jose a bookstore broken into like in Nazi Germany, and Mein Kampf coming out all over Latin America. Those Nazis were brought there and now they're surfacing. The Rockefellers' attorney, Alan Dulles, consulted with Reinhard Gehlen, the Nazi intelligence chief, to form our own CIA. George Ball writes about getting rid of people by the millions. Patrick Buchanan writes an article justifying the use of torture. Zbigniew Brzezinski, head of our National Security Council, writes that with the use of computers, human behavior itself will become more determined and subject to deliberate programming, and that it will soon be possible to assert almost continuous surveillance over every citizen. I believe that the Nazis and the Minutemen and the Christian movement are going to get very strong, and at the same time there's going to be a massive depression. I see large masses of people around the world being deliberately starved every day. I see terrible things happening to reduce the population of this earth, so that those who control the corporations don't have to provide for the needs of the poor. At KLRB one Monday, somebody called and asked May the question that she is asked most often, "How come you're still alive?" "Well, I'm not," she chuckled. "I'm a robot." But it is a question that May Brussell has obviously considered. If she knows so much, why haven't they killed her? The way they handle you is to ignore or discredit. But if I were at Madison Square Garden and had that big an audience, then I wouldn't be alive. I don't want to meet large masses of people. My role is mostly to educate people and let them figure it out for themselves. Tell them books to read and sources of information. The main contribution that I've tried to make with my research is to study things individually and then find the connecting links. I'm not a movement or organization, because if I had 5 people, one would probably be an agent. The ratio is 4-to-1. She pauses to count her stitches. May is knitting sweaters for each of her children. That's why the CIA works on a basis of need to know. Because if you know too much, you may not do what you're supposed to do. If you know that the end result is that somebody's going to be blown up 12 miles away and all you're supposed to do is deliver an envelope, you may think about it. One man who called me had killed 10 people. A number of the murders were chemically induced apparent heart attacks for the CIA. But when he was ordered to kill a congresswoman, he refused. Another CIA agent then tried to kill him by cutting his jugular vein, but he had it sewn up and survived. Now he's vowed vengeance against them. He told me that agents listen to my show, Dialogue, Conspiracy, and I asked, what do they think about it? He said they think it's right on, that they can understand. 25. That it's also a safety valve for them, something that lets them know just how far things are going. And so we are left with the bizarre possibility that the intelligence community allows the bionic researcher to function precisely because she knows more than any of them do. Despite her obsession, Mae Brussell claims she has not had to sacrifice her family because of her work. It's not my whole life, she says. It's important to find out who killed Kennedy, but not at the expense of your own humanness. I don't lose anything if they never find out who killed him. I still have my self-respect. And I like having children and preparing meals and mastering everything having to do with the home. In fact, my initial concern over who killed John Kennedy was basically a selfish one. I wanted to find out if there had been a coup, if the United States was going fascist. Would I be like Anne Frank's father, who told his family that things were okay and that people were basically good while they were living their last days? They never fought Nazism, but just watched it all go by and hid in the attic until their time came around to be taken away. With a family of 5 children, my husband, and myself, I had an obligation to understand the world outside my home. When Hitler failed, his officers were brought to the U.S., from inside Rockefeller Center, and to the Bahamas and southern states to build that dream of the Fourth Reich. It is in this context that the Kennedys, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, labor leaders, judges, entertainers, reporters, authors, students, Black Panthers, Indians, Chicanos, and hippies are being slain, and why the masses are being doped into control. In December 1970, Mae's daughter, Bonnie, was killed at the age of 15 in a suspicious auto accident. The driver of the other car, a soldier in the U.S. Army at Fort Ord, went AWOL 2 weeks after the crash, returned to his home and was not sought by authorities. Barbara Brussell, another daughter, was also in that accident. Her legs were severely injured. She also suffered from a broken back, face injuries and a broken nose and arm, but now dances with graceful agility. She took a course called American Assassinations that Mae taught at Monterey Peninsula College. Mom combines being a researcher and a mother, Barbara says. They have to overlap at times. Mom tends to doubt almost everything. That's her first instinct, especially as events are described in the news, instead of taking any chances of agreeing first, then having to go back later. It's a way of perceiving things that adds a little negativity to events, worrying or being suspicious if a person is an agent or not. But it's her world. Her mother is casually devouring the obituary page for clues. A neighborhood pharmacist has died at the age of 81 of natural causes. The clipping triggers no conspiratorial connections in Mae's computer. Here, the bionic researcher laughs, I'll give you this one. 26. The evil feedback loop and Emerson's law of conservation. Mae Brussell interview. Conspiracy Digest. Personally, I no longer have any firm prescriptions for social betterment. The study of conspiracy seems to indicate that the laws of reality give the dedicated conspirators the upper hand against anyone with any version of social reform in mind. Another way of looking at it is that evil has a better feedback loop than good. The loot gained by conspiracy puts power in the hands of a few conspirators who then can undertake even vaster conspiracies to further enhance their power. The fruits of good movements, on the other hand, are widely dispersed among the people rather than being concentrated and available for further success. Perhaps this would be a good question. Do you have any reaction? Mae Brussell, There are also philosophical, literary, and historical examples where evil does not have a better feedback loop than good. The laws of reality do not guarantee that power gained from force and monopoly will be lasting or of any long-range value to those who have struggled to obtain that power. Compensation, Ralph Waldo Emerson's essay, describes my views on evil, power and the attempted manipulations of mankind and nature. The farmer imagines power and place are fine things. But the president has paid dearly for his White House. It has commonly cost him all his peace and the best of his manly attributes. To preserve for a short time so conspicuous an appearance before the world, he is content to eat dust before the real masters who stand erect behind the throne. This law writes the laws of the cities and nations. It is in vain to build or plot or combine against it. Things refuse to be mismanaged for long. Though no checks to a new evil appear, the checks exist and will appear. If the government is cruel, the governor's life is not safe. If you tax too high, the revenue will yield nothing. The dice of God are always loaded. Every secret is told, every crime punished, every virtue rewarded, every wrong redressed in silence and certainty. David, the poet, was able to halt Goliath, the giant. 27. Remember Achilles' heel? Children love Popeye and instant spinach. Power comes from many sources to counteract evil. Evil has never had a better feedback loop than good. The popularity of Star Wars has to do with the longing for heroes, the triumph of good over evil, the forces of good winning. The CIA spent $26 million in tax revenue over a 25-year period with the express purpose of altering human behavior, starting as early as 1947. This budget was not only for defensive purposes, but to erase memories and to create apathy at home. Dr. Jose Delgado at Yale University, funded by Naval Intelligence, specialized in electronically controlling human beings. We are preparing for future warfare robots. If power and evil provide such a good feedback, why the necessity to worry about emotions such as anxiety, guilt, or conscience? Power is temporary and elusive. It can be shattered by one leak or scrap of evidence. One slip of Scotch tape placed on the door latch at the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C. was responsible for removing the President, Vice President, Attorney General, Secretary of Commerce, top presidential aides and attorneys. The kinds of conspiracies I am talking about pertain to political assassinations and their cover UPS. The fruits of good movements are too widely dispersed. They receive no assistance from the federal government. The FBI COINTELPRO and the CIA's Operation Chaos have been breaking up leftist organizations and social cultural activities with a purposeful vengeance. Divide and conquer is the rule, whether inside the prisons or at charitable meetings. Anywhere people get together, they are infiltrated. The ratio of agents and informants has been about 1 provocateur to 5 members of any given group. There has been a systematic effort to kill all leaders whose awareness or activities interfere with international oil interests or narcotics traffic. It has been alleged that the CIA-FBI combine, in conjunction with the Defense Industrial Security Command, has supported a school in Oaxaca, Mexico, for professional assassins. This religious academy, disguised as a missionary, was exposed in 1970. Albert Osborne, alias John Howard Bowen, director and head missionary, accompanied Lee Harvey Oswald on his trip to Mexico in September, 1962. Oswald, not an assassin, was a patsy for the men who killed President John F. Kennedy. The killing of Kennedy was only one of dozens or possibly hundreds of murders of leaders around the world, or potential future leaders. With this kind of worldwide organization in operation, how can any movement or leader ever serve the people? CD, do you think, then, that centralization of power can be a good thing as long as the power is held by persons selected by the people and dedicated to what you consider to be a valid program of social reform? Doesn't power always corrupt? Aren't the worst always attracted by the prospect of centralized power? Wouldn't extreme decentralized power be the solution to conspiracy? MB, Centralization of power is always dangerous. What is valid social reform to one group, such as Hitler's Germany, is genocide for others. I have 28. To agree with Thomas Jefferson's thoughts about power, I have never been able to conceive how any rational being could bring happiness to himself from the exercise of power over others. You have to understand that my views about power and happiness are not realistic or even possible. Utopian dreams of a world without fear, killings and unnecessary pain is only a goal that makes every day a challenge and every hour worthwhile. Yes, power corrupts. The worst are attracted by centralized power. The solution is for parents and educators to avoid subjecting children to power trips, the church to avoid the lure of power, the government to halt dividing economic and ethnic groups against each other. Conspiracies are possible when people have been conspired against from birth. If parents, schools, church, and government divested themselves of the games that increase their power, new sources of energy and production would take their place and do a much better job of it. CD, what is your attitude on the right-left dichotomy? From your writing, I would presume that you have a left-wing background and probably are favorably disposed to socialism or true communism. Could you describe your social political ideals? Everyone knows what May Brussels is against your positive philosophy, on the other hand, would be news to many of our readers. MB, my attitude on the right-left dichotomy should not enter into or affect my research. When a biologist looks at cancer cells in a microscope, they are not Republican or Democratic or Socialist cells. There is no right-left distinction in diseases. I examine autopsy reports, sworn testimony under oath, congressional hearings, FBI, CIA, and other government documents, witness testimony, police reports, books, articles and unpublished manuscripts along with newsletters. My conclusions about assassinations and their cover ups are cross-referenced and constantly checked for changes or new information. The FBI and Los Angeles Police Department have photographs labeled that prove 10 or more bullets were fired in the Ambassador Hotel the night Sen. Robert Kennedy was killed. Sirhan's weapon only fired 8 shots. There is no indication that any of Sirhan's bullets went into Kennedy. The fatal shot came from behind the senator, into his head. A guard from Lockheed, Thane Caesar, fired his gun that night. Kennedy's coat sleeve was cut off and is missing. The bullet-ridden ceiling panels are gone. Sirhan's weapon was sold and is out of the state, probably destroyed. If the Republicans and the right wing did the killing and cover up, we should know. If the Democrats or Communists did the killing or cover up, we should know. L.A. Chief of Police Ed Davis, and former District Attorney Everly Younger, were both running for governor of California at the time of the cover-up. The voters should be informed if Davis and Younger were engaged in a conspiracy to cover up the murder of a senator and presidential candidate. The voters must be informed. This has nothing really to do with right-left. Documents exist to prove that the CIA and FBI planned the murder of Richard Nixon in 1972. Conservative George Wallace was eliminated from the 1972 election. 29. Due to a near assassination. I want to know who is killing Republicans or conservatives as much as I want to know who is killing President John F. Kennedy, Sen. Robert Kennedy, Malcolm X, Reverend Martin Luther King or hundreds of others less known. Everyone doesn't know what May Brussels is against. If I tell you what I am against, you can deduce or know what I am for. I am against planned political assassinations by our intelligence and defense agents. The CIA, FBI, DIA, and DISC were set up originally to protect citizens of the USA. They became their own judges and juries, private servants of corporations with investments at home and abroad. I am against the constant destruction of evidence in criminal cases and political assassinations. Prime witnesses are murdered before or after testifying. Diaries are forged and planted in obvious places. Doubles are created to confuse. Police departments manipulate facts in cooperation with conspirators. I am outraged that our judicial system since 1947 has been patterned after Nazi Germany. Patsies are dead or locked away. The assassins walk the streets or leave the country, home free. I am against using Earl Warren, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, to cover up the assassination of President Kennedy. When the highest court is corrupt, there is no hope at local levels. I am against allowing the CIA to spend millions since 1947 for the express purpose, as stated before, to alter our behavior. Is the state supreme over individuals? Who owns or controls our minds? Why was CIA Director Alan Dulles allowed to order 100 million LSD tablets? Were half the US population going to receive their doses? What gives the CIA and Pentagon the right to define normal, or to determine what is national security? Are we being drugged through food, water, and supplied with chemicals so we become slaves and robots? Where is all the cancer coming from? Why the preoccupation with death? Why is the government in the business of creating a psycho-civilized world? Who is ordering the ultrasonic waves to lower brain waves of cities' populations to an alpha state, leaving citizens susceptible to mass propaganda and hypnotic suggestion? These facts have been confirmed by researcher Walter Bowart in 1977. I learned about the project years ago. I am against the using of CBS, ABC, NBC, UPI, and AP by Washington, D.C. since WWI, and by the CIA since World War II as propaganda tools. The so-called liberal New York Times and Washington Post would make Adolf Hitler proud. Notice that in all the Washington Post accolades concerning Watergate exposures, the newspaper never delved into the massive evidence surrounding the murder of Mary Jo Kopechne, the shooting of George Wallace, the Howard Hughes connections, the murder of J. Edgar Hoover, the planned riots for Miami in 1972, the assassination plans for Richard Nixon through both the San Diego Secret Army Organization and the Andrew Topping arrest in New York. The media are cover-up artists. They allow assassins or would-be assassins to fade away. One thing is certain about all these matters: the laws of nature are such that certain truths are going to come out. It is only a matter of time. There is no den in the wide world to hide a rogue. Commit a crime. You cannot recall the spoken word, you cannot wipe out the foot track, you cannot draw up the ladder as to leave no inlet or clue. 30. Some damning circumstance always transpires. The laws and substances of nature become penalties to the thief. My positive philosophy is very simple. I believe there is in each of us a potential for peace and harmony. A few power-mad perverts dictate orders that must be challenged. They are in violation of the laws of nature. A society that does not care for its infants with love and affection will create mad bombers. The source of this peace and harmony is within the family unit, not government agents or law enforcement. Without love in the home, there is never quiet in the community, cities, or around the world. There are ways to counteract the evil being purposely planned. Study history. Separate fears and prejudices from facts. Recognize facts from propaganda. Invest energy in fighting for what you believe in. Analyze harder where we are going and what you are doing about it. What do you really believe in? How much do we care? CD. Where can our readers get information on Walter Bowart's research on the mind control uses of ultrasonics and microwaves? MB. Walter Bowart's book, Operation Mind Control, will be published in the spring, 1978. Bowart's allegations about the CIA using ultrasonic waves on the human brain to control the behavior pattern of entire cities confirm information I received in 1974 about the same project. A reliable source of information told me that a radio tower and a tall bank tower in San Francisco were going to extend a beam to have virtual radio control of that entire city. He informed me that the radio frequencies would make meditation impossible. The radio towers were being utilized for future control of our minds. The same week that I received this information, an article in the Los Angeles Times appeared mentioning the use of radio beams over large cities to control the population. CD. Conspiracy Digest has often propounded the theory that the right-left political economic spectrum is an artificial concoction of the ruling class that creates a heads-I-win, tails-you-lose situation for the ruled class. Isn't the choice between communism and fascism only a choice in style of tyranny? Are you familiar with Anthony Sutton's Wall Street series of books that documents that both Nazism and Soviet communism were financed largely by the same Wall Street cabal whose interest was in creating conditions for big government favoritism as opposed to laissez-faire competition? MB, the choices between fascism and communism are not our only alternatives. Tyranny, by any name, isn't the only solution. I am familiar with Anthony Sutton's books and own a few. Nazism and Soviet communism were financed by Wall Street cabals. They were not funded to support communism. Money was poured into the USSR and behind the Iron Curtain for the purpose of funding future uprisings and encouraging dissidents. Nazi agents are behind part of the KGB and MKD. Just as Wall Street poured money in Russia after WWI, Alan Dulles, attorney for the Wall Street cabal, then director of the CIA, funded Adolf Hitler's chief of Nazi Eastern intelligence with $200 million. Gehlen was 31. Paid for placing agents behind the Iron Curtain, and for Cold War/Hot War purposes. This money does not support communism, but anti-communism. Marina Oswald's background was white Russian aristocracy. Marina has overwhelming links to the CIA, defense industry, and General Reinhard Gehlen's agents through the CIA/Greek Orthodox Church. Her membership in the communist Komsomol organization, a leftist front, didn't bother the State Department or violently anti-communist rescue commission that met Lee and Marina in New York City. The right-left political and economic spectrum is a farce. Howard Hughes Summa Company, the South Korean KCIA, Hughes Medical Institute and other funding front operations have bought our Congress, Republicans as well as Democrats. Those that can't be bought are blackmailed. CD, on numerous occasions you have mentioned that the Buckley School of Conservatives and his youth wing, Young Americans for Freedom, are connected to CIA/ruling class dirty tricks and even the Kennedy assassination. Few conspiracy buffs would dispute the CIA-Buckley establishment connection. Of course, Buckley is death on conspiracy theory. His favorite target is paranoids. What do you think of the conspiracy-minded conservatives, such as the Liberty Lobby and the John Birch Society? No doubt you disagree with their theories, but do you think they are largely sincere? Or are they black propaganda outlets for the establishment? Or like many other organizations are they simply infiltrated and used from time to time in specific black propaganda campaigns? In one of your tapes you seem to imply that George Schuler's American Opinion attack on Malcolm X contained outright lies and was timed to coincide with Malcolm's assassination. Comments. MB, paranoia is a psychological diagnosis applied to a disease of the mind. Buckley is hardly a psychiatrist. He is a useful media showcase and propaganda machine. When Buckley states his opinions in writing or on the air, he never prefaces remarks or articles by providing facts about his CIA days with E. Howard Hunt. Few people know that Buckley's family fortune came from Pantapec Oil Company. E. Howard Hunt and George de Morenskild, Oswald's CIA babysitter, both worked under Warren Smith. Smith was president of Buckley's Pantapec Oil. Buckley not only worked with E. Howard Hunt in the CIA, but formed the notorious YAF with Douglas Caddy, co-worker in the CIA office of Mullen & Co. of Watergate fame. Members of the YAF were brought from U.S. military intelligence in Germany to the Dallas Ft. Worth area in the fall of 1962. Their object was to infiltrate and take over this conveniently formed new organization. Orders went from Larry Schmidt, first to arrive, that all members had to be in Dallas before JFK arrived, for their briefings and roles to be played. There is more to the Buckley CIA-YAF Caddy connections than time allows here. Liberty Lobby and the John Birch Society accumulate interesting facts. Their numbers are correct, but the conclusions can't be proven and are in error. 32. Jimmy Carter sent a message into the new spacecraft. He wrote that we human beings are still divided into nation-states, but these states are rapidly becoming a single global civilization. The Birch Society and Liberty Lobby would claim this is proof of one world conspiracy of communism and the communists are winning their goals. On the other hand, my assessment forces me to believe the Bormann Brotherhood exists. Hitler's goal to rule the world through satellites and weapons is working. We are moving into the Nazification of planet Earth. Carter's human rights issue is a sham. He scolds the USSR. We support and fund South Africa, Argentina, Chile, Brazil, South Korea, Nicaragua, Iran, feudal Middle East countries with no trials and much torture. George Schuler's attack upon Malcolm X, published in American Opinion, February 1973, argues that it would be better to memorialize Benedict Arnold, a known traitor, than Malcolm X. Malcolm X was never a traitor to the USA. Schuler's put down on Malcolm begins by stating Malcolm X was once a pimp, dope peddler, an ex-convict who served 10 years for robbery. He fails to mention the murder of Malcolm's father, the causes of his hatred and poverty, the reasons blacks get into crime. Schuler doesn't praise Malcolm X for changing his ways, for his eloquent self-education, for his published lectures and writings, for his ability to raise himself above the gutter to become an inspiration for many people. White racists use black fools and Jewish apologists for much of their dirty work. The anti-Semitic YAF John Birch Society wanted to place an ad, "Wanted for treason," with a black border, in the newspapers the day JFK was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. Birch Society members paid for the ad. Neo-Nazi Christians wrote the ad, whose name was at the bottom, in the newspaper November 22, 1963. Jewboy Bernard Weissmann. Why his name? Weissmann testified before the Warren Commission that they wanted his name because he was Jewish. Why did they need a Jewish name identified with the death of JFK? Because another Jew, Jack Rubenstein, who worked with oil millionaire anti-Semites and wanted their approval, was going to silence the patsy. No other members of the YAF were asked to come before the Warren Commission. Why not? CD, a number of conspiracy researchers are suspicious of the U.S. Labor Party and NCLC, funded by powerful governments or private interests. They seem to promote some of your conspiracy theories, such as your interpretation of the Symbionese Liberation Army kidnapping of Patty Hearst. What do you think, is Lyndon LaRouche for real? We find it suspicious that a new world central bank is the linchpin of his program. Central banks and their power to create money by slapping ink on paper have always been the primary tool of ruling classes. What is your opinion of the money question? MB, the U.S. Labor Party always blames the CIA and Rockefeller for everything that is wrong. Maybe they are hitting the top dogs. It is hard to argue that one. However, the CIA and the Rockefellers can't do it alone. The USLP praises Gerald Ford as a fine man. Ford was a cover-up artist for the Warren Commission. His crime of lies about Oswald in his book and the cover-up of hard evidence make him guilty of crimes worse than Nixon was. 33. Charged with. Ford covered up the killings of Kennedy, Officer J.D. Tippit, and the murder of Lee Harvey Oswald. Ford brought neo-Nazi G. Gordon Liddy to Washington, D.C. to work in the Treasury Department. Ford pardoned Nixon because he was guilty of the same charges, cover-up of conspiracies. The NCLC never uses documents that prove the Defense Industry Security Command, Division V of the FBI and other agencies had a part in the assassinations and conspiracies. They were and are not interested in assassinations inside the USA. Political murders determine who will become head of the Pentagon, Marines, Air Force, Navy, FBI, CIA, Treasury Department, etc. Financial policies, national and international, are controlled by corporations and individuals to make up multinational nation-state empires. It is the systematic and always planned murders that control their financial investments. I want to know who is murdering. The NCLC speak of the condition. They can't make a proper diagnosis without examining the deaths. I agree with the NCLC that terrorism is funded by the right. This has been a historical truth, a technique used by the Tsar then brought to Germany for the Nazis. The SLA was formed by the CIA to infiltrate Bay Area left-wing movements and test mind control drugs. Lyndon LaRouche never writes about Ronald Reagan, Robert Maheu, Howard Hughes, Paul Laxalt, the Summa Company, the Hughes Medical Institute in Florida or others who are the opposite side of the Rockefeller coin. There is a battle going on between the warfare industries and war machine and the Eastern Wall Street gang. The NCLC knows the names of some of the players. They conspicuously omit others. Chase Manhattan Bank is named. Bank of America is never fingered. My opinion on the money question could fill your entire issue. Profits are obtained by monopolizing what we need: oil, coal, water, transportation, minerals, gas, food, health, homes, entertainment, and communications. Profits are made from what we don't need: drugs, chemicals, tobacco, narcotics, gambling, prostitution, kidnapping, bank robberies, white-collar crimes, hijacking, weapons, overcosts, guns, warfare machinery. Murders and assassinations that I study pertain to those killings that served a purpose involving future financial gains that would not have occurred without those deaths. If the electoral system were really free to allow people to vote for those representatives who could alter their lives and pocketbooks, the profits in the hands of a few would be considerably reduced. If the judicial system really worked, there would be fewer crimes and payoffs for murdering. Is money the root of all evil? It comes pretty close. For a given salary, the head and fingers of SLA leader Donald DeFreeze were cut off before his body was sent to Ohio. Who paid for the injections that Jack Ruby and Martha Mitchell received? What laboratory manufactured the substance? What profits were made from the LSD given to Patty Hearst while locked in a closet for 45 days? How were the car accidents of Murray Schodener and Clay Shaw financed? What did it cost to cover up the fatal plane crash of CIA moneybag woman Dorothy Hunt at the height of Watergate? How much was the telephone bill from New York City to Chicago when CBS ordered the cremation of Michelle Clark, victim 34, on Dorothy Hunt's plane, along with 45 others? Were Jack Ruby's debts of $40,000 to IRS before the Kennedy assassination automatically paid when he obliged and shot Lee Harvey Oswald? How much tax money went to fund doubles for Lee Harvey Oswald, Sirhan Sirhan, Donald DeFreeze, and James Earl Ray? Where are the bankers who are funding violence? Are we paying for all this, the murders, the expensive, lengthy trials and hush money? Who paid the hospital bills in Colorado for Dita Beard, ITT Secretary, when she embarrassed President Richard Nixon? The important crises in America are what we are doing and what we are allowing to happen. Fascism isn't found in bank names or bank titles. It is what they are doing to people in front of our eyes. According to New York City Health Department figures during 1976, murder was the #1 cause of death for ages between 15 to 24. Murder is winning over drug abuse, cancer, diseases, or any other cause. I don't care as much about the banking houses as I do about where money is abused and wasted. If we were ever to solve these crimes, we could locate which banking houses were funding the plans. CD, from listening to your tapes, I detect that you believe that the Bilderberger CIA CFR free world establishment ruling class is Anglo-Saxon/white racist. How do you square this theory with the apparent pro-minority attitude of the establishment's kept liberals and think tank/foundations? Left cover. Incitement to backlash? How do so many of Jewish descent become prominent in government and finance if the ruling class is still white racist? How do you account for the Rothschilds, Warburgs, Schiffs, Kissingers, etc.? MB, the Bilderbergers, CIA, CFR establishment ruling class is basically Anglo-Saxon white racist. There are a few Jewish showpieces allowed on the fringe for entertainment or media coverage. Racism in the USA is everywhere, in every prison, police department, and so-called peacemaking organizations. The Control of Candy Jones by Donald Bain tells how a New York model was taken by the CIA, injected with sodium pentothal, and hypnotized. Candy was then taught to hate blacks, Jews, and Italians. Why? Why were our tax dollars used to further hatred? How many more Candy Joneses were taught to hate? Candy joined the CIA to deliver messages and ended up with two personalities inside her head. There is no pro-minority attitude on the part of the establishment. That is so foolish that I wonder what kind of vacuum you are coming from. Blacks, Mexicans, Jews, and Indians are not part of the mainstream of white USA. They are on the lowest fringes. A few Jews such as the Rothschilds, Warburgs, and Schiffs are always the token names for a Gentile society. They do not represent assimilation or a symbol of Jewish-Christian solidarity. Henry Kissinger is a different story. Kissinger was developed by U.S. Army intelligence following World War II. Kissinger worked in counterintelligence. Many Christian agents were assuming names of Jews killed in the concentration camps. 35. How is it possible that Jewish Henry Kissinger became the darling protege of Rockefeller, Exxon, Standard Oil? Kissinger has been photographed kissing Anwar Sadat in Egypt. Sadat was in league with Hitler's Nazi Brotherhood. Would oil magnates with their anti-Semitic clubs and multi-million-dollar investments allow Jewish Kissinger to make deals and sign contracts with oil giants in the Middle East? Why does the Shah of Iran, a Muslim, work with Kissinger so well? Kissinger put Nazis into power in Greece, Brazil, Chile. They love him. When Hitler's $400 million in cash went to Argentina, did they know that Kissinger would be heading our State Department and National Security Council? No Jew would be in charge of the Pentagon. The CIA is a racist organization. All of this is impossible. Kissinger's Jewish cover conceals the Rockefeller and Wall Street bankers directing him. CD, isn't it possible that all racial ethic issues are simply manipulated to keep the ruled class fighting among themselves? It seems incredible to me that men with the intelligence to conspiratorially rule nations would be so petty-minded as to be racists. What is your reaction? MB, racism is taught from an early age. White men and women fear they will lose their jobs, and also lose their possessions in a competitive market with minorities. There must have been a lot of black anger after slavery, a rage that the white man feared. The way to control this situation was and is by nurturing hatreds, hiring more police, rigging the courts to keep minorities locked up, sending narcotics to the ghetto, exclusion from labor unions and labor market, and many other techniques. You know what they are. CD, I agree that race prejudice exists to one degree or another at most levels of U.S. society. However, it seems to me that the majority working classes are the most racist because they fear competition for jobs from blacks and Mexicans. The ruling class, especially the Eastern Wall Street gang that controls the liberal CBS/ABC/NBC/New York Times/Washington Post, really seems to take the side of minorities. Is this just fake propaganda to rake in minority votes? MB, competition for jobs between Indians, blacks, and Chicanos is caused by a racist power structure in this country that refuses to allow jobs in the first place. Labor unions exclude minorities. Medical schools and law schools could be increased by the hundreds instead of bickering over a particular student's grades. IQ tests have been proven to be racist, thereby dropping off otherwise qualified students. By keeping minorities out of the professions, except entertainment and athletics, the white community can keep their residential areas white, their schools white, their churches white, perpetuate the racism. There is no need for fences or ID cards. Law enforcement and government agencies, such as the FBI, CIA, NSA, DIA, DISC, are predominantly white. We could write an entire issue of Conspiracy Digest about our differences. 36. Regarding CBS, ABC, NBC, New York Times and Washington Post. Where do you ever get the label liberal for these people? How can you possibly say they take the side of minorities? When? Where? How? I subscribe to these newspapers and want to puke. I have boycotted major network news coverage since I studied political assassinations because of their lies, distortions, half-truths, insinuations, and massive cover ups. The United States press doesn't fake propaganda. They don't even appeal to minorities. To hell with minority votes. These maniacs support military dictatorships and fascism, instituted by the USA since World War II. They treat the CIA and heads of state as if they were some kind of royalty, not the war criminals they really are. CD, several right-wing authors have theorized that the main conflict in the world is or was the battle between WASP and Jewish financiers. Or, more simply, that the history of the 20th century is primarily the Rockefeller vs. Rothschild battle to control governments and resources. Do you think there is anything to these theories? What do you think about the Cowboy-Yankee War, by Carl Oglesby? Your research would seem to support the theory that Nixon was an agent of New Wealth, the cowboy capitalist faction, finally done in by the Old Wealth, Yankee capitalist faction at Watergate. MB, the main conflict in the world is not between WASP and Jewish financiers. The Battle of Cowboy vs. Yankee, Carl Oglesby's theories, are oversimplified. There is no way to mark off geographical boundaries or to separate fighting factions into such categories. What we are experiencing is a series of revolutions taking place at the same time. Some of them are political. Others are cultural and social. While these changes have been occurring in the 20th century, the old feudal monopolies, economically dependent upon empires, have been grasping for control of sources of power and wealth. 3 good books that describe the origins for our current moral and financial bankruptcy are The Great Conspiracy by Michael Sayers and Albert E. Kahn, Merchants of Death by H.C. Engelbrecht, and Weimar Republic, Clandestine Rearmament, by E.J. Gumbel. Following World War I, the Allied armies were afraid to disarm German militarism, fearing that Bolshevism would spread throughout Europe. The solution was secret, clandestine armies, the secret SS, a series of over 400 murders that altered the face of Germany. U.S. corporations and Wall Street, along with France and England, armed Germany. World War I mobilized 66,103,164 men. 37,494,186 were killed. Indirect costs were $151 million. Direct costs were $208 billion. The propaganda myth of the menace of Bolshevism put Nazis in power. Adolf Hitler, hypnotized front man for the warfare industries and corporations, was to rid Europe of Bolshevism. When World War II was over, and the communists were still very much alive, the same corporations and multinational companies that armed Germany after WWI sent the Nazis and war criminals with their loot, counterfeit or otherwise, to the USA, Middle East, Asia, Africa, and South America. Alan Dulles, Wall Street attorney, made arrangements for 37. The Nazis' exit. He became the first director of the CIA in 1947. The divisions and decoys we fall into, all the categories of conflict, never follow history or documents day by day to understand why we have so many assassinations and cover ups. Over 600 Nazis were brought to our defense industries, universities, and hospitals from 1945 to 1952 under Project Paperclip. World War II cost 80 million lives. The cost went up. The rearming for World War III began as early as 1945, when the decision was made to protect doctors and scientists under Hitler to continue their human experimentations and weapons systems research in the United States. The real battle now is whether or not it is too late to stop this country from going fascist. If Arab investors, funded by the Nazis, withdraw their savings from U.S. banks, the country will be instantly bankrupt. Nazi General Reinhard Gehlen had the solution for conquered USSR territory. Gelen was going to turn 50 million Russians into slaves in accordance with Aryan racial principles, to become subhumans. Some 40 million Soviet citizens would be eliminated by natural means, namely famine. This is the same Gelen that Alan Dulles provided $200 million of our tax dollars. Yes. Add it up. Are we getting our money's worth? It is easier to understand droughts, famines, terrorism, new kinds of diseases, rare cancers, mind control experiments, stock manipulations, labor strikes, and other unpleasant accidents of nature in the USA after studying the history of Nazism. CD. How much conflict do you see in the ruling class? Some conspirologists think it is all fake, a diversion. MB. The conflict in the ruling class is between those who are elected and appointed to rule, and those who are acting illegally to condition us for the next war or series of wars. We are identical to Germany in 1932. Salvador Allende had to put up with strikes and the raging of the Chilean citizens who turned out to be paid by the CIA. Nothing is natural today. Billions are going into creating divisions, terror, to make headlines, to spread confusion and fear. If any officials come along with independence or suggestions, they are killed, blackmailed, ignored, surreptitiously drugged, paid off or bugged. To make change today is to enter into an obstacle course. The intelligence community and the people doing all this manipulating to enhance power and wealth are moving against the laws of nature. Something must give. Our institutions should be re-examined. Individuals must come forward with enough courage to support investigators like myself, who are armed with facts and information. As Emerson said, that form of government which prevails is the expression of what civilization exists in the population which permits it. CD. Many conspirologists point the finger at David Rockefeller as the most powerful financial conspirator in America and possibly the world. Do you agree? What about Hughes, H.L. Hunt? Others? Is Chase Manhattan really going broke? 38. MB. David Rockefeller might be the most powerful financial conspirator in America. Howard Hughes and H.L. Hunt are dead. Daniel Ludwig is hiding. Rockefeller managed to keep their boy Kissinger running all our foreign policies in every country while their Exxon stayed on top, the ranking corporation for profits. Nice arrangement. That is power. The Bilderbergers select our presidents. The power is in a silencer, secret weapons. It comes in many forms. This is a battle royal between two kings, the Rockefeller dynasty and the weapons warfare, clandestine government the Rockefellers created originally for their own power. Can the Rockefellers survive? Are they part of a dying era, identical to Kaiser Wilhelm? Is the ammunition industry ready to take over the USA? That is where the power struggle is taking place. The Wall Street-based international banks created spies to march in protection of their profits. The armies turned against their masters. They decided they could create their own wealth and power. New York is crumbling. The Pentagon is stronger than ever. Yale, Harvard, Princeton, and the top Eastern universities haven't produced a new idea or a constructive change for all their classical education. They have been swallowed by the Pentagon and spy contracts. The USA looks like a dance of death in every major city. CD. Unless I am misreading you, you seem to have deep respect for John F. Kennedy. Is there any reason to believe that his idealistic line was for real? Wasn't he just another glib gangster who lost? Do you agree with Oglesby that he was an agent of the old Wall Street establishment, and that his assassination was plotted by Southern Rim upstarts? MB. Yes, I do have a respect for John F. Kennedy. If you don't believe his idealistic line was for real, just add up what he was doing when he was killed. JFK asked his brother, Attorney General Robert Kennedy, to break up organized crime. Nobody high up in government has tangled with the mafia. J.E. Hoover, the hired hands of FBI and CIA, ran the assassination teams. They have been used since World War II. JFK was attempting to end the oil tax depletion ripoffs, to get tax money from oil companies. JFK instituted the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, often called the Kiss of Death, to oppose the Pentagon. JFK called off the invasion of Cuba. He allowed Castro to live, antagonized narcotics and gambling, oil and sugar interests, formerly in Cuba. JFK asked his brother, Attorney General Robert Kennedy, to break up the CIA, the hidden government behind my back. Allen Dulles was fired. Dulles, the attorney for international multinationals, was angry. JFK planned to withdraw troops from Vietnam after the 1964 elections. November 24, 1963, 2 days after JFK's burial, the Pentagon escalated the Vietnam War, with no known provocations, after JFK was gone. There was no chance Kennedy could survive antagonizing the CIA, oil companies, Pentagon, organized crime. He was not their man. The assassination of JFK employed people from the Texas Southwest. It was not a Southern plot. Upstarts could not have controlled the Northern CIA, FBI, Kennedy family connections. This was 39 Newspeak. A more detailed, sophisticated conspiracy that was to set the pattern for future murders to take place. The murder was funded by Permindex, with headquarters in Montreal and Switzerland. Their stated purpose was to encourage trade between nations in the Western world. Their actual purpose was fourfold. 1. To fund and direct assassinations of European, Mideast and world leaders considered threats to the Western world, and to petroleum interests of their backers. 2. Provide couriers, agents for transporting and depositing funds through Swiss banks for Vegas, Miami, and the international gambling syndicate. 3. Coordinate the espionage activities of White Russian solidarists and Division V of the FBI, headed by William Sullivan. 4. Build, acquire, and operate hotels and gambling casinos. C. Nomenclature of an Assassination Cabal, by William Torbit. 40. The Illuminated. 42. Who was Adam Weishaupt? By Sir Mark E. Brubeck, Knight Templar. Born on February 6, 1748 in Ingolstadt, Bavaria of Jewish parentage, Adam Weishaupt was orphaned at an early age due to his parents' untimely death, and educated and raised by a Jesuit order who held Adam in as much contempt as he them. His youthful ideals and free spirit upset the priests and gained the admiration of his fellow students. In 1772, at the age of 24, he received his professorship of law. 3 years later, he became a professor of natural and canon law at the University of Ingolstadt. This advancement embittered the clergy as the post had only been previously held by an ecclesiastic. Weishaupt's liberal views enraged the clergy, yet drew favor and support from other staff, students, and faculty. Supporters began to meet in his private apartment where they would discuss philosophy, religion, and topics of the day while drinking wine, listening to music and smoking. These parties soon turned into a formal society, named the Enlightened or Illuminati, a term Weishaupt bestowed upon members when they showed proficiency in intelligence and moral virtue. The order was first called the Perfectibilists yet subsequently gave way to the name by which it is now universally known. The Illuminati was divided into 3 classes. I. The Nursery 1. Novice 2. Minerval 3. Illuminatus Minor. 2. Symbolic Masonry 1. Illuminatus Major 2. Illuminatus Dirigens or Knight. 3. The Mysteries 1. Presbyter or Priest 2. Prince or Regent 3. Magus 4. Rex or King. 43. The order also gave its members coded names of a classical nature. Weishaupt was known as Spartacus. The major cities were also encoded. Ingolstadt was Eleusis, Austria was Egypt, Munich was Athens and Vienna was Rome. There was even a cipher calendar and all correspondence between members were made to be unintelligible to non-members. 2 years later Weishaupt was initiated into Freemasonry at Theodore of Good Counsel Lodge in Munich and soon he promoted his own system within Masonry. Here he met Baron Nigge, who aided in writing and expanding upon the degree system that Weishaupt had created. The modern detractors' claims of a closer Illuminati/Freemasonry connection is primarily based on slander promoted by the Catholic Church's contentious secret society, the Jesuits. Though the Jesuit order was officially abolished some years earlier, that didn't stop their power at influencing a new act that, on June 22, 1784, abolished all secret organizations by royal decree. The following year, Weishaupt lost his professorship at the university and was banished from the country. Leaving Bavaria, he found safety and patronage with Duke Ernst in Gotha. Here in this free town, Weishaupt wrote a number of books, some of which were never published. Most focused on promoting the ideals of Illuminism or Enlightenment. In 1786 alone, he published a picture of the Illuminati, History of the Persecutions of the Illuminati, an apology for the Illuminati and an improved system of the Illuminati. In 1787 he wrote Diogenes' Lamp. And in 1811, Weishaupt passed from this earth at the age of 63 to the great architect above. Spoken of highly by his peers, pupils and fellow Illuminists, Weishaupt was regarded as a scholarly genius and outstanding advocate for human rights. Considering the monarchical climate of the time, there's no wonder that the Catholic Church tried everything in their power to destroy Weishaupt's Illuminism. The Illuminati's stated mission of human liberation while increasing moral virtue was an underground battle in Europe that played itself out in America as the Revolutionary War. Those who continue to vilify Adam Weishaupt claim to be carrying the flag of freedom by using the propaganda of the past institutions of slavery. This excerpt from the first English translation of Diogenes' Lamp by Amelia Gill in this conspiratorial compilation proves that Weishaupt was not some evil Luciferian magician but a kind-hearted scholar who wished to improve the world through philosophical conversations. Let us close with Dr. Weishaupt's own words. Whoever does not close their ears to the lamentations of the miserable, nor their heart to gentle pity, whoever is the friend and brother to the unfortunate, whoever has a heart capable of love and friendship, whoever who is steadfast in adversity, unwearied in the carrying out of whatever has been engaged in, undaunted in the overcoming of difficulties, whoever does not mock and despise the 44. Weak, whose soul is susceptible of conceiving great designs, desirous of rising superior to base motives, and of distinguishing itself by deeds of benevolence, whoever shuns idleness, whoever considers no knowledge as unessential which they may have the opportunity of acquiring, regarding the knowledge of mankind as their chief study, whoever, when truth and virtue are in question, despising the approbation of the multitude, is sufficiently courageous to follow the dictates of their own heart. Such a one is a proper candidate. 45. Occult Theocracy. By Lady Queenborough. Edith Starr Miller wrote 2 books, the first, Common Sense in the Kitchen, in 1918, the second, Occult Theocracy, was published posthumously in France in 1933. Occult Theocracy relies heavily on the published works of the Freemason, Domenico Margiotta, the hoaxers Dr. Karl Hacks and Leo Taxil, and their creations, Diana Vaughan and Dr. Butterly, the imaginary Miss Vaughan's promoter, Adriano Lemmi, anti-Mason Samuel Paul Rosen, Theosophist Alice Bailey, Taxil's supporter, Clarin de la Rive, Nesta H. Webster and the once anonymous Inquire Within. Though Lady Queenborough's publication was intentionally published to warn against the anti-Christian concepts of secret societies, a number of Masons have publicly accepted her work as largely accurate though viewed through a hostile and anti-Semitic lens. The following excerpt, the 3rd chapter of the book, describes the revolutionary workings of Weishaupt and secretive Masonic lodges. The Gospel of Revolution. Apart from the Rosicrucians already mentioned, we see the foundation and growth of such societies as 1. The strict observance of the Baron Hund and the notorious Jew Lookit who had assumed the name of Johnson, and several other aliases. It recruited its members in the lodges and went from occultism into political intrigue, later even formulating a plan of economic and financial rule. 2. The Martinists, which, founded by a Portuguese Marrano Jew, Martinez de Pasquale, united political intrigues, fomented for the overthrow of the monarchy, together with magical. 46. Practices. It numbered among its members the chief politicians who prepared the French Revolution. These were Savalet de Lang, William Law, and Mirabeau. 3. The Scottish Rite. 4. The Moravian Brothers. 5. The Alta Vendita. 6. The Egyptian rites of Cagliostro. The adepts of all these different rites knew but little beyond the fact that they had shaken off the yoke of Christian principles which were replaced by the cult of nature, and in almost all cases licentiousness. They were but mere puppets manipulated by unseen men whose sinister aims were the destruction of Christianity and disruption of states, and to whom all the above-named orders or organizations were but so many recruiting grounds. It was only when each and all had gathered sufficient strength that the invisible masters attempted to unite them all under one supreme sway, namely that of Illuminism at the convent of Wilhelmsbad in 1782. Illuminism represented the efforts of the heads of the powerful Jewish cabal which has ever striven for the attainment of political, financial, economic and moral world dominion. The movement had been founded in 1776 by Adam Weishaupt. Bernard Lazare, himself a Jew, has written that there were Jews behind Weishaupt, and upon a close study of Illuminism, we find that the destructive forces which culminated in the French Revolution were of three kinds: financial, intellectual and anti-Christian. In the first class, we come upon the names of Jewish financiers such as Daniel Itzig, Friedlander, Seir Beer, Benjamin and Abraham Goldsmid, Moses Makata, Vadel Heine Ephraim. In the second category, we find Moses Mendelssohn, Naphtali Wesley, Moses Herzheim, who are the inspirers of Lessing, Frederick Nicolai, Weishaupt, Mirabeau, El Abbé Grégoire, the Duke of Brunswick Wolfenbüttel and Anacharsis Clootz. Lastly, the third class is composed mostly of the group known as the Encyclopedists, D'Alembert, Diderot, Rousseau, Voltaire, and of all the Kabbalists practicing magic, and among whom we find Martinez de Pasquale, Lookit, the enigmatic Count of Saint-Germain, Foch, and Joseph Balsamo surnamed Cagliostro. The objects of this powerful organization of the Bavarian Illuminati were: 1. The destruction of Christianity and of all monarchical governments. 2. The destruction of nations as such in favor of universal internationalism. 3. The discouragement of patriotic and loyal effort branded as narrow-minded prejudice, incompatible with the tenets of goodwill to all men and the cry of universal brotherhood. 4. The abolition of family ties and of marriage by means of systematic corruption. 5. The suppression of the rights of inheritance and property. 47. Moses Mendelssohn, himself the head of the Haskalah, cooperated with the Bavarian Illuminati of Weishaupt and with the prominent members of the other revolutionary secret societies aspiring to political power, but, in 1784, the Elector of Bavaria made an abortive effort to stamp out the conspiracy which, being international, was necessarily impervious to local measures. The poison of subversion was working in France, where on January 21, 1793, it culminated in the death on the scaffold of Louis XVI, an event that in Masonic jargon is known as the Second Cannon Shot. The capture of Rome by Cadorna in 1870 was the third. As a further confirmation of concerted Masonic action, let us bring yet another illustration. In the first days of the French Revolution, 300 Freemasons, with their banners flying over brethren of every rite representing French Freemasonry, marched to the Hôtel de Ville, and there offered their banner to the Provisional Government of the Republic, proclaiming aloud the part they had just taken in the glorious revolution. M. de Lamartine made them this answer, which was received with enthusiasm by the Freemasonry lodges: "It is from the depths of your lodges that the ideas have emanated, first in the dark, then in the twilight, and now in the full light of day, which have laid the foundations of the revolutions of 1789, 1830, and 1849. 14 days later, a new deputation of the Grand Orient, adorned with their Masonic scarves and jewels, repaired to the Hôtel de Ville. They were received by écrimeaux and garni pages, attended by pages, who also wore their Masonic emblems. The representative of the Grand Master spoke thus: French Freemasonry cannot contain her universal burst of sympathy with the great social and national movement which has just been effected. The Freemasons hail with joy the triumph of their principles, and boast of being able to say that the whole country has received through you a Masonic consecration. 40,000 Freemasons in 500 lodges, forming but one heart and one soul, assure you here of their support happily to lead to the end the work of regeneration so gloriously begun. Brother Cremios, a Jewish brother, member of the Provisional Government, replied, Citizens and brothers of the Grand Orient, the Provisional Government accepts with pleasure your useful and complete adhesion. The Republic exists in Freemasonry. If the Republic do as the Freemasons have done, it will become the glowing pledge of union with all men, in all parts of the globe, and on all sides of our triangle. If the wielding of power and their national political, economic and financial strength over the peoples by a few hidden hands can result in such calamitous upheavals as the French Revolution, the World War of 1914 and the Russian Revolution of 1917, were it not wise to apply the lesson of experience to ascertain whether the supposed harmless masonry of today does not again serve as a screen or curtain behind which thrive secret societies no less subversive, revolutionary, and demoralizing than those which we have just so briefly sketched? 48. We know that most of them, such as the Martinists, the Illuminatis, the Scottish Rite and the Egyptian lodges of Memphis and Mizraim, still exist today, so, on what grounds can we base our assumption of a change of their revolutionary and anti-Christian principles? In the face of late events, namely, the Peace Conference, the creation of the League of Nations, the amalgamation of international resources, the confiscatory inheritance taxes, the development of international finance, the proposed establishment of an international non-Christian cult, have we the right to refrain from lifting the veil of Masonry behind which subversive movements are so conveniently hidden? 49. Weishaupt meets Wilson. By Robert Anton Wilson. Robert Anton Wilson reintroduced the historic figure of Adam Weishaupt to a new generation of readers and students of parapolitics in 1975 with his remarkable satirical trilogy, Illuminatus, co-authored with Robert Shea. By the time of his death in January 2007, Wilson had taken Weishaupt on a journey of many years through the sensibility of a conspiracy-obsessed subculture, blurring the line between the accepted canon of normal history and a more animated subtext best described as tongue-in-cheek. Factions of those cognizant of the subtext at various times declared both men as the head of the Illuminati, that ages-old conspiratorial secret society responsible for the world's evil, putting each on a par with Satan himself. Weishaupt first appears in Illuminatus. As part of Illuminati Project Memo No. 7, this is from a small left-wing newspaper in Chicago, daily linked with Illuminati, no author's name given, no historian knows what happened to Adam Weishaupt after he was exiled from Bavaria in 1785, and entries in Washington's diary after that date frequently refer to the hemp crop at Mount Vernon. The possibility that Adam Weishaupt killed George Washington and took his place, serving as our first president, is now confirmed. The two main colors of the American flag are, excluding a small patch of blue in one corner, red and white. These are also the official colors of the Hashishim. The flag and the Illuminati pyramid both have 13 horizontal divisions. 13 is, of course, the traditional code for marijuana, and is still used in that sense by Hell's Angels among others. Now, Washington formed the Federalist Party. The other major party those days, the Democratic Republicans, was formed by Thomas Jefferson. There are grounds for accepting the testimony of Reverend Jedediah Morse of Charleston, who accused Jefferson of being an Illuminati agent. Thus, even at the dawn of our government, both parties were Illuminati fronts. After the publication of his satire, Wilson went on to build a career as an essayist, philosopher, and futurist that grabbed the attention of a full spectrum of left-wing and right-wing aficionados. As with Adam Weishaupt, 50. Himself, much of his readership came to regard Wilson as the keeper of secrets and perhaps a mastermind plotter bent on world domination. Wilson championed an almost deliberately naive prescription for human betterment that borrowed from his friend, the LSD guru Timothy Leary. The two futurists summarized their plot for the future with the motto space migration, intelligence intensification, and life extension. As much as that appealed to stoner science fiction fans, it essentially summarized the more widely held, if not so well articulated, philosophy of mainstream scientific humanism. Wilson characterized himself as a cheerleader for the space program, for scientific advances that could expand the human lifespan and in general whatever promoted people becoming smarter, funnier, and able to grasp the cosmic humor of the conspiracy that had entangled his name with Weishaupt. In an age of true conspiracies, with authentic electoral process subverted by the schemes and scams of the ruling elite connected to still dimly understood power blocks that do include secret alliances and societies, Wilson's simple philosophy came off as enlightenment to his readers. Weishaupt, too, was a product of enlightenment. He opposed strictly religious authority in favor of the rationalism of the Enlightenment. The domination of the Catholic Church in his time made such an inclination something that only could be encouraged in secret, and the idea of the secret society became much in vogue for the intelligentsia of the period. Weishaupt founded the historical Illuminati at the University of Ingolstadt in South Germany in May 1776, patterned after the Freemasons. It conscripted wealthy young men into a program of self-confessionals, study and secret fraternity, creating a network of contacts that advanced their public careers, a kind of invisible college that actually did bring progressive ideas into some state institutions. So much so, in fact, that the Bavarian government banned the Illuminati in 1784. In the following years, the Brotherhood of Secret Enlightenment became accused of everything from the Reign of Terror in France to overthrow plots against all religion and government in Europe. What impact Robert Anton Wilson's lifetime of Illuminist provocation will remain to be seen. On January 6, 2007, he sent a final note to his internet group Mind. Hi there. Various medical authorities swarm in and out of here predicting I have between 2 days and months to live. I think they are guessing. I remain cheerful and unimpressed. I look forward without dogmatic optimism but without dread. I love you all and I deeply implore you to keep the lasagna flying. Please pardon my levity, I don't see how to take death seriously. It seems absurd. Raw. 51. As fitting that a last ironic chuckle comprised Wilson's final personal communication to his readers, so too that his last bit of expository prose, the following essay on Adam Weishaupt, concerned the Enlightenment figure resurrected for them in his satire. Chorus. Rarely is the question asked, is our children learning? George W. Bush. The only book you've got to read is The Godfather. That's the only one that tells how the world is really run. Roberto Calvi, President, Banco Ambrosiano, Stretched, London, 18/6/1982, quoted by Gerwin. Adam Weishaupt founded or revived the secret order of the Illuminati on May 1, 1776, that much seems like historical fact. All else remains disputed and heatedly controversial. Most historians believe the Illuminati originally recruited only high-degree Freemasons, and every generation since 1785 when the Bavarian government discovered and outlawed the Illuminati, Freemasons have faced the charge that they remain under Illuminati control. They all deny it, of course. Well, not all of them. A Scotch Freemason, John Robison, in his Proofs of a Conspiracy, claimed the damned Illuminati had taken over continental European Masonry. He wrote chiefly to warn the lodges of England, Scotland, and Ireland against a similar coup. Ever since Robison, the Masonic/Illuminati debate has included those who think the Weishautians have taken over all Freemasonic lodges, those like Robison who think they've only infiltrated some, and those, including the Encyclopaedia Britannica, who see Illuminism as a short-lived movement of Republican free thought which never had a major influence on Masonry or on anything else. But the Illuminati debate covers a lot more ground than that. For example, Chris Milligan in his Fleshing Out Skull and Bones presents that Yale Society as a branch of the Illuminati. In case you don't know, Some prominent bonusmen have included Bush I, Bush II, Henry Luce of Time, Justice Potter Stewart, an all-star cast of the captains of American banking, publishing, and politics, and most of the directors of the CIA. Sure, you really want to know more about this? From another angle, Akron Darrell, in his History of Secret Societies, argues that Weishaupt did not invent but only refurbished the Illuminati, which he relates to earlier movements known as the Holy Vam. 52. Alumbrados, Rauschenaya etc., while the more exuberant John Steinbacher in Novus Ordo Seclorum traces them all the way back to the Garden of Eden. They were founded, he says, by Cain, the son not of the holy marriage of Adam and Eve but of an illicit and satanic coupling between Eve and the serpent. How's that for hot stuff? Bestiality, Satanism, and all the themes for a new X-Files movie. Meanwhile, Eliphas Levi's History of Magic traces the Illuminati back to Zarathustra and claims its secret doctrine came down to Weishaupt via Manichaeism, the Knights Templar and Freemasonry. This places them as part of the same occult tradition as Giordano Bruno, Dr. John D. Aleister Crowley, and the Sufis of Islam. But on the fourth or fifth hand, a British researcher named Nesta Webster sees the Illuminati as the brains behind socialism, communism, anarchism, and the Prussian government from 1776 to 1918. On the sixth hand, J.F.C. Moore argues that the Illuminati, a secret source of fascist occultism, inspired such odd birds as Aaron Burr, Adolf Hitler, and J. Edgar Hoover, but Philip Campbell Argyle Smith claims they are extraterrestrial invaders from the planet Vulcan. They call themselves Jews on this planet, he adds. Whether that means all Jews are Vulcans, or only some of them, seems unclear to me, but the most famous Vulcan, Mr. Spock, is Jewish insofar as being performed by a Jewish actor makes one at least partially Jewish, whatever that means. Maybe Argyle Smith has looked at too many Star Trek movies. He also credits the Illuminized Vulcans with managing the thugs of India, the Zionists in Israel, the Rothschild banks, the Communist International, the Theosophical Society, Freemasonry, and the assassins of medieval Afghanistan. I don't know why he left out George Bush and Al-Qaeda, maybe he just wrote too soon. Another cosmic Illuminati theory appeared in the East Village Other June 1969, it included Skull and Bones, the Rothschilds, the Nation of Islam, Richard Nixon, the Black Panthers, the Bank of America, the Rosicrucians, the Holy Vam, the Federal Reserve and the Combine's fog machine. That one must contain some hidden jokes. According to the Roger Spark, a radical Chicago newspaper, Weishaupt actually murdered George Washington and served in his place for his 2 terms as president. The John Birch Society, of course, has a different slant on all this. According to Gary Allen, the editor of their news magazine, American Opinion, Adam Weishaupt was a monster, but the Illuminati only got really monstrous after its capture by English adventurer/billionaire Cecil Rhodes, who used it to establish British domination of the world. The Council. 53. On Foreign Relations acts as its most important front in the U.S. today, according to Allen. Sandra Glass, however, thinks of the Illuminati as a group of clandestine potheads which included the medieval assassins, Weishaupt, Goethe, Washington, the first mayor Richard Daley of Chicago and Ludwig van Beethoven. Beethoven, you may gasp. Well, oddly enough, a recent, scholarly and non-conspiratorial biography of the great Ludwig van, by Maynard Solomon, says Mr. B wrote some of his music under commission from the Illuminati and had many friends in the order itself. Solomon doesn't mention the pot, though, maybe Ludwig, like a recent president with a perpetual hard-on, didn't inhale. Then again, Adam Gorightly in The Prankster and the Conspiracy claims that all recent Illuminati research has become confused and chaotic because of a hoax conspiracy, also called the Illuminati, founded by one Kerry Thornley, a man accused of involvement in the JFK assassination by New Orleans DA Jim Garrison. According to Gorightly, this neo-Illuminati aims to bedevil and mock the efforts of sincere conspiracy researchers, and he even accuses the author of this essay of involvement in this fiendish plot. I, of course, refuse to dignify this absurd charge with a denial, which nobody would believe anyway. Besides, as Rev. Ivan Stang of the Church of the Subgenius says in Maybe Logic, well, if I was a member of the Illuminati, I wouldn't say so, would I? Anti-chorus. We are not victims of the world we see, we are victims of the way we see the world. Denis Kucinich. I think God is sending us a message: if you can't take a joke, go fuck yourselves. Woody Allen. What does Diogenes' lamp reveal about the real Adam Weishaupt and the real Illuminati? A book works like a mirror, somebody said once. When a monkey looks in, no philosopher looks out. I can only tell you what this book seems to me. Others, I feel certain, will find other things in it, including coded references to Vulcans, Skull and Bones, Zarathustra, the Holy Vem, communism, Mary Magdalene, the Federal Reserve, the Combine's fog machine et al. To me, this book seems to support the most cautious and conservative of my sources, the Encyclopedia Britannica, and old Adam looks much like a weary defender of Republican free thought, 18th century style. In other words, he seems a distant relative, philosophically speaking, of Adam. 54. Smith, Hume, Voltaire, Jefferson, Franklin, Tom Paine, i.e. of all those libertarian ideas currently as unfashionable in this country as in the Bavaria in Weishauпт's day. I know why he seems weary to me. Trying to teach liberation to people who feel reconciled to their slavery can really grind you down, in 1804 or 2006. I also think I see an influence of Kant, and perhaps a foreshadowing of Hegel, in the semantic structure used continually by Weishaupt. X seems true, not X also seems true, we'll have to think more about that. Aquinas did the same trick, but always comes down on the side of safe orthodoxy, papist flavor. Weishaupt throws the ball back to the reader, although you may not always catch him doing that. I do not see any conclusive proof that the Illuminati plotted anything nefarious or even illegal, except insofar as free thought itself remained illegal in Southern Europe. But I also don't see any conclusive proof that they wouldn't and couldn't and didn't do nasty things. As a secret society hidden inside the secret society of Freemasonry, the Illuminati will always remain somewhat mysterious, and pedants and paranoids will argue about it until the last galoot's ashore. Perhaps Tom Jefferson got it right when he said that secret societies seemed necessary in Europe, haunted by monarchy and papism, but not in the United States. Certainly, when the Constitution remained the law of the land, no sane person would feel the need for secret societies here. Do I dare add, but now with the Constitution in cryonic suspension? No, I better not. Better safe than sorry. On the other hand, not just secret societies but secrecy itself or even privacy seem increasingly impossible under the reign of George III. They have hidden cameras everywhere. They bug our phones. If they want to, they can read every keystroke on my computer, including this one. They can even pry into the contents of our bladders, in random tests explicitly forbidden by that wonderful, moribund Constitution. Sweet grieving Jesus, there's no place we can escape or hide or feel alone, is there? Sometimes, tossing and trying to sleep in the wee hours, I explore the ideas rejected by my skeptical waking mind. Maybe the most paranoid fantasies about the Illuminati contain some truth, maybe. Maybe the all-seeing eye on the dollar bill does represent the fascist state those bastards want. Maybe all those internet rants about Skull and Bones serving as a recruiter for the Illuminati have some foundation in fact, after all. Maybe we should really worry when the choice in a presidential election remains limited to two rich bonusmen. What is it Weishaupt wrote? Whoever is rich, very rich, can do anything. Maybe we should regard Illuminati as a generic term, or a metaphor. Maybe every power structure acts a lot like the most paranoid fantasies. 55. About the Illuminati, especially when it feels threatened. No, that way lies madness, schizophrenia, and Usenet trolls. After some sound sleep, I wake, the shadows flee, and I remember that all's for the best in this best of all possible worlds. Voltaire didn't intend that as sarcasm, did he? Robert Anton Wilson. Deep Underground. Somewhere in occupied USA. From Diogenes' Lamp. Or, An Examination of Our Present-Day Morality and Enlightenment. By Adam Weishaupt, translated by Amelia Gill, edited by Andrew Swanland. But, lords, we hear this fearful tempest sing, yet seek no shelter to avoid the storm. We see the wind sit sore upon our sails, and yet we strike not, but securely perish. We see the very wreck that we must suffer, and unavoided is the danger now for suffering so the causes of our wreck. Richard II, Act 2, SC 1. Our knowledge is a whole. If our first principles and ideas are flawed, this error will spread to all branches of our knowledge. They even give our individual actions their unmistakable character. So, if we remain in the dark today about certain main questions upon which our welfare or woe depends, then it is solely because there is not enough respect for the higher principles, because we are considering a subordinated purpose to be the chief purpose, and consequently are not unifying the varying points of view into a highest and final point of view, as we ought to be doing. For this reason, despite our supposed enlightenment, we do not know with certainty whether the world is heading toward evil or toward improvement, and this fact is the source of the most harmful results, as I have proven above. Even more harmful, we know equally little about whether we ourselves are good or evil, what the purpose of our existence is, whether we are in fact ruined, and whether our ruin is incurable. Likewise, we know not whether reason and enlightenment are good or evil things that ought to be encouraged or impeded. We even appear to think that a government's strength rests on the 57. Blindness and ignorance of its subjects. This leads one to the conclusion that we still have very inadequate ideas about even the foundations of the highest authority. Before these questions are resolved, no one can be surprised if we are the same today as we were centuries ago. But they cannot be resolved before the point of view has been fixed. To place this point of view beyond doubt and thus to determine whether the world is good or evil, our ruin incurable, to determine the true foundation of the highest authority, whether ignorance is a lasting foundation for the same, whether reason should be encouraged or suppressed. My goal in this treatise is to prove all these things. This subject appears vast to me. To me, it seems the most important but also the unhappiest subject a writer could choose. It seems important to me because it goes to the single and true core of the matter and grasps evil by its roots. If anything can still be done to abet humanity's ennoblement and happiness, it can only be done in this way. But I tell you it is also the most unhappy way that can be selected by a writer, and I could wish that I had erred in my judgment. Success will prove me only too right, however. This subject is an unhappy one to take up. For the examination itself is a thankless task and can do aught else but make hateful the writer. It is a thankless subject. For it interests no one. Everyone already has their own system for dealing with this matter, and those who lack a system would prefer not to have one. Books of this sort are never read, or people read them to be able to refute them. Men read no morals now, it was a custom. But all are to their fathers' vices born. And in their mother's ignorance are bred. If you have children, never give them knowledge, 'twill spoil their fortune, fools are all the fashion. If you've religion, keep it to yourselves. Atheists will else make use of toleration. And lafia aut anti. Otway, The Orphan, Act 3. But it is also a dangerous subject because it cannot be dealt with without disparaging humanity's moral conceit and administering a telling blow to our own self-love. Our egoism will not refrain from exacting revenge and repayment in kind. It has more than one false ground to choose from as justification for such intentions. Such enterprises awaken the suspicion, however, that people consider themselves wiser and better than everyone else. People seldom reprimand the errors and transgressions of others without betraying a certain maliciousness and proud schadenfreude. I must leave it to my readers to decide what they will be pleased to think. 58. About me in this regard. Any excuses on my part would only add weight to their suspicions. To this end, I have nothing better to say than what Rousseau declares at the start of his Confessions. Gene suis fait comme aucun de ceux que j'ai vus, j'ose croire en être fait comme aucun de ceux qui existent. Si vox pomuo, au moins je suis autre. Si la nature ou bien ou mal fait de briser le moule, dans l'équal le maget, c'est ce dont on ne peut juger tu après m'avoir lu. So much is certain, my way of seeing things is quite different from others' ways. I do not deny that my way could be false. But anyone who wishes to disregard it completely is undeniably wrong. Precisely because it deviates greatly from their ways of seeing things, my way's great contrast can enable anyone who truly desires further perfectioning to uncover many an unused aspect and find results that they never would have found in any other way. My work provides much food for thought and for comparison. I dare to vouch for this. It is true that this sort of thing rarely occurs free of pretensions and vanity, and for the most part can be interpreted to mean nothing more than that I think people are no good because they are not as I am or as I require them to be. They would be better if they were as I need them to be to further my own intentions. But should this be grounds for eliminating all instruction and leaving people to their own devices with no further guidance? Should this be grounds for all writers to fall silent? Show me the writers who would consider themselves incapable of teaching others and thus less wise than their readers. What would be their purpose in writing if they did not believe that other people were not in need of a lesson in something, a lesson that, according to the writer's personal delusion, no one would be as capable of delivering as themselves? We authors are thus permitted our vanity, and we in turn allow our readers to judge our labors for themselves, according to their preferences. We only ask them to remember that the delusion that one can do without all instruction betrays no lesser an arrogance and is much more harmful. Because we humans have too many reasons to wish that we never be recognized for what we in fact are, because we cannot be more painfully insulted than when someone takes the trouble to destroy the illusions in which our vanity has veiled itself, which happens when the baselessness of our virtues is demonstrated. For such reasons alone it is very easy to comprehend that a moral writer could not do more to spoil his relationship with his readers than by touching on this area they despise so much. Unfortunately, that is what occurs in this book. It is even this book's primary and most especial objective. The natural consequence is that everyone closes their minds and accuses anyone dealing with such topics of deliberate viciousness. Such people are thus feared and hated and lose any ability to successfully influence others. I concede quite freely that this is not the way. 59. To win people's hearts, and that it is even less suited for finding one's fortune in the world. No vanity could be more foolish than the wish to be known as a good judge of human nature. Everyone judges people who praise themselves, as Caesar praised Cassius, whether rightly or no. He is a great observer, and he looks quite through the deeds of men. Such men as he be never at heart's case. Whilst they behold a greater than themselves, and therefore are they very dangerous. Julius Caesar, Act I, Sc. 2. Anyone who knows people knows their weaknesses, and these weaknesses are precisely what people least want to be known, which would force people to be rather than to merely appear. Thus not only is their self-love disturbed, but also their lethargy and laziness, which they feel is a great, irreconcilable crime. For this reason I very much understand how a practiced and clever man of the world might be obliged to feign ignorance and inexperience and create the illusion that he does not notice many a thing that is right before his eyes. But what do we reap from this for mankind's true benefit? Only that our deception be everlasting, that people always act as they did before, and that humanity remain a mystery to itself forever and thus never achieves its potential. The question thus arises, ought we to improve ourselves, or not? If yes, then it is the moralist's duty to track down the sources and discover the basis of the evil. And this basis can always be found in the driving forces motivating our actions. For no matter how much we humans differ in our opinions, I do believe the more reasonable of us recognize as a general truth that our greatest good and our greatest woes on this earth all stem from people's way of acting, which in turn is based on something else, on the fundamental beliefs inspiring the actions. But because these convictions themselves are the result of certain ideas and principles, all humanity's happiness and misery thus depend on the prevailing ideas and principles prevailing in each age, which have no choice but to be false when moral decline is great and the manner of acting is wrong. Be that as it may, we now know what matters. We are going to have to keep to what is before our eyes and, as the visible portion is incontradictable, to our contemporaries' manner of acting, and the reasons that motivate our contemporaries, examining the ideas and principles that produce similar behaviors. So much remains undeniable: if our era is as corrupted as people say, it is impossible for our enlightenment today to be true and of the highest nature. Our ideas about the most important things in life cannot but be wrong, and in studying humanity we must run into results everywhere that our own self-love would very much like to hide away. 60. Consequently, if progress is to be made in the moral world, all our energies must be focused on waking people up from their dozings and stimulating them to better examination of themselves and others. To this end, we must get to know the true forces driving our actions. This cannot occur without the most rigorous examination of our prior reasons and development of our inadequate ones. For all human beings act as they do because they are firmly convinced no one could behave more reasonably. You could reliably count on them to renounce their former behavior if they could be fully convinced that it was impractical and unreliable. For this reason, it is absolutely necessary that people be neither flattered nor supported in the delusion that they have achieved culmination. This sort of behavior is high treason to human nature. People too inclined to think themselves better than they truly are absolutely have to be taught to adjust their opinion downwards, and consider themselves weak and imperfect. Wherever people believe they are acting for the most sublime reasons, they must become acquainted with their self-deception and be brought to the point where they can see the commonplace game of propped-up, small-minded amour-propre. For these reasons alone my readers will already have concluded that my aim in this treatise could not possibly have been to eulogize our virtues. The purpose of this treatise is in fact to expose the vanity and emptiness of our virtues. I will seek out every weakness and conceal none. But I will also in no way keep silent about the goodness in us. Even my rebukes will be in protection of the excellence of our nature. Not I, but others declare our ruination incurable. Only these others believe that force is the only thing will have an effect upon us. They alone are the ones who despise and blaspheme mankind. I for my part am developing the inadequate aspects of our behavior. I look for them in my own behavior, as the closest source with which I am best acquainted, to discover the causes of these flaws, to prove that not everything has happened yet that is capable of happening, to show that despite all our persisting flaws we humans have something great and splendid at our core, that even our greatest defects have an innocent source, that it will be impossible for us to change and improve while certain conditions and causes remain in existence. I for my part shall prove that we are as good as we can be under such circumstances, that it is true that we are not what we ought to be on the strength of our destiny, but that everyone who ever requires more from us before the sources have been eliminated does not understand human nature and is demanding sheer impossibilities. People should therefore refrain from calling things malicious that are in fact the true and unfeigned love of mankind and the result of a more rigorous and natural observing spirit. I am malicious, if this way of being different deserves to be called malicious, because I am neither a flatterer nor blind, because I distinguish between the better driving forces and the worse ones, because no one could wish more for things to be better than they are, and because at the same time I am convinced that things cannot be better until people stop failing to recognize the true forces driving their actions. If using a higher standard to 61. Determine people's true value indicates maliciousness, then I cannot deny that I am malicious, and I believe I would be the loser if I were any other way. If all those people to whose hands I will lose these pages immediately after they are published only knew how hard and bitter was their preparation, they would pity me rather than hate me. These pages are a true child of pain. They were conceived and born in pain. Their entire contents are the result of much sorrowful experience, some of it even my own. It is not easy for a writer to write a book under more adverse conditions, with less encouragement, with more distrust of his insight, overwhelmed from all sides by a more painful sense of his own weakness, overwhelming from all sides, with more consideration for the inevitable disapproval, the world's censure, new enemies and persecutions, and even with more physical and domestic suffering, amidst the ruins of his happiness and his family, with more frequent interruptions, and thus writing, so to speak, with the medicine bottle in hand. My contemporaries have done everything possible to destroy my self-confidence from the ground up and to render me as ineffective as possible, me, who in a more effective position could without a doubt have accomplished so much more. They have misjudged me in a way that is not easy to misjudge someone. I shall be loved, when I am lacked. 62. The Idiot's Guide to the Cryptocracy. By Craig Haimbichner. If you are outside enough of the mainstream current, you may know something of the cryptocracy. Nevertheless, for many the term remains mysterious, if only because it is not commonplace, although the reality is as immediate as the water in which a fish swims, and for similar reasons remains unnoticed. The term provokes responses which range from knee-jerk dismissals in the halls of academia, to wide-eyed fascination from those who have transferred credibility from Yale professors to internet blogs. Either group serves the cryptocracy well enough. What the cryptocracy fears is persistent, intelligent activism born of reflection. To this writer's knowledge, the term cryptocracy was first used in 1960 by Louis Pauwels and Jacques Bergier in their reckless but creative work Les Matins de Magiciens, where they write, "The language of knowledge and power is incomprehensible to the outside world. Physico-mathematical research presupposes a different king of mental structure. At the highest level, those who, in Einstein's phrase, have the power to make far-reaching decisions on good and evil, constitute a real cryptocracy." The term was later picked up by Walter Bowart, who described the operation of CIA Manchurian candidates in Operation Mind Control. The term has also been used by Michael A. Hoffman too in his study Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare. Introducing the cryptocracy. One could introduce the cryptocracy in a number of ways. A famous description of the reality which predates the term itself occurs in Benjamin Disraeli's 1844 classic Koningsby. The world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. As a member of the British Parliament, thrice Chancellor of the Exchequer, first Earl of Beaconsfield, and twice Prime Minister of England, Disraeli was 63. In a position to know both the scenes and what and who stood behind them. In other words, Disraeli observed and described the cryptocracy, or at least part of it. Nor was he alone. Passing from example to definition, cryptocracy as a concept is relatively easy to understand. It refers to a secret rulership, a hidden, elite network of power brokers or puppet masters who covertly pull the strings behind the show, which passes for government or similarly observable societal structures. In principle, the term can cover a miniature body affecting a small-scale change, or can also refer to an umbrella organization under which any number of plots and bodies could be objectives and targets of influence and control. In a sense, cryptocracy is a corollary to corruption, and hence implies conspiracy. But the cryptocracy is not reducible to any particular conspiracy theory, and is incompatible with several simplified theories. Nonetheless, the cryptocracy is an assumption behind sound conspiracy analysis, behind accusations or suspicions which resonate with contemporary skepticism about governmental integrity. In this sense, positing a cryptocracy, whether local or large, multiform or conceptually overarching, is tantamount to declaring that one is not incredibly naive. Academia and media gatekeepers. In spite of a show of independence on display in the halls of academia, many educational institutions serve as information gatekeepers and thought police. Classrooms often become props for the establishment while feigning inquiry about limited aspects of some governmental activities. An example of such control is the consistent denunciation in universities and media regarding conspiracy theories, when in fact these same gatekeepers promote establishment-sanctioned conspiracy theory, often as fact. For example, after the vaunted, alleged terror plot to down 10 airliners proclaimed by U.S. and British intelligence agencies on August 10, 2006, the media parroted the story for days even though no independent corroboration was given to a story whose source was the same intelligence agencies that led us into a war in Iraq based on the deception regarding weapons of mass destruction. The following day, the Los Angeles Times stated that this is the latest in a series of conspiracies apparently rooted in the disaffection of young British-born Muslims, many of Pakistani descent, who cast themselves as part of a jihadist struggle against Britain, which they see as an outrider of the United States in Iraq, Afghanistan, and now Lebanon. When conspiracy theory serves the purposes of the cryptocracy, it is proclaimed as fact from the rooftops in a relentless media blitz of big lie repetition. Retailing conspiracy theory serves the establishment by demonizing others and taking the focus off the average couch potatoes current. 64. Complicity by inaction in U.S. Israeli joint governmental extermination operations in the Middle East. The percipient is thus distracted and can't see the evil that this government is pulling off literally beneath his nose. Sorcery under your nose. Dismissal of the cryptocracy indicates a staggering state of denial. To expose the intellectual bankruptcy of a priori denials of cryptocracy requires but a short list. One can turn to the memos, now unearthed proving FDR's foreknowledge, deliberate inaction and cover-up in order to secure war. Or fast forward to a déjà vu replay on September 11 by Diobia, whose lies, cover UPS, and complicity in the Twin Tower ritual demolition are undeniable. No neocon propagandist like Michael Weiner has been able to explain the most obvious proof of government complicity: the coordinated failure of the mandated military response of jet interception during the 9/11 assault. Such a staggering coordinated non-response could only have happened if an override stand-down order had been issued from the highest levels of our government. This inside job aspect of 9/11 did not escape notice in Europe. In July 2003, Michael Meacher, longtime cabinet minister, noted that the massive coordinated vacuum of military interception pointed to the obvious fact that U.S. air security operations had been deliberately stood down on September 11. Meacher cited an advance plan of the event posted by the neocon think tank, the Project for the New American Century. This plan specifically called for a new Pearl Harbor prior to 9/11 in order to make America tomorrow's dominant force. In Germany, high-ranking cabinet minister Andreas von Bülow published a book claiming that the U.S. government directed the attacks on September 11. Europe looked at 9/11 and saw the cryptocracy. Only in America is the obvious routinely ignored like the proverbial elephant in the room with the help of a few newspeak terms. These are only two interrelated instances of the cryptocracy in action, both of which simultaneously reveal and conceal via misdirection. The cryptocracy has in fact entered the phase in which it is revealing its own plans to its enslaved servitors. As James Shelby Downard pointed out, the cryptocracy wants more than power, its aims are source rouse, evoking mass manipulation of psychic processes through occult Masonic rituals enacted on the trestle board of history. In Blood on the Altar, the secret history of the world's most dangerous secret society, this writer explained, the cryptocracy is not a myth. It seeks to transform humanity through an alchemical processing of the mass consciousness or group mind. 65. Which involves various tests and corresponding responses through channels linked to secret societies. The result is both psychological and cultural control, but more importantly, transformation. The cryptocracy has essentially kept the mind of the masses cooking in a cauldron like a Renaissance alchemist, and occasionally tastes, adds ingredients, and stirs. A landscape of corpses courtesy the lodge. The cryptocracy essentially functions through networks, through secret societies based on the Masonic model, ranging from the elite Skull and Bones Order of Bush and Carey to the Serpentine Ordo Templi Orientis or Order of Oriental Templars, which is more a phenomenon than an organization, rising and disappearing with a trail of effects via high-level operatives which is completely out of proportion to its size and history. The occult dimensions and convictions of the cryptocracy are a defining element, and a lack of understanding such matters at a deep level accounts for the plethora of shallow analyses which, for example, reduce the linguistically misnamed war on terror to an oil grab. The cryptocracy may seize oil, but it wants much more, for its egomaniacal network of would-be wizards in urbane business suits meets in backrooms for considerably more than money. These puppet masters seek to implement a perverse Kabbalistic utopia built on a magically and orgasmically charged landscape of corpses. The power of secret societies, whose exposure was once the domain of shunned researchers, has now been thrust into national prominence since the presidential election carried opposing candidates Bush and Kerry both from the same fringe Masonic cult, the Order of Skull and Bones. The good old boy nature and catalytic power of such networks is an open secret, captured by the comment of Goethe, himself a one-time member of the lodge. Freemasonry creates a state within a state. I consider it dangerous. Testing and deepening the trance. The alchemical closure phase of the cryptocracy involves the revelation of the method, explicated by Michael A. Hoffman II in Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare. Hoffman points out the increasing obligation which such revelations place upon the percipients, an important element of the process. These revelations also function as standard hypnotic tests. A veteran hypnotist knows that such successive tests involve a risk of awakening the patient, but if passed successfully, yield two critical results. First, the tests reveal the depth of trance. Second, they sink the receiver down to a deeper level. Revelation of the method functions exactly in this manner, and the fact that the leaks and cues regarding 9/11 have not yet widely enraged and mobilized. 66. The populace into revolution indicates the trance level to be somewhere around deep somnambulism, and the cryptocracy for the moment to be in the driver's seat of the Hummer of the American group mind. A key epic historical instance of these transformative psychomechanics was the Kennedy assassination, which ushered the modern world into the maelstrom of subconscious transformation. The direct revelation of the presence of a dark, hidden power that could remove the popular King of Camelot left its indelible mark, and the 60s felt the shadow even as the nervous populace reveled in its Woodstocks, orgies, and trips. The official story of the Kennedy assassination was so tangibly thin that Oswald attorney Mark Lane was able to rip it quickly into shreds in Rush to Judgment, recognized as unanswerable by historian Hugh Trevor Roper. But it took the genius of James Shelby Downard to decode the alchemical game in his slender classic King Kill 33 Degrees, an unequaled collage of deconstruction of not only the Kennedy assassination, but also of the cryptocracy behind it. The stark nature of the cryptocracy and its modern machinations, from 9/11 to the current U.S. Israeli wars, smacks so strongly of fraud that some academics are beginning to break ranks and rehabilitate the anathematized word conspiracy. Predictably, careers are suffering as a result. Academia has its own inquisition, and professors who deviate must recant their heresies or suffer the proverbial blackball. Professor Norman G. Finkelstein's opposition to Zionist aggression has been libeled as everything from an anti-Semite to a Holocaust denier, two of the strongest current heresy stigmas of the cryptocracy for slating victims for the academic ghetto or, in a growing number of countries, a prison cell. Standing against his colleagues' dogmatism, Finkelstein comments, in The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith observes that capitalists seldom meet together, even for merriment and diversion, but the conversation ends in a conspiracy against the public, or in some contrivance to raise prices. Does this make Smith's classic a conspiracy theory? Indeed, conspiracy theory has become scarcely more than a term of abuse to discredit a politically incorrect sequencing of facts. Similarly, a growing number of scholars have taken a stand against the official lies covering up the cryptocracy's role in 9/11, following the initial work and example of Dr. Griffin noted above. Charles Fort intuited the psychic mechanism driving towards systems of certainty which conveniently redefined new orthodoxies and swept aside unwelcome facts. Fort pulled no punches in his disdain for those who followed redefined dogmatism, a hypnotized host of imbeciles of us, told to look up at the sky. We did like a lot of pointers hypnotized by a partridge. The marginalizing of dissent through new, state-defined orthodoxies is an important control mechanism of the cryptocracy, buttressing its hypnotic and alchemical games and simultaneously enabling the prosecution and persecution of the new heretics. 67. VNRs, PR, and media whores. Severely weakened is the old jibe against critics of the cryptocracy's media whores, thanks to disclosures regarding VNRs or video news releases, a major mechanism for pre-packaging news segments. According to the Center for Media and Democracy's report, fake TV news, widespread and undisclosed, government and corporate publicists and PR firms create information in the form of VNRs which are provided free to stations and are designed to be seamlessly integrated into newscasts. The source of these VNRs is not given in the broadcast material, so that viewers have no idea that they are actually watching in many cases reports bought and paid for by the subjects of the story. According to journalist Sharon Frederick, TV stations disguise VNRs as their own reporting. In every VNR broadcast that CMD documented, the TV station added station-branded graphics and overlays to make VNRs indistinguishable from reports that genuinely originated from their station. A station reporter or anchor revoiced the VNR in more than 60% of the VNR broadcasts, sometimes repeating the publicist's original narrative word for word. Noam Chomsky writes, "Public relations is a huge industry. They're spending by now something on the order of $1 billion a year. All along its commitment was to controlling the public mind. The bewildered herd never gets properly tamed, so this is a constant battle. Nevertheless, the cryptocracy does not orchestrate events via simple, definable routes as imagined by most conspiracy researchers. The alchemical transformation of the group mind involves an interaction between mechanism and zeitgeist or the spirit of the age, part plot and part cipher. Missing this point can lead dupes within the local lodge to mistake their narrow experience for the apprehension of something essentially beyond organization, which exists at the level of a phenomenon. A secret society's transformative power is better indicated by its historical cast of characters who have played key roles in critical moments of cultural alchemy. These events and players need not be analyzed independent of the evolving zeitgeist, but interact with it as guides who are also a symbiotic part of the process. The Kabbalah of psychodrama. The cryptocracy manipulates the waves of groupthink most effectively through imposing the Kabbalistic paradigm. Different from the New Age version popularized by Madonna, the real Kabbalah contains black magic. Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan writes, "Many techniques of the magical schools of 68. Kabbalah involved incantations and amulets, and these were often used for trivial and even questionable purposes. We also find formulas for protection against one's enemies, or even some for doing away with them." Kaplan shows the Kabbalah fall within the domain of black magic and include the hallmark of occult black brothers, namely the intention of harm. Kaplan does not explicate the larger framework of the Kabbalah, for while the average superstitious Judaic practitioner may dabble with amulets and curses, advanced rabbis view it as a comprehensive framework. Masonic lodges inherited this perspective and have played with the symbolism of the Kabbalah in a panoply of ceremonial psychodramas. The cryptocracy thus grounds itself in the red thread of the Kabbalah while offering the masses two false, partial choices of opinion, the left and right, based on Rabbi Luria's formulation of Kabbalah with its twin pillars of mercy and severity. The entire basis of political ping-pong and the games of opinion molders stand revealed as one grasps the importance of the charade of false dilemmas, a game which was updated into modern philosophical language by Hegel. The Hegelian Lurianic paradigm is the tube of the cryptocracy's transmission plugged into the back of the zombie's head. Disconnecting it immediately brings him to a state of cognitive dissonance, which if pursued leads ultimately out of the illusory matrix. Disinformation and the 29/11s. Another staple of psychological warfare in the arsenal of the cryptocracy is the managing of group opinion via disinformation. In this age of information overkill, such a tactic is not only effective in maintaining a requisite level of confusion, but also disturbs and numbs the group mind, keeping percipients unsure and unwilling to confront clues to their own subjection. This tactic has been so successful that rarely are researchers of the cryptocracy eliminated outright as they once were in the days of Captain William Morgan, the famous whistleblower on the Masonic Lodge who was murdered on September 11 in 1826, touching off the temporarily successful anti-Mason movement in the United States. The cryptocracy thus wages psychological warfare and revels in the superstitions of symbol, number, and ritual as weapons against the mind, grounded in Masonic lore and the dark night side of Eden concepts of the Kabbalah. The unfolding of events on the trestle board of modern history can be analyzed as played-out lodge dramas, rituals of initiation, ceremonial psychodrama with a correlated component of psychological warfare. From this standpoint, one should note that the timing of 9/11 corresponds well as a Kabbalah pillar counterbalance to the 9/11 of the 19th century, in which William Morgan was murdered for revealing considerably less than the cryptocracy made clear about itself in the stand down of the U.S. planes. In essence, the contemporary 9/11 was a Twin Tower ritual unfolded with the ceremonial staging of a third-degree lodge drama, akin to the lodge-enacted murder of Hiram Abiff. Morgan revealed what happens in every lodge to Hiram Abiff and was murdered on September 11. The cryptocracy initiated the group mind on a new, parallel 9/11, the mallet to the forehead of the hypnotized, consisting of repeated images flashed on the mass consciousness from every TV screen for weeks. The second or twin 9/11 was a masterpiece of diabolical psychodrama and psychological warfare, and the hoodwinked populace largely succumbed. Terminating hypnosis. Such dynamics of Masonic sorcery illustrate the tactics and nature of the cryptocracy, a quilt whose sections can be seen but whose dimensions are elusive, since they are partly hidden and partly revealed. In analyzing the cryptocracy, the important point is not a grasp of the totality, but rather dehypnotization. To emerge from the trance is immediately to see the fabric and seams, and that is sufficient for standing against the stream even as one continues to study the meaning of events. Initial emergence from hypnosis is itself a bracing satori which rejuvenates and energizes. It can make of one a true revisionist, one who is determined not only, in the credo of the late Professor Harry Elmer Barnes, to bring history into accord with the facts, but also to bring one's mind into accord with the depths of reality, shedding the temptation to acquiesce in the Kabbalistic paradigm of false duality. To the proportion that individuals of such dynamic awareness are present at this moment in the Masonic endgame, to such a degree the cryptocracy trembles, its illusions fade, its grip is broken, and the hidden, Kabbalistic guardians of its Masonic matrix are derided and dethroned. 71. Brotherhood of the Gun, The Masonic World of the Police and Military. By Craig Haimbichner. Judging by the list of books and articles published in the past several years, Freemasonry appears to be enjoying a literary renaissance. Following the successful secret society-themed movies National Treasure and the Da Vinci Code, including the 2007 sequel National Treasure 2, Book of Secrets, public interest seems to have been stimulated, and that interest was met with a plethora of dummies guide publications on the topic, as well as more serious, if slanted, works on Masonic history. The dominant image of Freemasonry as a powerful institution appears to have been studiously relegated, in most of these writings, largely to the past, to the founding of the United States Republic, reaching a lodge power peak in the 1960s. Currently, we are told, Freemasonry is dying out, populated by old men, nothing to form the stuff of conspiracy theories. The Book of Hiram, Freemasonry, Venus, and the Secret Key to the Life of Jesus by Freemasons Christopher Knight and Robert Lomas begins with 3 words, Freemasonry is dying. Similarly, the U.S. News & World Report 2007 special edition on secret societies states that the order has slowly lost more than half its members. One suppressed in these analyses, however, is the immense power of lodges among the police and military, an unspoken fact of Masonic history. The image of a brotherhood armed and ready to arrest or kill belies the popular image of the lodge as a decaying Elks Club, and just might factor in, as we shall see, to our current military misadventure in Iraq, which carries strange overtones of mystical toponymy and associations in Masonic lore. To grasp the intersection of Freemasonry with bedrock institutions such as the police or the military, one must understand that Freemasonry exists in both a narrow and a larger sense. In the narrow sense usually invoked by Freemasons when pressed about such matters, Freemasonry is properly restricted to the activities of the Grand Lodge and official Masonic lodges. 72. which have received a warrant or charter from the Grand Lodge in their jurisdiction. Freemasons are technically correct in stating that they have no jurisdiction over related orders such as those which form, in part, the subject of this article. However, this answer is less than forthcoming, and seems in the eyes of critics to provide a bit of cover. 2. It is easy to document the intersection of the Grand Lodge with police and military lodges, both in terms of overlapping membership and direct support. These relationships are complex but resolvable if we take Freemasonry, as we do here, to involve a larger fraternal sphere of institutions modeled upon its structure, purposes, and core attitudes, derived from the original Masonic constitutions and landmarks. 3. Many of these Masonic facets are imitated and adapted in the sprawling world of fraternal orders derived from Freemasonry proper, including orders for police and military personnel. In this defensible wider sense, Freemasonry is hardly the domain of shriveled old men, nor is it dying or powerless, as we shall see. Keystone Cops and the FOP. Let us begin with the police. Movie buffs will immediately recall the rollicking, good-natured slapstick fun of the Keystone Cops, but they might easily miss the Masonic reference, for the keystone is the topmost stone of an arch and an important symbolic element in Royal Arch Masonry. 4. It might also come as a surprise to many readers to learn that the lodges of the Fraternal Order of the Police carry a membership, according to their most recent official count, of more than 324,000 members in more than 2,100 lodges. 5. Since the retirement age for police typically begins at 55, this fact should somewhat modify the image of Masons as powerless old men if we include fraternal police brothers in the picture. The Fraternal Order of the Police has a long history, nearly a century long. Begun in 1915 by 2 Pittsburgh patrol officers, Martin Toole and Delbert Nagel, 21 other cops met on May 14, 1915 and held the first meeting of the Fraternal Order of the Police, forming Fort Pitt Lodge No. 1. Interestingly, the FOP not only mimicked the Masonic structure, but also adopted a 5-pointed star as their emblem, containing twin Masonic images of the all-seeing eye and a typical Masonic style grip. The adoption of the 5-pointed star carries significance. The 5-pointed star or pentagram is a key esoteric symbol in Freemasonry called the blazing star, with ancient roots in the occult veneration of the binary dog star Sirius. As Grand Commander Albert Pike writes in his defining Masonic work Morals and Dogma of the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite. 73. Of Freemasonry, Sirius still glitters in our lodges as the blazing star. 6. These symbolic ties illustrate an intimate connection between the Fraternal Order of the Police and the Masonic Lodge, from whence the former is derived by imitation and inspiration. It is not uncommon to see mutual association between the FOP and a local Masonic lodge. For example, the website of the FOP, Oregon Pioneer Lodge No. 4, expresses gratitude to the Masonic Lodge for hosting and supporting their members. We would also like to thank the officers and brethren of Beaverton Lodge No. 100 Ancient Free and Accepted Masons of Oregon for their support. When we started this FOP Lodge in January 1996, we were given a place in the Beaverton Masonic Temple to hold our meetings and receive our mail. The Masons did this without charging us a nickel. 7. Similarly, we find a direct acknowledgement of Masonic roots of the FOP on the website of the Political Action Committee for the Tulsa Fraternal Order of Police, the traditions found in the Lions Clubs, the Elks Clubs, or Masonic lodges were the foundations of the FOP traditions and ceremonies. 8. Bobbies for the Lodge. In addition to the FOP, police membership in the Grand Lodge itself became a source of controversy in England in the 1980s following the publication of Stephen Knight's The Brotherhood, The Secret World of the Freemasons. Knight spent several chapters detailing the extensive membership and effect of Freemasonry among police in England, including Scotland Yard. Typical of Knight's successful interviewing technique is the statement, obtained from a Scotland Yard Deputy Assistant Commissioner. Nearly all of my colleagues and seniors are Masons. A lot of people at the Yard have got into positions they shouldn't be in purely and simply because they've got Masonry behind them. But if you think anything can be done about it, you're wasting your time. 9 Knight's book touched off a sensation in England. Knight died a year later at the age of 33, his work was carried on in Martin Short's Inside the Brotherhood. Short spends several chapters covering the police-Masonic connection, beginning with revelations about the British Police Lodge, the Manor of St. James's, number 9179, which was founded by brethren, all of whom had served as police officers in C or St. James's district of the Metropolitan Police. 10 The founder members included some of the highest-ranking officers in Scotland Yard. 11 Short also recounts an exchange which he witnessed in the Palace of Westminster, in which a non-Masonic Tory MP heard from one of his constituents, a businessman claiming to have been victim of a Masonic conspiracy. The businessman thought the police investigating the 74 affair were dragging their feet in order to protect Masons inside and outside the force. Hence he met the MP and asked him to mention Freemasonry in a letter of complaint to the Chief Constable. The MP's reply: "I don't think you should mention the Freemasons. If you want these people to do their job properly, it's best not to upset them." 12. Both Knight's and Short's books touched off a furor with the British general public, leading to a March 1997 report in the House of Commons on Freemasonry in the police and judiciary recommending that police officers, magistrates, judges, and Crown prosecutors should be required to register membership of any secret society and that the record should be publicly available. A follow-up second report of May 25, 1999 on Freemasonry in public life noted the acceptance and extension of these recommendations by the Home Office. The report cites the concerns of a Mr. Rourke, stating that if it is possible for a Freemason of Mr. Rourke's experience to believe that Masonic influence can sometimes be used improperly, then it is not unreasonable for those who are not Freemasons to reach the same conclusion. Allowing for some public paranoia about Freemasonry, the report finishes. It is clear, however, from some of the examples cited in this report, and the previous report, that there are cases where allegations of improper Masonic influence may well be justified. 13. This improper Masonic influence, let us keep in mind, was documented to have operated within the sphere of the police and the English system of justice, and was due to lodge membership by elements of both ranks. Some citizens of the UK reacted. A vivid example was the formation by one James Todd of Vomit, or Victims of Masonic Ill-Treatment. The Vomit website was shut down in February 1999, ostensibly for defamatory remarks made about government officials in the United Kingdom whom Todd had criticized as corrupt members of a Masonic good old boy network. 14. A modern Mark Twain might observe that there is nothing like the exercise of heavy-handed power to convincingly refute accusations of heavy-handed power. J. Edgar Hoover, Cross-dresser and Mason's Mason. Thus far we have only explored some examples of Masonic and fraternal interplay within the ordinary world of the police. But our examination would be cursory if we neglected to turn a spotlight on the intersection of the Lodge and the world of special intelligence, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Central Intelligence Agency. Indeed, Masonic and fringe Masonic involvement in espionage and backscene power brokering in various countries is part of an unseen tapestry of history. 75. Which has been left out of public school textbooks and prime-time, corporate network discussions. J. Edgar Hoover's membership in Freemasonry, for example, is seldom mentioned, although his hidden laundry as a homosexual and transvestite has been aired by Anthony Summers in Official and Confidential, The Secret Life of J. Edgar Hoover. 15. Hoover was an icon of Freemasonry in the world of intelligence and stood at the pinnacle of Masonic honor and membership. According to a Grand Lodge website, Brother Hoover was raised November 9, 1920 at Federal Lodge No. 1, Washington, D.C. 16. The website of the Library and Museum of the Supreme Council, 3-3 Southern Jurisdiction gives much more detail in the online J. Edgar Hoover collection. During his 52 years with the craft, he received innumerable medals, awards, and decorations. In 1955, for instance, he was coroneted a 33rd degree Inspector General Honorary and awarded the Scottish Rite's highest recognition, the Grand Cross of Honour, in 1965. 17. Masons bury the truth about a dead Kennedy. Hoover's dubious role in the aftermath of the John F. Kennedy assassination included supplying strong testimony and information to the Warren Commission, which in turn issued a report which has been ventilated for its omissions and distortions. 18 Hoover, for example, stated that there was no scintilla of evidence of any conspiracy, and that Oswald shot the president. 19 Hoover's testimony provided the Warren Commission with an appearance of solidity which stood like a wall for decades against evidence to the contrary, including direct evidence from Charles A. Crenshaw, the surgeon who tried to save JFK and who testified that the bullet wounds came from the front, not the back, in contrast to the Hoover-Warren Company line. 20 other authors have explored in detail an alleged symbolic Masonic staging to the entire assassination of President Kennedy. James Shelby Downard dissected the specific numerological and occult associations of the JFK assassination as part and parcel of Masonic lore. One of the most famous of his observations correlates the mysterious 3 hobos at the scene with the 3 unworthy craftsmen who play the role of assassins in the Master Mason degree ritual. 21 Downard considers their mysterious appearance in an anomalous photograph to be a Masonic calling card. In addition, Hoover's role in the Masonically dominated Warren Commission is noted by Downard. Mason Lyndon Johnson appointed Mason Earl Warren to investigate the death of Catholic Kennedy. Mason and member of the 33rd degree Gerald R. Ford, was instrumental in suppressing what little evidence of a conspiratorial nature reached the Commission. Responsible for supplying information to the Commission was Mason and member of the 33rd degree, J. Edgar Hoover. Former CIA Director and Mason Allen Dulles was responsible for most of his agency's data to the panel. 76. Downard concludes, is it paranoid to be suspicious of the findings of the panel on these grounds? Would it be paranoid to suspect a panel of Nazis appointed to investigate the death of a Jew? 22. The CIA and the Blackfriars. Downard's observations of the Masonic membership of CIA Director Allen Dulles bring us directly to the topic of Freemasonry within the CIA. Dulles, co-founder and first civilian director of Central Intelligence, was fired by JFK, only to sit ironically on the Warren Commission, as Downard notes. But Allen Dulles also crops up on lists of famous Freemasons also observed by Downard along with former CIA Director William Casey. 23 One of the greater scandals connecting the Masonic world and the CIA in the past few decades is the notorious P2 case in Italy, which broke the spring and summer of 1981 and created a national press sensation. P2 is a popular abbreviation for the Masonic Lodge Propaganda Do. The P2 Lodge was a Grand Orient Lodge, and the Grand Lodge immediately used this fact to distance itself from the scandal, citing the historical divergence of the two lodges. But what was the scandal, and how did the CIA enter the picture? Briefly, P2 was formed in 1966 with support from Giordano Gambarini, the Grand Master of the Grand Orient of Italy. Placed in charge was Freemason Licio Gelli, who created the reputation of this lodge as an elite and powerful secret society, using blackmail and extracting dues in the form of official secrets which he used to consolidate and extend the lodge's power and his own. Gelli was an honored guest at Ronald Reagan's inauguration as president in January 1981, even as rumors spread of the P2 connections to the mafia and the underworld. Nor were these the only shadowy connections, according to researcher David A. Yallop. From the very early days of P2, he had the active support and encouragement of the CIA operating in Italy. 24 A police raid on the lodge blew the scandalous lid to the ceiling, resulting in a list of members which included Italy's most powerful men ranging from prime ministers to members of parliament, judges, bankers, newspaper editors, and journalists, police chiefs and 30 generals and 8 admirals. 953 in all. The scandal culminated on June 18, 1982 when Roberto Calvi, president of Italy's Banco Ambrosiano and P2 member known as God's banker for his close ties to the Vatican Bank, was found hanging by the neck from a rope suspended from scaffolding beneath Blackfriars Bridge in London, his pockets weighted with chunks of masonry. 1 day prior, Calvi's secretary plunged to her death from a 4th-floor window at the bank, leaving behind a questionable suicide note. Interestingly, In Italy the logo of the Masonic Brotherhood is the figure of a black friar. 77. Fringe Masonic spooks and spies. P2S support by the CIA is not an isolated example of the intersection of the Masonic realm and the galaxy of spooks and spies. The frequent association between secret societies and the world of special intelligence has been noted by researcher and author John Carter, who writes that it is interesting to note how many famous occultists are said to have had connections with intelligence organizations, the military, and the police, such as Royce, Crowley, Parsons, John D. Grady McMurtry, Anton Lavey, Michael Aquino, to name a few. 25. While the list of individuals cited by Carter contains members of fringe Masonic groups such as the esoterically Masonic Ordo Templi Orientis, these associations are within the wider spectrum of the Masonic landscape. The role of Freemason and Odo leader Aleister Crowley in British intelligence has been freshly excavated by historian Richard B. Spence, consultant for Washington D.C.'s International Spy Museum. 26. According to Spence, Crowley played a large role in the sinking of the Lusitania, a plot to overthrow the government of Spain, and even the 1941 flight of Rudolf Hess. Years after Crowley's death, the struggle for leadership of the Odo wound up in the U.S. courts, and the Brazilian Odo leader Marcelo Mata, who came out on the losing end, accused the Odo branch in the U.S. of having engineered this courtroom coup with the help of the CIA. 27. Finally, Odo leader and famed rocket scientist John Whiteside Parsons transferred secret documents relating to U.S. rocket and defense technology to the Israelis from October 1948 until June 1950. He appears to have been rescued from prosecution by none other than Brother J. Edgar Hoover. 28. To those who fear the creeping advance of a police state, the image of an internal good old boy structure within the police, giving assistance and possibly cover, is hardly comforting. The tie-in to the leadership of the FBI and the CIA raises even more questions about the role of Masonic and Masonic-style structures. But the police-Masonic intersection is not the end of the lodge power tie, and almost pales compared to the pronounced compenetration of the Masonic and the military. Mobile Masons and field fraternizing. The interrelationship of Freemasonry and the military is old and complex. Anti-Masonic writers tend to accuse Masonry of fomenting, plotting, and executing numerous revolutions in Europe, South America and the United States, including the French Revolution, and, according to some writers, both world wars. 29. 78. While an in-depth examination of these claims is beyond the scope of this essay, the relationship of Freemasonry and military units, small to large, is beyond question. One of the oldest models, noted by Masonic historian Albert Mackey, is the Field Lodge, or Army Lodge, which Mackey defines. A lodge duly instituted under proper authority from a grand body of competent jurisdiction, and authorized to exercise during its peripatetic existence all the powers and privileges that it might possess if permanently located. 30. On the British side, the lodge was already a given fact of English life, and this pattern carried over to the New World. As Martin Short writes, no British institution, not even the police, is more steeped in Freemasonry than the army. England's first recorded initiate, Elias Ashmole, was a captain in Lord Ashley's Royalist Regiment when he joined a Warrington Lodge in 1646. 31 records of the colonial period illustrate the British debt to Freemasonry in a St. John's Day festival celebrated by the Master and Brethren of Lodge No. 210 on June 25, 1781, while the British Army occupied New York. To the King and the Craft. The Queen, with Masons' wives. Sir Henry Clinton and all loyal Masons. Admiral Arbuthnot, and all distressed Masons. Generals Nifazan and Riedesel, and visiting brethren Lords Cornwallis and Rawdon, with ancient fraternity. 32. The British Army assisted in the spread of Freemasonry from 1732 forward in the form of regimental field lodges. The first lodge was created in the 1st Foot, and later the Royal Scots. These mobile lodges were ready for travel. Frequently, the colonel was the lodge's original master. Field lodges served as a channel of communication, an opportunity for young soldiers to advance themselves, and also as a means of redressing grievances. By 1755 29 field lodges existed, including the Royal Northumberland Fusiliers, the Royal Scots Fusiliers, the Royal Inniskilling Fusiliers, the Gloucestershire Regiment, the Dorset Regiment, the Border Regiment and the Duke of Wellington's. 33. While these early field lodges were not chartered by the Grand Lodge of England, they carried in their ranks some of the most prominent figures of the day, including the Duke of Cumberland, General Sir John Ligonier and Lord Geoffrey Amherst. But perhaps the most notorious member was George Sackville, later Lord Germain, who became the colonial secretary and played a significant role during the American Revolution. 34. In a Janus-face split, field lodges also popped up on the colonial side, with assistance from George Washington. Field lodges dotted the Connecticut, 79, North Carolina, Massachusetts, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey lines, and the Pennsylvania Artillery Regiment. The most illustrious military lodge, however, was the American Union Lodge No. 1, in which Washington celebrated the Feast of St. John the Baptist in 1779, 1780 and 1782, and the Feast of St. John the Evangelist in 1779. 35. While Washington indicated some distance from Freemasonry in a letter in 1798, it had not always been so. On December 27, 1778, following the colonial victory in Philadelphia, Washington marched in full Masonic attire, including the jewels, sword and insignia of the Brotherhood, at the head of a solemn procession of 300 Freemasons into Christ Church, where a Masonic service was held. 36. Washington's popularity was such that the field lodges of the Army supported a movement which culminated in a request from prominent Masons in the Army to the Grand Lodge of Boston, petitioning the creation of a National Grand Lodge, Washington himself being the hoped-for National Grand Master. However, the Grand Lodge of Boston killed the scheme, apparently in the larger interests of Masonic peace. 37. Masonic troops, licensed to kill, brethren accepted the fraternal role of Freemasonry during this intriguing period deserves attention. Lodge affinities on both sides influenced behavior on the battlefield and treatment of the enemy, if that enemy was a lodge brother. To give one example, Mohawk Chief Joseph Brant, whose sister had married the Provincial Grand Master of New York, was initiated as a Freemason himself on a visit to London in 1776. Brant's tribe later bagged a Captain McKinstry, an unfortunate man who was within a hair's breadth of being burned alive tied to a tree, but due to a last-ditch Masonic appeal which was recognized by Brant, he was ordered released and received further British assistance. 38. Or take the story of a Freemason named Joseph Burnham, a colonial prisoner of war escapee who climbed onto the top of a local lodge, fell through into the hands of the British, then thought quickly and gave the proper Masonic signs. The result? The British officers made a generous contribution for Brother Burnham, who was afterwards transported with secrecy and expedition to the Jersey shore. 39. While some details of these stories have been questioned, so many of these tales of Masonic indulgence during wartime have been recorded that they indicate a pattern which further points to a fact. Nor was such behavior a mere aberration of the time, a strange episode in a strained war for independence, for we find similar events during the Civil War. For example, during the Battle of Douglas Church on April 13, 1863, the Confederate Captain Gray was ordered to counterattack and take no Northern prisoners. As he charged up the hill toward what had been Freeman's Battery, he found 80. A trooper and pointed his pistol at him. The soldier quickly made a Masonic sign, the pistol dropped and the Federal trooper was sent to the rear. 40. Much later, the SS in Third Reich Germany complained of the shameful behavior of German Freemason members of field lodges during the First World War, who had the colossal tastelessness and lack of dignity to enter a foreign lodge in the uniform of a German office, and there to fraternize with Belgian, that is, hostile, lodge members. 41. Objections to SS reports notwithstanding, research supports this complaint. British military Masons in World War I could apply for a special Masonic pass or service certificate, which entitled the Freemason to special protection and treatment. The pass, intriguingly, was printed in 5 languages: English, French, Italian, languages of the Allies, but also German and Turkish, languages of the enemy. 42. A Masonic scandal from the same era involved the French military, known as the Affaire de Fiches or episode of the Index Slips. As reported in the May 1912 Oxford and Cambridge Review, French Masonic lodges had organized a vast network of espionage so that the War Office, staffed by Freemasons, made all promotions in the army dependent on one's attitude toward Masonic principles and practice. These reports included information regarding whether the candidate sent his children to a Catholic school, or if his wife attended Mass, both black marks. The slips were collected into a register codenamed Carthage, and any officer whose name made it to Carthage had his career advancement cut short. 43. Similarly, the senior-most sergeant major in the United States Army told me personally that it had long been an old rule that advancement as an officer more or less required Masonic membership. We will return to some facets of this man's story later. While Masons might downplay or dismiss reports of lodge-based career favoritism, they tend, in their books of Masonic lore, to boast of wartime preferential treatment for the brethren as an example of Masonic benevolence. Such treatment might impress outsiders or cowens differently. The examples cited above suggest that one of the effects of Masonic military or field lodges has been the creation of a supranational loyalty which can trump national concerns and obligations, even during war. If Goethe, himself a Freemason, later criticized the lodge for creating a state within a state, then perhaps we can similarly ask if military lodges do not by their very nature lead to the interesting phenomenon of an army within an army, determined by higher loyalties and recognized by secret signs. An officer, a gentleman, a master Mason. One of the most interesting and important chapters in Masonry's intersection with the United States military begins in the Philippines, where 81. A field lodge in Manila was established on August 21, 1898. According to reports of the Worshipful Master, nearly every organization of the 8th Army Corps was represented at lodge meetings, and brothers from the Navy were in frequent attendance. 44. By early 1900, a Sojourners Club developed in Manila and was granted a charter by the Most Worshipful Grand Lodge of California on October 10, 1901. This club later became the Masonic Sojourners Association in 1907. In 1917, returning military Masons formed a National Masonic Organization, and by February 28, 1918, the Sojourners were reborn on U.S. soil, composed of officers and former officers of the various uniformed services of the United States. 45. By 1921, the Sojourners in Chicago had grown, and the National Sojourners arrived on the scene, the Masonic Corps of the United States military, from that day to ours. The Masonic provenance of the term sojourner is old, rooted in the rituals of the craft. As Albert Mackey explains, the Hebrew word, which we translate as sojourner, signifies a man living out of his own country. In the English Royal Arch system there are 3 officers called sojourners. But in the American system the 3 historical sojourners are represented by the candidates, while only the supposed chief of them is represented by an officer called the principal sojourner. His duties are those of a conductor, and resemble, in some respects, those of a senior deacon in a symbolic lodge, which office, indeed, he occupies when the chapter is open on any of the preliminary degrees. 46. As the former national president, John D. Billingsley, Brigadier General, U.S. Army, RTD, writes, National Sojourners has provided a means for Master Masons who share another bond, that of being commissioned officers of warrant officers of the uniformed forces of the United States, to meet together in practically all parts of the world. By being provided this opportunity, Master Masons from widely separated Grand Lodge jurisdictions are permitted to continue their associations in Masonry no matter where their duties may take them. 47. In other words, Master Masons who are military officers join the National Sojourners, which makes that organization a unique facet of Freemasonry, a commanding Masonic presence within the uniformed forces of the United States. The Committee of 33. In Freemasonry, the number 33 possesses a long history, based on Kabbalistic numerology. Fortean scholar William N. Grimstad notes that alchemy is said to be based upon the symbolism of the number 33, 3x3. 82 equals 9, the number of esoteric man, and the number of emanations from the Kabbalistic tree, one of the key symbol conglomerates. 48 Grimstad continues, the most powerful branch of Freemasonry in the world today, the Scottish Rite, has always been American-based, despite its name. It was founded in Charleston, South Carolina, apparently because the city is located approximately on the 33rd degree of north latitude, and offers its members 33 degrees of initiation. The southern jurisdiction includes the 33 other contiguous states. The most conspicuous Masonic edifice in the Washington area today is the George Washington Masonic National Memorial, a replica of the ancient lighthouse of Alexandria. It is 333 feet high. The official version of the U.S. Great Seal has 33 feathers on the eagle's sinister wing. 49 The Committee of 33 was formed on June 10, 1925 during the 5th Annual Convention of National Sojourners in Washington, D.C., to include the national officers, to draw up definite plans, specifying definitely the object of the sojourners and its wartime and peacetime policies, empowered to act and carry out the plans approved. 50 How wide is the scope of these definite plans for both wartime and peacetime policies? It is difficult to say, but one suspects the influence of the sojourners is considerable. The roster of military officers is enormous, encompassing a who's who of the military. Levon Parker Lynn, national historian of the National Sojourners, compiled lists, photographs, and celebrations of military Masons which filled a book including, significantly, astronauts. While this essay cannot detail the NASA Freemasonic connections or the links between spacecraft and craft, it is worth noting that the 1997 NASA probe of Mars included a rover named Sojourner which was carried in a tetrahedral-shaped lander to 19.5x33. 51. Military mystical toponymy. In the light of the overwhelming presence of Freemasonry among military officers, it is fair to ask, could Masonic perspectives or agendas influence war plans? While Freemasons are quick to claim that Freemasonry has no covert agenda, it is difficult to ignore two prominent factors within the world of Freemasonry: 1. The obsession with numbers, place, symbol, and ritual, and 2. The ritualized focus on Middle Eastern symbolism in general and to construct the Temple of Solomon in particular. James Shelby Downard defines mystical toponymy as pertaining to the magic and mystery of words intersecting with the Masonic science of symbolism. My study of place names imbued with source-rouse significance necessarily include lines of latitude and longitude and the divisions of degrees in geography and cartography. 52 We have already observed a focus on the number 33 as a locus of mystical toponymy. As Robert McCoy writes in his Dictionary of Freemasonry. 83. Freemasonry is a complete system of symbolic teaching, and cannot be known, understood, or appreciated only by those who study its symbolism, and make themselves thoroughly acquainted with its occult meaning. 53 Albert Mackey writes of the respect paid by Freemasons to certain numbers which is founded on the assumption that they are types or representatives of certain ideas. 54 One notable instance of military Masonic symbolism is the very shape of the pentagon, which, as Downard points out, is the third figure from the exterior in the camp of the Sublime Princes of the Royal Secret, or 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite. 55 In addition to looking for mystical toponymy at work in military staging, we should also keep in mind the Masonic focus on the Middle East. Mackey explains that, with Palestine, or the Holy Land, the mythical, if not the authentic, history of Freemasonry has been closely connected. There stood, at one time, the Temple of Solomon, to which some writers have traced the origin of the Masonic order. There fought the Crusaders, among whom other writers have sought, with equal boldness, to find the cradle of the fraternity, there certainly the Order of the Templars was instituted, whose subsequent history has been closely mingled with that of Freemasonry, and there occurred nearly all the events of sacred history that, with the places where they were enacted, have been adopted as important Masonic symbols. 56. These important Masonic symbols fill the ritual of the Masonic degrees of initiation, none of which are more important than the ritual enactment of the construction of the Temple of Solomon in the third or Master Mason degree, a work interrupted, left to be completed. Alexander Horne, 3-3, Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite, Southern Jurisdiction, USA, penned a detailed study entitled King Solomon's Temple in the Masonic Tradition. Horne is a leading Masonic scholar and a member of Quechu or Coronati Lodge No. 2076, the premier lodge of Masonic research in England. Horne attempts to untangle fact from myth in determining how the temple became a central motif in Freemasonry, and ends his book giving due consideration to the theory that Hiram Abiff, the builder of the temple in the Master Mason ritual, was a makeover of Noah derived from an old Jewish necromantic legend, if not from witchcraft. 57. A Zionist bias, although denied by official Grand Lodge statements affirming the neutrality of politics within the lodge, seems clearly implied in one of the most important degrees, the Royal Arch, deemed a completion of the Master Mason Rite. The Royal Arch contains the dramatic line, "For the good of Masonry," generally, but the Jewish nation in particular. 58. 84. Dig that temple. Mackey notes that the desire to obtain an accurate knowledge of Palestine gave rise in 1866 to a London association under the patronage of the Queen called the Palestine Exploration Fund, including a long list of the nobility, added to which followed the Grand Lodge of England and 42 subordinate and provincial Grand Lodges and chapters. What did this exploration entail? According to Mackey, mining in and about the various points which had been determined upon by a former survey as essential to a proper understanding of the ancient city. 59. These excavations continued under Lieutenant General Sir Charles Warren, who dug around from 1867 through 1871. Warren later became a founding member of the premier Masonic Research Lodge, Quechu or Coronati Lodge No. 2076, warranted on November 28, 1884, and was elected its first master, 1886–87. Given the high patronage and lodge sponsorship of these very physical Palestine exploration activities, it would appear that Masonic interest in the Temple of Solomon has a history of passing beyond the abstract, and is arguably more than an exercise in armchair symbolism and philosophy. Historian John J. Robinson studied the origins of Freemasonry afresh in Born in Blood, The Lost Secrets of Freemasonry, reaffirming a Templar origin of the craft. Robinson ends his work with a chapter entitled The Unfinished Temple of Solomon, in which he writes, "The other problem in Israel brings us right back to Freemasonry, because it is squarely centered on the original site of the Temple of Solomon on Mount Moriah, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, the birthplace of the Knights Templar. Perhaps no spot on earth cries out for the brotherhood of men of different religions more than the site of the original Temple of Solomon, in a situation so tense that some writers have speculated that it could well trigger World War III. And for the first time in this book, we are not discussing allegories based on the temple, but the real temple, on the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. What I am suggesting is that about 5 million Freemasons in the world, who do accept brotherhood with men of all faiths, in that spirit might take the lead in solving the problem of the Temple Mount by combining their religious attitudes with their veneration of the Temple of Solomon, to the benefit of the whole world. It would be a wonderful way to complete the unfinished Temple of Solomon and to complete a full circle circumambulation back to the very first purpose of their predecessor Knights of the Temple, the safe passage of all pilgrims to the holy place." 60. Robinson's book was highly praised by numerous Masonic reviewers. Robinson went on to pen an apologetic for Freemasonry and then joined the lodge himself. 85. Bagging Baghdad. Between 1858 to 1874, Brother Sylvanus Cobb, Jr., produced a number of Masonic stories, but none surpassed the Caliph of Baghdad. Originally published in serial form in the New York Ledger in 1868 under the title The Mystic Tie of the Temple, demand soon dictated a book-length version. Albert Mackey includes an entry for the book in his encyclopedia, describing it as the most widely read of Masonic novels. Cobb, a Navy man, was worshipful master of his lodge 5 times, and reached the 32nd degree in 1874. Published by Masonic News, Lafayette at First Street, Detroit, Michigan, Cobb's Masonic novel sensation was smothered with praise from Masonic leaders. It is far from the usual Masonic book, and so close to the real Masonic heart that I enjoyed every word of it, writes Roe Fulkerson 3-3, Grand Master of the Grand Lodge District of Columbia. Silas H. Shepard, Chairman, Committee on Masonic Research, Grand Lodge of Wisconsin, comments that the book is so imbued with the spirit of Freemasonry as to make it one of the foremost works of Masonic fiction. 61 The story involves Dagon, the hero, initiated into the Brotherhood of the Mystic Tie in Jerusalem, who returns to his native Baghdad to relieve the stress caused by a caliph tyrant. The story is full of staple Masonic symbolism such as a secret vault, all of which is instantly recognizable to Masons who have been exalted to the Royal Arch degree. Interestingly, we find a modern tale written in history within our time, involving a tyrant in Baghdad, Saddam Hussein, and military Freemasons relieving the stress of his reign. Is there a mystic tie to all of it? From the perspective of mystical toponymy, it is worth noting that Baghdad is on the 33rd parallel. In the First Gulf War, my military friend mentioned earlier led his Rangers into Baghdad. He found that his team met with little resistance, most Iraqis at that time appearing quite willing to surrender. As he stared at Baghdad, he felt confident that the city would surrender without much trouble. Then came the cryptic order to refrain, to leave Saddam Hussein in power. Completely baffled, he left the modern caliph tyrant in place for the time being. Years later, in the Second Gulf War, he was once more contacted by the Pentagon, promoted, and sent off to the Middle East. I lost all track of my friend, but evidently this time, the game plan included the removal of Saddam Hussein. One facet of this strange tale seems almost cut from Cobb's Masonic classic, for where did our military Dagons find the new caliph tyrant, Saddam Hussein? In a spider hole, that is, in a type of secret vault, which is both the name of a chapter in Cobb's book, and a basic element of Royal Arch Masonic ritual. If much of our warfare seems staged, perhaps we should consult the Masonic scripts to make heads or tails out of the confusion and bring order, as the Masons say, out of the chaos. Beyond the bizarre elements of mystical toponymy and hints of ritualized 86 references to Masonic lore in the Iraq War, we also should note that some of the actual reasons for the war appear to be grounded in long-range Zionist ambitions, bringing us back once again to Masonic pipe dreams regarding the Temple Mount. Professor James Petras, Bartle Professor Emeritus of Sociology at Binghamton University, New York, writes that the only major beneficiary of the war has been the State of Israel, which has succeeded in having the U.S. destroy its most consistent Arab adversary in the Middle East, the regime that extended the greatest political support to the Palestinian resistance. Iraq, together with Iran and Syria, had formed the core resistance to Israeli expansionist plans to expel the Palestinians and conquer and occupy all of Palestine. 62 Such a conquest would make it finally possible to solve the problems of the Temple Mount if it could all be done without World War III, which seems unlikely. Ideologically driven fanatics never seem to mind another world war. Team Freedom and the Iraq Lodge. According to the neocon, Muna-funded Washington Times, Saddam Hussein had prescribed the death penalty for those who promote or acclaim Zionist principles, including Freemasonry. 63 Originally a number of Iraqi lodges dotted the landscape under the British Mandate following the First World War, but apparently that changed dramatically under Saddam Hussein, if we can believe the report. With the liberation of Iraq, Land, Sea, and Air Lodge No. 1 was soon up and running in Iraq. 64 Freemasonry had returned, even if running water had not. First things first. Although the rhetoric of liberation and freedom building as excuses for the military operation in Iraq has been deconstructed and exposed as a tissue of ludicrous lies, 65 Freemasons still use this cheap propaganda to shore up support for military ventures. A web page for Team Freedom 66 details the programs available for supporting Masonic troops. These include the Masonic Troop Support Program and the Masonic Military Support Fund. The website is topped by a photo of several white people in white shirts standing in front of an American flag, the good guys, apparently. No link is provided to an Iraqi civilian body count. Quo vadis, brethren? We end this brief historical survey by asking where this conglomeration of Masonic cops and military men is headed. Many observers have commented on the disturbing tendency of police to ramp up their armory and weaponry. 87. Mobilizing into a virtual army themselves, distinct from the old, Mayberry-style friendly cop on the beat. Similarly, the United States military seems hell-bent on swarming to the Middle East for wars based on lies and secret agendas. Signs are currently pointing to a joint U.S. Israeli attack on Iran. Is all of this empire building a prelude to a mystic Thai operation in Jerusalem, to be centered on Temple Mount? Are the sojourners hoping for the day when another Palestine excavation project can finish where Sir Charles Warren left off, or, for that matter, where Hiram Abiff left off in the Master Mason ritual, slain before he could finish the temple? Will an obsessive Masonic focus on the Middle East lead us to the brink of national disaster, and will our freedoms be increasingly stomped into a Gitmo sewer by fraternal police? Perhaps only time will tell if we still have the time, and if we peel back the layers of propaganda to discern hidden intentions and ask uncomfortable questions. Holy War, Ground Zero. By Adam Parfrey. As the navel is set in the center of the human body, so is the land of Israel the navel of the world, situated in the center of the world, and Jerusalem in the center of the land of Israel, and the sanctuary in the center of Jerusalem, and the holy place in the center of the sanctuary, and the ark in the center of the holy place, and the foundation stone before the holy place, because from it the world was founded. Midrash Tanchuma, Kadashim. From TempleMount.org, an apocalyptic Christian pro-Zionist website. The Prophet Muhammad flew off to visit heaven from the sacred rock atop Jerusalem's Mount Moriah within the Mosque Al-Aqsa, the same place that Messianic Jews and Zionist Christians say the ancient Jewish temples existed, the first one destroyed by the Babylonians in 586 BCE and the second one destroyed by the Romans in 70 CE. Here at what Temple Mount is ground zero of the monotheistic holy wars, Christian, Jewish, Islamic. Messianic Orthodox Jews believe that the Messiah will come once the mosque is destroyed, the area purified by the sacrifice of animals, and the temple rebuilt. Fundamentalist Christians view the Jewish conquest of Temple Mount as the fuse-lighting Armageddon, the end-time scenario to which Jesus Christ will return to impose his 1,000-year dominion. The left-behind genre of Tim LaHaye sells millions of copies of dispensational premillennialist beliefs through novelized sermons, promoting the idea of Temple Mount as ground zero for the apocalypse. Zionist Christians, who have raised hundreds of millions of dollars for the most warlike elements of Israel, actually share an apocalyptic belief with Muslims. The devil coming these impending end days is a Jew. The late Jerry. 91. Falwell, a close friend of Israel, particularly financially, said in January 1999 that the Antichrist was probably alive and must be male and Jewish. Muslims also believe that a historical figure named Jesus Christ existed, but didn't actually die, and was transported to heaven in wait of the nasty final days in which he will touch down to earth once again to destroy Jews for Islam, after which he will die a natural death. In his best-selling Arabic book, Al-Masih al-Dajjal, Said Ayyub writes that the Antichrist will come in the form of the Jewish prophet who will live at the temple in Jerusalem. For this reason they sometimes try to burn Al-Aqsa, and try to conduct archaeological excavations, and even try to buy the ground through the Masons of America. Ayyub's strange accusation that American Masons attempted to purchase Temple Mount is not without historical credibility. Freemasonry, the seemingly decaying fraternal society linked to American, British, French and Italian power structures, and to which most American presidents have belonged, including Harry Truman, who pressured allies to support the United Nations creation of the Jewish state, is blended indestructibly with the rites, ceremonies, and traditions of Hebrew worship, as writes Robert W. Bowers in his Masonically sanctioned 1899 book, Freemasonry and the Tabernacle and Temple of the Jews. And Gavin Lambert, the Zionist Christian, claims on his site that on July 15, 1968, the president of the Muslim Court of Appeals turned down a request by an American Masonic temple order who asked permission to build a $100 million Solomon's Temple on Temple Mount. Masonic theology and ritualism is intimately constructed around the rebuilding of the Temple of Solomon. The monotheistic fundamentalists pray that their struggle for the possession of Temple Mount will bring on the final war that will at last sort out whose apocalyptic belief rises to the top. Messianic Jews, with support from the State of Israel, are already laying the cornerstone for the new temple, predicated on the destruction of Islam's holy spot. Says the Christian Zionist website TempleMountFaithful.org, the cornerstone of 4.5 tons in weight is very similar to the stones of the first and second temples. It will be transported on a big truck painted with Israeli flags and the Star of David, and the stone will be covered with "We are doing and shall continue to do everything that the third temple will soon be built in our lifetime for the honor of the GD of Israel and to fulfill his prophetic wishes. For this goal we have completely dedicated our lives, we left everything and we are acting full-time for this godly prophetic purpose. We shall do everything to save the Temple Mount from the terrible abomination which is done today by foreigners and enemies, and to purify the Temple Mount for the GD of Israel and the universe exactly as our forefathers did when they liberated Temple Mount from foreign occupation and abomination. We trust in GD that this godly end-time vision will soon be a reality in our lifetime and our activities will be accomplished. 92. It was Ariel Sharon's tour of Temple Mount that instigated the radical escalation of Palestinian protest and terror with Al-Aqsa Intifada. Sharon was known by Palestinians as a pig and butcher, responsible for the first of Israel's invasions of Lebanon, both designed to remove Arabs from within bombing distance of northern Israel. Sharon's 1982 Lebanese invasion helped bring on the Beirut massacre, in which 800 Palestinian civilians were murdered in the Sabra and Shatila refugee camps. It wasn't Sharon's troops who carried out the killings, but the Christian Falangist allies. The Kahan Commission, formed by the Israeli government to investigate the massacre, found Sharon to be personally responsible and recommended his removal from the government. Sharon now exists in a permanent vegetative state in an Israeli hospital. In the meantime, the Rabbi Chaim Richman claims to be close to breeding the miraculous red heifer, whose sacrifice and ashes would provide the appropriate groundwork for the destruction of the Islamic Dome of the Rock and the rebuilding of the Temple of Solomon. According to Gershom Gorenberg, in the End of Days, the biblical verse that moved a Mississippi cattleman named Clyde Lott to assist Rabbi Richman's apocalyptic and sacrificial obsession is simply misunderstood. In Hebrew, the verse says nothing of cows. It refers, unmistakably, to the offspring of sheep and goats, as any Orthodox Israeli schoolchild who was awake in second-grade class knows. In the English of King James time, cattle meant any livestock, not specifically bovines. In December 1998, Rabbi Richman broke off his friendship with the red heifer breeding cattleman over a financial dispute. 93. Occult Nashville: The Mysteries Inside the Athens of the South. By Jim Marrs. Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, USA, has long been home to rock and roll, blues, the Country Music Hall of Fame and the Grand Ole Opry. Nashville also is known as the Athens of the South, due to the city's emphasis on education, culture, and religion. It is even home to a full-scale replica of the Greek Parthenon, built in 1897 for Tennessee's Centennial Exposition. Being a major center for Bible publishing, the city has come to be known as the Buckle of the Bible Belt, that southern rim of the United States filled with Christian fundamentalists. This center of Christian conservatism makes it all the more puzzling that within Nashville can be found traces of ancient mysteries and theologies. Nashville has a hidden and esoteric, even occult, side with mysteries that range from ancient Greece and Egypt to an abiding curiosity regarding Nashville by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Foremost among those who have discovered the hidden, or occulted, side of Nashville is William Henry, an investigative mythologist who has lived in the city since 1981. Henry is the author of several self-published books, including one describing the Nashville mysteries entitled City of Peace. The metaphysical side of Nashville may extend back many centuries long before the coming of white settlers. Legend has it that the area was once a huge sacred burial ground for Native Americans. In the 19th century, archaeologist Dr. Joseph Jones discovered the skeletal remains of a 7-foot-tall man. Henry noted that in 1998 the Tennessee National Football League team, the Tennessee Oilers, changed the name to the Tennessee Titans, that mythological race of giants of Greek legend. He compared the Titans to the Bible's giant Nephilim, who, according to the book of Genesis, came to the earth from the stars and took human women for wives. This venerable site may have also had connections to other sacred themes. 30 miles north of Nashville, a Confederate general named Gates. 94. Thurston discovered an engraved tablet which he attributed to a group of Tennessee mound builders. This Thurston tablet depicted an Indian warrior holding a shield and a club. On his chest were several circles within circles. According to Henry, this was the Hopi sign for Messiah, translated as the true white brother. Messiah is a word that is strikingly similar to the Aramaic Meshiach, the Hebrew Messiah and the Greek Meshes. These words mean anointed. To the Hebrews, the Messiah is the expected king and deliverer. To the Christians, the Messiah is Jesus, the Christ. And to the Hopis, Messiah is the deliverer and purifier who came before and who will return from the east as the true white brother of all the Hopis, the peaceful ones. Working from this premise, Henry compared the Hopis to the Essenes of Palestine, which have been connected to Jesus and his preaching of love and freedom for the individual. The Hopi say Messiah gave the Hopi commandments or laws written on sacred stone tablets and taught them to live in a true democracy in which every individual has absolute freedom, but is responsible to the whole, said Henry. There is evidence that this white brother may have been a member of the legendary Knights Templar who escaped arrest in Europe in the early 1300s. At least one segment of the Templar fleet may have made its way to America 185 years before Christopher Columbus set sail. Columbus found his way to the New World using maps by the 16th century Turkish cartographer Admiral Piri Reis, who wrote that he had obtained ancient maps from the library at Alexandria based on even older sources. The claim of a Templar presence in North America begins with a group called the Mandean sect, those who believed that John the Baptist was the true Messiah. In medieval time, the heresy of this belief was coded into some church artwork by depicting a human skull which represented the severed head of John. Furthermore, the Mandaeans have been connected to Nazarenes, thought to be part of the Qumran Essene community where Jesus studied and whose scrolls were found in 1945. Muslims forced the Mandaeans from the banks of the Jordan River into Persia where remnants of the sect still exist. The Mandaeans, like the Essenes, believed that the souls of good people would go to a wonderful and peaceful land across the sea when they died, a land they believed was marked by a star called America. Since it is likely the documents discovered by the Templars in Jerusalem were duplicates of those found at the Qumran community, the Templars may have found a reference to the new lands as well as the name America and set sail for there following the outlawing of their order in 1307. These intrepid sailors, flying their well-known skull and crossbones battle flag, reportedly arrived in New England in the year 1308. Compelling evidence of such a landing can be found in Westford, Massachusetts, where today a punched holes engraving of a knight can be found on a rock. This figure, dressed in the style of a 14th century knight, 95, carries a shield containing a picture of a sailing ship following a single star. Historian and radio host Dr. Robert Hieronymus in his book, Founding Father, Secret Societies, made a compelling argument that the founders of the United States received much of their ideas on freedom and individual liberty from the Templars, who became part of Freemasonry, as well as North American natives, notably the League of the Iroquois. Henry wondered if the knowledge of the Mandeans, Essenes, and Templars had been handed down to the Native Americans. He noted that the Great Seal of Nashville and Davidson County depicted an Indian gazing at a human skull in his left hand. The archaeologist Jones offered the possibility that the creators of the stone burial grounds in Nashville might have been a tribe of Mandan Indians, a name amazingly similar to the Mandeans. Reportedly, the Mandans were white Indians who could speak English. Pottery, other artifacts, and burial mounds all seem to connect the Mandans with other tribes in central North America and even to the pyramid-building Olmecs in Mexico. Henry pointed out that Mandan means a man of Dan and noted that Dan was an older brother to the biblical Joseph with his coat of many colors. The Viking explorers of America, like Bjarni Herdulfon, Eric the Red and his son Leif Erikson, who landed in America long before Christopher Columbus, were Danes, descended from their Israelite father Dan, he explained. He also noticed that Mandan tradition included several stories embodying a more or less confused and garbled memory of Christian beliefs, i.e., the virgin birth of a child who later performed miracles feeding a multitude with a small amount of food, leaving fragments as great as when the feeding began. Legend has it that buffalo hunters moving westward hundreds of years after the Templars found a spring of clear, sparkling but salty water and called it the Salt Lick. It was here that the Tennessee state capitol now stands. Nearby was a large strange mound. Asked about the origins of this mound, tribal leaders said it had always been there. Digging into the mound in later years, ancient stone graves were found which explain the religious significance of the area in the minds of the natives. In 1779, a group led by James Robertson settled in the area which came to be known as Sulphur Spring Bottom. The settlement was named Nashboro after a Gen. Francis Nash, who had served with Robertson in George Washington's Revolutionary Army. In 1784, an act of the Tennessee legislature changed the name to Nashville. 4 years later, future President Andrew Jackson arrived and became the state's first lawyer. A new administrative district was formed in central Tennessee and named the Mero District in honor of a Louisiana governor called Mero. Henry said the name Mero is so close to Meru that he saw a synchronicity at work. In Egyptian mythology, the Saba or love gods dwelled on a Mount Meru, located near a mountain called Ida. Henry said the word Ida may be the root for Iuda or Judah. This mount was reportedly made entirely of 96 crystal and was the repository of knowledge from gods who came from the sky. Of great interest to Henry is the fact that the only mountain of pure quartz crystal found on Earth is Mt. Ida, located near the Oklahoma border in western Arkansas, due west from Little Rock and Memphis, Tennessee. Albert Ross Parsons in 1893 published a book entitled New Light from the Great Pyramid. Parsons expressed the belief that the legendary Mt. Meru was located in the United States and noted the customs of the Hopi were strikingly similar to those in Mongolia. Did the myth of Mt. Ida originate in America, wondered Henry. Did the gods originally dwell in Arkansas? To the average person, I'm way out on a limb with that question, conceded Henry, but added, the average person has probably not looked into the matter. Henry said that narratives from Tibet to Central America told of a string of cities of peace which dotted the planet. These cities, variously called Tula, Sabala, or Shambhala, were the home to mystery schools where people gathered to learn the secrets of the sky gods and to learn the way to unify heaven and earth. Dr. J.J. Hurtake, founder and president of the Academy for Future Science, is a social scientist and scholar who has written, translated, and published more than 15 books, including ones on the ancient Coptic texts illustrating Jesus' work and especially involving the lost scriptures being found in the Middle East. An anthropologist and archaeologist, Dr. Hurtake published a map of the likely locations of these cities of peace. They included the pyramids of Giza, Lourdes, and Rennes-le-Chateau in France, Hawaii, Sinkiang near Mongolia, Vancouver, BC, the Four Corners area of the U.S. Southwest, and a southeastern area that encompassed Nashville, Tennessee. In ancient Egypt, worshippers in the cults of Osiris and Isis were headquartered on the island of Meroe. Here they constructed a huge pillar in which it was claimed the head of Osiris was kept. In Egyptian mythology, Osiris was slain by his half-brother Set and his body cut into 14 pieces. Called the Pillar of Meru, or the Pillar of Love, this casket containing the head was reportedly 20 stories tall, the same height as the front of the biblical Temple of Solomon. Also called the Ladder to Heaven, the pillar was said to have linked the earth to heaven. Henry linked this pillar to a similar tower depicted in a Mesopotamian carving of 800 BC. The goddess depicted in this carving was called Mari and was an earlier version of the Greek goddess Athena. In fact, the legends of the Egyptians and the Greek blend together in such a remarkable fashion that it appears they are talking about the same people and events. Only names are changed to reflect the different languages. According to Greek mythology, Athena was born from the head of Zeus, chief of all the gods. Both Athena and Isis were considered an earth mother, the goddess of love, arts, and wisdom. Henry wondered if it was sheer coincidence that placed a 42-foot-high, 97, gilded statue of Athena in the recreated Parthenon in Nashville's Centennial Park. It is the tallest indoor statue in the Western world. He also pondered the Tennessee state flag, which depicts 3-star outlines within a circle. When most people look at the Tennessee flag, they see the 3 stars in a circle. This is the exoteric or foreground interpretation, he explained. Within the circle, however, the 3 stars of the Tennessee flag converge to form a triceps. This may be the true inner meaning of the Tennessee flag. He explained that the triceps, a Nordic design of 3 earth diamonds linked together at the ends, is an ancient symbol invoking power as well as a symbol of feminine power, usually seen as 3 stylized fishes swimming away from each other. This again evokes the female power as seen in Athena and the earlier Isis. Addressing skeptics who might write all this off as speculative nonsense, Henry pointed out that none other than President Franklin D. Roosevelt and his Secretary of Agriculture turned Vice President Henry Wallace both had an abiding interest in the occultism surrounding Nashville. Roosevelt and Wallace joined with Nicholas Roerich, a Russian painter and spiritual leader born Nikolai Konstantinovich Roerich. Roerich and his wife Helena were co-founders of the Theosophical Agni Yoga Society. The 3 men met in 1929 and their search for esoteric knowledge began. Wallace wrote more than 117 letters to Roerich, which became known as the Guru Letters due to their opening salutation of Dear Guru. In a 1933 letter, Wallace wrote, "Yes, the search, whether it be for the lost word of Masonry or the Holy Chalice or the personalities of the age to come, is the one supremely worthwhile in objective. All else is karmic duty." Researcher Henry said a 1933 letter from Wallace to Roerich contained words which led him to believe that the 3 men were actively interested in Nashville. Wallace's letter began, "Dear Guru, I have been thinking of you holding the casket, the sacred most precious casket. And I have thought of the new country going forth to meet the 7 stars under the sign of the 3 stars. And I have thought of the admonition, await the stone." According to William Henry, this opening paragraph indicates that Roerich, Wallace, and Roosevelt were seeking, if not had already procured, the Stone of God, also referred to as the Philosopher's Stone or the Holy Grail. It is a fact that in 1935, Roosevelt ordered printed on the reverse side of the $1 bill the image of the all-seeing eye, also called the Stone of God. This is considered Masonic symbolism and alludes to the second coming of Christ. Jesus, in Matthew 21:42, compared himself to, "The stone rejected by the builders has been made the honored cornerstone." How remarkable, what an amazing thing the Lord has done. In addition to the Stone of God, Roerich, Wallace, and Roosevelt also 98. sought a casket, which Henry equates to the Meru pillar said to contain the head of Osiris. Henry wondered if the 3 stars mentioned in Wallace's letter might refer to the 3 stars in the Tennessee flag. This idea took on more substance when Henry saw the overall plan for the Tennessee Bicentennial Capitol Mall, located just across from the state capitol in Nashville. He believes he has found just such a pillar embedded in the mall's design. The diagram of the pillar from Mount Meru was found in the Tun Huang manuscript, and collection of ancient texts in Chinese, Tibetan and other Asian languages, which now resides in the National Library of China. Many theories have been advanced as to the exact meaning of the Pillar of Meru, thought to have inspired the name of the mountain. The most common, and mystical, meaning is that the pillar closely resembles the human spinal column, which then brings in the subject of chakras or the 7 energy centers of the body. According to Henry, early students of the Hebrew mystical work, the Kabbalah, regarded Mount Moriah or Meru as an axis which reached its highest point in the brain. One scientist who had worked on government particle beam weapons said the base of the pillar appears similar to a particle accelerator used for energy weapons. The massive $55 million public works/temple building project in Nashville is a museum of science and history. Though constructed to commemorate the Tennessee State Bicentennial in 1997, the Capitol Mall temple transcends time, wrote Henry in City of Peace. Its long, green lawn is lined on both sides by oak trees and other vegetation indigenous to Tennessee. The temple stretches over 2,200 feet in length and covers 19 acres. At the apex of the walkway is the fantastic Court of 3 Stars, a plaza surrounded by 2 concentric rings of limestone columns. Each column is 4 feet in diameter and approximately 25 feet tall. 95 chimes or bells, one for each county in the state, are mounted within the tops of the columns. The bells and columns create a C-shaped acoustic chamber or musical instrument called a carillon. In the center of the Court of 3 Stars is an embedded iron nail at the conjunction of 3 giant stars. When visitors place 1 foot on the nail and call out, an eerie acoustical effect amplifies the sound as it reverberates off the tall columns. Of special interest in the mall is a huge 16,861-pound black reflective black granite globe floating on 1/8 inch of water, which serves as a memorial to those who worked and served in World War II. When the sun is high and bright, the granite globe granite's composition includes tiny quartz crystals gleams with the brightness of the sun. Researchers of the esoteric know that a black sun was the primary symbol of the Vril Society, an occult group at the center of the black-clad Nazi SS. Even more uncanny is the fact the Nashville's World War II black globe was manufactured in Germany. On one side of the mall is a black granite wall inscribed with a timeline. 99. Of Tennessee's history going back 10 billion years. Curiously, the timeline, which begins with 1996, moves backward in 10-year increments until the year 1766, after which it leaps to 1600 AD. In the early 1600s, Sir Francis Bacon, believed by some to be the real author of Shakespeare's work, published The New Atlantis, a book which impelled many early colonists to the new lands of America. The Nashville timeline then amazingly skips back to 10,000 BC, a time that many people believed encompassed the sinking of fabled Atlantis. Considering that the design of the Tennessee Capitol Mall compares so favorably to Mount Meru, Henry said this may mean that it is a Holy Grail temple, the temple of King Solomon, rebuilt in America on the powerful energy lines perceived by the Native Americans even before the arrival of the settlers. Lending credence to this speculation is the fact that the Tennessee Capitol Mall complex is a detailed model of the complete chakra system in plan and elevation on the earth, he said, explaining, in the Orient, the 7 levels of the caduceus and psychophysical transformation are known as chakras, which are plexuses, knots or zones of energy that must be united or untied to achieve enlightenment. Could the goal of this enlightenment be found in the design of an erstwhile public park in Music City, U.S.A? William Henry also asked, is Nashville the new city of the Enlightenment, rivaling Athens, Rome, Jerusalem, and even Luxor or Heliopolis, Egypt, in importance? Since 2000, Henry has been taking groups on a tour of the bicentennial Capitol Mall in the hope that people from all across the world will not only appreciate its beauty but will continue to research its hidden meanings. Whether we choose to bring the potential energy of this temple energy into our world or not is our choice, he said. If we do, a brand new world will emerge. 100. Tiffany overtakes Tuesday Weld Occult Secret Societies in Santa Cruz. By Adam Gorightly with Douglas Hawes. Santa Cruz, California was the venue for one of my latest adventures in the realms of conspiracy sleuthing. My tour guide for this paradigm-shattering experience was Douglas Hawes, a former Santa Cruzan and part of the city's punk music scene in the late 1980s. Doug and I specifically planned this outing to discuss certain theories revealed to him over the last decade by a certain mysterious source he'd mentioned to me numerous times over the course of a year-long email correspondence. Doug and I met up at the town's famous eatery, Zachary's, and over breakfast swapped tales of mind control conspiracies and UFO high weirdness. After a couple hours of spirited conversation, Doug suggested that we visit his aforementioned source, to whom he had made many a reference throughout the course of our correspondence, which included stunning revelations regarding a worldwide Illuminati conspiracy engineered by none other than 60s screen starlet Tuesday Weld. The source of these mind-cracking revelations was 49-year-old Jeffrey Turner, and that being in the presence of this individual, he said half-jokingly, was what he termed the Jeff Turner experience. The phenomenon was akin to, Doug went on to say, witnessing the Jimi Hendrix experience circa '67 behind a hit of Owsley Blue. You leave with a mind fully blown, reeling in the aftermath of said encounter. Doug first met Jeff Turner in 1987, and soon became privy to Turner's conspiratorial cosmology, which revolves in part around sex kitten Tuesday Weld, who, Turner contends, descended from a royal bloodline of Druid witches. During her childhood, Weld exhibited amazing clairvoyant gifts that quickly brought her to the attention of a concealed Druidic network of families, which Turner claims forms the current Illuminati leadership. In this arena of behind-the-scenes world politics and ritual magic, Weld, 101, became a fast-rising prodigy in the Illuminati, and at the youthful age of 15 was chosen as the new queen and high priestess of the Druids. The initiation rite that signaled her ascension into leadership was the plane crash that carried Buddy Holly, Ritchie Valens, and the Big Bopper to their deaths in February of 1959. According to Turner, the plane had been sabotaged by backers of Weld as part of this ritual which signified her inauguration as Illuminati Queen and High Priestess. 2 decades later, this sacrificial rite was memorialized in the 1972 #1 hit American Pie, Don McLean's musical memoir of the day the music died. And as the flames climbed high into the night, to light the sacrificial rite, I saw Satan laughing with delight, the day the music died. These Weldian revelations were just the tip of a weighty iceberg Douglas Hawes laid on me as we walked the 2 blocks of Pacific Avenue to his car. Along the way, Doug bumped into a young man named Jordy, and the two talked briefly about a certain project. After parting, Doug stated that Jordy was among a group of filmmakers currently producing a documentary film on none other than Jeff Turner. During our drive over to Jeff Turner's place, Doug described Turner as someone who is well connected and in the know, an insider into the shadowy doings of an occult world to which most of us are totally unaware. For whatever reasons, Jeff has become finely tuned into this shadow world, able to read between the lines and make those conspiratorial connections that elude the common man. Yet, on the other hand, this man of mystery and perpetual conspiracies is a societal outcast, inhabiting a low-rent hovel and subsisting on SSI disability, mainly due to the difficulty he finds functioning in the workaday world. Considered by some an unemployable mooch, Turner isn't overly concerned with clean clothes, tidy living quarters or people's opinions. A certifiable slob, Jeff is unimpressed with social status or what you might have to say about those stains on his shirt sleeve. He is in many ways a man not of this world. And if even a small percentage of what he says is true, then you sure can't blame the guy for not wanting to play the game of getting ahead or climbing some corporate ladder. Perhaps Jeff sees the limitations of playing the game and getting ahead as short-sighted in terms of the big picture of what's really going on behind the scenes of world events. I guess washing your clothes or removing that unsightly ring from your toilet bowl is ultimately irrelevant when it comes to exposing satanic cults involved in ritual human sacrifice. Slob though he may be, Jeff isn't a sloppy thinker. He has a cohesive worldview, however far out it may seem to mainstream America. Jeff possesses an eidetic memory, and a wealth of conspiratorial knowledge that never fails to tie things together in some meaningful fashion. Like his friend. 102. Douglas Hawes insists, there's a consistency to the strange universe Jeff Turner presents in his rapid-fire discourses that could conceivably go on forever, as one subject leads to another and ties back into a convoluted conspiratorial framework, inevitably inspiring the cornered listener to eventually make use of a window of opportunity to ensure a quick getaway. As we drove over to the Capitola Book Cafe, Jeff, aware that I had written a tome on the Manson family, informed me that he had actually known Charles Manson. Jeff went on to say that he and Manson had met a number of times. It turns out, after Charlie was released from prison in 1967, during the Tuesday Weld/Illuminati-inspired conspiracy called the Summer of Love. When I asked Jeff how he came to meet Manson, Jeff attributed it all to synchronicity, that perplexing phenomenon widely known to conspiracy buffs and discardians alike, which attempts to explain those unexplainable coincidences, such as how Jeff's path had been interwoven with the likes of Charles Manson and Tuesday Weld, for strange and unfathomable reasons. At first exposure to such extraordinary claims, one's natural reaction is to dismiss them as the ravings of the drug-addled or brain-damaged. But the fact of the matter is Jeff doesn't drink or use drugs, and is a regular churchgoer. And while his theories might seem outlandish, there was nothing that came out of our conversations that led me to suspect he'd made this stuff up, which is not to suggest that many of Jeff's central theories aren't simply colorful extrapolations on known facts, or outright confabulations. As Douglas Hawes explains, stories have remained consistent over many years. I have asked him repeated questions, using different angles, about the same subjects, time and time again. And his stories remain consistent. Midway through our Capitola Book Cafe scone repast, Doug got a cell phone call from Sean Donnelly of Double Chin Productions, who was on his way over to document our meeting of the minds, which by now was beginning to raise the collective eyebrows of the store's staff. Meanwhile, Jeff, oblivious to the curious reactions of those within earshot, continued to hold court amid the comings and goings of the store's puzzled patrons. A few minutes later, Donnelly started interviewing Jeff about Tuesday Weld and her Illuminati stranglehold on the 60s counterculture. According to Turner, throughout the late 50s and early 60s, Weld established herself as the darling of the beats, a wild child romantically linked to many leading Hollywood actors of the time, including men twice her age, privately boasting that she was Hollywood's Lolita. Weld was ahead of her time in terms of her flippant attitude and sense of irreverence, anticipating a social stance that became widely adopted in the heady days of the 60s countercultural explosion. Behind the scenes, Hollywood insiders heard a different story, that of a divinely ordained priestess with remarkable paranormal powers. Stories circulated among a small group of confidants about these spiritual gifts, and how Tuesday Weld represented an ancient lineage dating back far into Celtic prehistory. According to these inside sources, Weld was apparently able to 103. Levitate, demonstrating her aerial abilities at the towers of the Flying Men in Rhodesia, flying upward out of those ancient pyramids constructed of basaltic boulders. Hollywood has always been a focal point for the intrigues of secret societies. Tuesday Weld's druidic network played a central role, and films that allude to this Weldian influence include the 1962 classic The Manchurian Candidate, a film depicting a mind-controlled war hero who has been programmed to assassinate a major political figure. Among the cast of characters, there is a strange figure played by Janet Leigh, who seems like a deliberate invoking of the behind-the-scenes role played by Tuesday Weld in the shadow establishment of the early 60s. This figure seemingly is cognizant of the full dimensions of the plot, is there at all critical points of the story, and appears to be some guiding hand, or control, keeping an eye on the whole operation. She speaks in enigmatic, impenetrable phrases, and is a mystery in the context of the film. The character Frank Sinatra plays begins to work with her in an unspecified fashion, and she is there at the end in the final climactic scene. This 1962 film, kept under tight seal for years by Sinatra after the assassination of John Kennedy in 1963, is one of the most important documents of the early 60s. Screenwriter George Axelrod, the Manchurian Candidate script writer, would later direct the 1966 film Lord Love a Duck, starring Tuesday Weld. Lord Love a Duck was seemingly crafted to propel Weld to a cult-like status, while furthering a counter-cultural agenda by bringing the beatnik worldview to the masses, thus ushering in the forthcoming rock and roll revolution. Tuesday Weld was right there at the beginnings of the rock and roll scene, appearing as a teenager in the 1956 movie, Rock, 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 with Chuck Berry, Johnny Burnett, and Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers. She was romantically linked with Dion DiMucci of the famous 50s doo-wop band Dion and the Belmonts, and was also involved with Elvis Presley, Fabian, and Sal Mineo. Later, according to Turner, Tuesday Weld would intervene to help the Beatles secure their visas for their first American tour in 1964, and she also played a behind-the-scenes role in landing the Beach Boys their Capitol Records contract as well as singing backup in the studio on their rendition of Barbara Ann at the same time that she was filming Lord Love a Duck, playing the character Barbara Ann Green. But it was really the emergence of the full-blown 60s countercultural revolution that paved the way for Weld's ascendance into popular culture. Here through rock and roll, a vehicle was found through which the concealed druidic establishment could bring their worldview to the masses, and change the cultural landscape. Weld's influence on the Beatles was most noticeable during the group's psychedelic phase, and is alluded to in such songs as the dark, foreboding classic I Am the Walrus, in which the lyrics refer to Stupid Bloody Tuesday. The song cryptically mentions a pornographic priestess amidst a haunting melody that suggests occult secrets. I Am the Walrus appears on Magical Mystery Tour, an album littered with bizarre symbolism, such as 104. The white-clad men lining the wall of some strange temple, or the curious walrus costume worn by Paul McCartney, which at the time was seen as embodying the druidic symbol of death. Other Beatles songs with highly evocative Weldian lyrics include Lady Madonna, as well as She Came In Through the Bathroom Window, from the Abbey Road album with its chorus, Tuesday's on the Phone to Me. The 1967 Rolling Stones album Between the Buttons featured Ruby Tuesday, a song purportedly about a famous rock groupie. Turner asserts that a long out-of-print biography states that the song was really about Tuesday Weld. The 1968 album Their Satanic Majesty's Request was claimed by the band to be a play off of a request made by the Queen of England, but one wonders if it might actually reflect the hidden influence of the concealed satanic majesty that was Tuesday Weld's Illuminati birthright. Also during this period, Anton LaVey established the Church of Satan in San Francisco. LaVey would soon dedicate his Satanic Bible to Marilyn Monroe and Tuesday Weld. In the 1972 book, Popular Witchcraft, published by Bowling Green University Press, LaVey described his Satanic Bible dedication to Tuesday Weld as part of the magical ritual. In his explanation of this dedication, LaVey revealed a deep and intimate acquaintanceship with Weld's character. As previously mentioned, Tuesday Weld had a close relationship with the Beach Boys and, as is now generally known, members of the group became closely involved with the dark personality of Charlie Manson. Interestingly enough, in the months preceding Sharon Tate's murder, and the related LaBianca murders of August 1969, Charlie Manson was named Man of the Year by a street publication distributed in Hollywood titled Tuesday's Child. In the wake of the Tate-LaBianca murders, Tuesday Weld along with quite a few other Hollywood personalities was called in by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department for questioning. These were just some of the stunning revelations that Jeff Turner shared with us that day over coffee and scones. As it turns out, Jeff Turner's seemingly bizarre conspiratorial cosmology involves a former Santa Cruz resident, whose name shall go unwritten for obvious legal reasons. We'll simply refer to her as the abbreviated K.M. According to Turner, K.M., as an adolescent in the late 1960s, got involved in satanic circles in the South Bay, and soon became a protege of Tuesday Weld. Over time, K.M. built an occult crime club around herself and, in 1974, assumed control of the notorious Process Church of the Final Judgment, a satanic organization linked by conspiracy literature to the Manson family and the son of Sam killings. In time, the Weld/K.M alliance soured and they became bitter enemies. Up until 1991, the two engaged in an ongoing war carried out by K.M.'s supporters and the opposing Weldian faction. Concurrently, KM cultivated a powerful satanic cult with ties to the World Nazi Network, conducting a virtual reign of terror throughout Santa Cruz and Santa Clara counties. As Douglas Hawes explained, back in 1986-88 Santa Cruz was a 105 whirlpool of weird psychic energies. Anton Levy was rumored to be living in a house on Wharf Road in Capitola. Tuesday Weld and her arch-rival KM were waging a behind-the-scenes occult war for supremacy in the city. There is no public knowledge of K.M.'s involvement in the Process Church. A 4.5-year-long investigation by the Santa Clara County District Attorney into her activities was never made public because an indictment was never issued. So she has received absolutely no publicity of any kind. The federal government has some kind of ongoing investigation into K.M.'s activities. My hunch is that the feds realize that she knows too much, has compromised too many powerful people, and so could not be taken down without exacting a terrible toll. Meanwhile, according to Doug, KM has promoted the public image of a concerned community activist with important connections and influence in political circles, who remain unaware of her occult and criminal activities. As synchronicity would have it, Turner was a contemporary of KM, attending the same high school as this wicked high priestess, who, he asserts, has been involved in child sacrifice rituals. Due to this dangerous knowledge, and his opposition to KM, Turner was subsequently persecuted by her satanic henchmen. Several years after graduating from high school, Turner claims he was approached by the CIA and recruited into their network directed against KM. More recently, Turner claims to have provided a sizable body of materials to former Governor George Deukmejian's Special Select Task Force on Satanic Abatement. In December 1991, Tuesday Weld stepped down from her lofty perch as the all-seeing eye of the Illuminati at the request of someone by the name of Tiffany. I didn't have a clue who this Tiffany person was that Turner was going on about, until he explained that she was the famous pop singer by the same name. When Turner mentioned the song I Think We're Alone Now, that triggered dim recollections of the short-lived Tiffany phenomenon, which hit its peak in the late 1980s. Tiffany Renee Darwish began performing at an early age on the country and western circuit. In the early 80s, according to Turner, Tiffany became an MK Ultra mind control victim at the diabolical hands of certain well-known country music stars that were later exposed in the controversial tome, Transformation in America by Kathy O'Brien and Mark Phillips. Eventually, Tiffany was able to break free of her programming and by the late 1980s became an MTV sensation. During this period, Tiffany's mother filed a missing persons report, and in return, Tiffany, then 17, filed for legal emancipation status as a minor. This made-for-TV production played itself out in a Los Angeles court trial in 1988, with Tiffany eventually winning the case. This is where our story takes another bizarre twist. As I later discovered, Jeff Turner, the unconventional hero of our story, appeared at the courthouse after the trial and presented Tiffany with a samurai sword and bouquet of flowers to congratulate her on the victory. When sheriffs saw the sword, they became alarmed and placed Turner under arrest, which in Turner's estimation was a gross overreaction. He claimed it 106 was a simple and loving gesture. Jeff later testified that he chose the sword and flowers because Tiffany likes Japan and receiving these items was considered a high honor in that country. Charges were later dropped against Turner when he repeatedly stressed to the authorities that the sword was dulled, and had been declared a ceremonial art object. At a subsequent hearing, Turner was charged with falsifying DMV documents to obtain Tiffany's home address and, as a result, was slapped with a restraining order. However, Turner claims that the restraining order was not Tiffany's actual doing, but that of her aunt, who had developed an irrational hatred of him. According to the September 27, 1989 edition of Santa Cruz Register, Turner was quoted as saying that Tiffany intended to marry him and, against her wishes, had been forced by family members to request the restraining order. Turner further claimed he was a distant relative to Tiffany, and that her mother and father had betrothed the two before their births per Lebanese tradition. In the aforementioned article, Turner stated that he was born to a Lebanese mother, who was part of this arranged marriage. Turner further claimed that his mother's maiden name was Darwish, the same as Tiffany's, and he was unaware of his lineage until informed of it by Tiffany's family, who purportedly kept tabs on him over the years. The 1989 Register article states that the petition for the restraining order alleged that Turner wrote love letters to Tiffany. Turner said he wrote about 10 letters, but that Tiffany also wrote him love letters. Turner said she sent a cousin to stay in his rooming house and read the letters to him, in accordance, Turner said, with Middle Eastern tradition. As it so happens, Douglas has met this particular individual, Khalid Mansour, alleged to be Tiffany's cousin. Mansour lived with Turner in a boarding house in Santa Cruz in 1988, which is where Turner claims he viewed the letters in question. Haas suspects that under heavy family pressures, and Tiffany's own gut instinct, she bailed out on the arranged marriage, as she didn't really know who Jeff Turner was until she encountered him over a period of time, and had a chance to reassess the arranged marriage proposal. As previously noted, Turner claims that Tiffany was responsible for breaking up THIRD-WORLDISM's purported occult organization and is currently attempting to dismantle K.M's satanic network as well. In this regard, Tiffany is the leader of the All Nations movement, a super-secret society attempting to bring order to the world. Furthermore, Tiffany, whose Lebanese family initiated her into the Sufi tradition, is now recognized as a master in international Sufi circles, and has used this influence to weed out negative elements that exist in certain secret societies and occult orders, such as those affiliated with KM and, formerly, THIRD-WORLD. Whatever the case, by the time we departed the book cafe my brain was suffering from severe sensory overload, saturated to the point where any further conspiratorial information was sure just to lap over my brainpan and form a lunatic puddle at my feet for me to ooze away in. As Douglas Haas readily admits, you might be scratching your head about Jeff Turner, and I acknowledge he is an oddball, but he is indeed. 107. Inside the Loop. I have learned an immense amount of stuff through my association with him, over a 17-year period. Afterwards, we returned to Turner's apartment. As we made our way to his front door, we were discussing a couple different topics. 1. The unkempt nature of Jeff's living quarters, and in particular his bathroom, and 2. A certain radionics/psychotronics device in his house that allowed Jeff to quantum mechanically travel through time and space. I made the tongue-in-cheek quip that maybe Jeff could adjust the waves from his radionics machine to psychotronically clean his bathroom. Once inside, we were barely able to navigate through Jeff's living room, scattered as it was with overflowing clothes piles amid bedding, books, and magazines stacked to the rafters. As we entered Turner's bedroom and beheld his legendary psychotronic machine, I felt like I'd stumbled into a scene from Richard Linklater's Slacker. The machine itself consisted of a half-dozen or so small transformer boxes with antennas poking out, resembling items you could purchase at a Radio Shack. Situated around the antenna boxes were a potpourri of curiosities, which included a dozen or so small vials, one that said something like Cosmic Energy Elixir, assorted medallions that bore some seemingly mystical relation to All Nations movement leader Tiffany, and several film-developing envelopes with Tiffany scribbled on them. Next to this strange contraption, which I will henceforth refer to as the Psychotronic Tiffany Shrine, rested a chair with an old-school-looking football helmet on it that was hardwired into the Psychotronic Tiffany Shrine. Turner apparently places this retro space-age helmet on his head, then fires up the Psychotrony whatchamacallit, ostensibly beaming his cerebral cortex to Tiffany across time and infinite space. Reverently, Turner removed the photo envelopes marked Tiffany from his psychotronic shrine. Then, holding them up for us to see, thumbed through a half-dozen or so photos that featured him and Tiffany posing happily together in a series of typical fan-type shots taken at a Santa Cruz Boardwalk concert last summer, as well as the GlamourCon event in Los Angeles. Tiffany, now in her 30s, interacts with Turner at events such as these in a chummy fashion, which is surprising given their checkered history. According to Douglas Hawes, there's a lot that will be revealed about the Jeff Turner/Tiffany connection in the forthcoming documentary. From a chest of drawers, Turner pulled out some photos of a display he'd put together a couple years earlier for the Santa Cruz Public Library. Presented under a glass case, it featured a Tiffany photo arranged in the center of the display surrounded by an array of books dedicated to time travel, quantum physics, and the paranormal. Apparently, Turner believes that Tiffany is not only the leader of a feel-good secret society and high Sufi master, but is also a multi-dimensional time traveler. As late afternoon rolled around, I bid Jeff and Doug farewell, having a 3-hour drive back home. Next time I see him, I'll have to ask if Tiffany can do something about the traffic. 108. A great deal has transpired since these interviews took place in Santa Cruz in early December 2004. The documentary I Think We're Alone Now premiered at the Slam Dance Film Festival in Park City, Utah in January 2008, and is now being shown to audiences at film festivals throughout North America. Turner's assertions about the unique behind-the-scenes role of Tuesday Weld were the basis of the cover story Tuesday Weld, High Priestess of the Illuminati, which appeared in the spring 2008 issue of Paranoia magazine. Parascience. 110. Are Aliens and Their Technology Underground and Undersea? By Richard Sauter. I don't see any way around this issue. Repeatedly in my underground and underwater bases and tunnels research I have encountered the theme of purported aliens. I will be frank with you from the outset, I positively do not know the truth behind these stories. Having said that, this highly strange issue of purported aliens underground and/or underwater is exceedingly persistent. I can conceive of a whole wide gamut of possibilities, of lies within lies, conspiracies within conspiracies, insidious agendas of cover-up, concealment and deception, as well as the very real possibility that there is a substantial kernel of truth to at least some, and perhaps most of the accounts. If the realm of clandestine underground and underwater bases and tunnels is a strange and highly secretive place, well then, adding purported aliens to the mix and stirring up the whole caboodle to boot, makes the whole affair even stranger. My intention is not to draw firm conclusions on the matter, because I cannot. I simply do not know for certain what is going on, and I am telling you that now as plainly as I can. But what I can do is to present for you representative information that I have encountered in the course of my research. What I will set out for you here is not exhaustive. I have not read everything there is to read, I have not talked to everyone there is to talk to, I do not know all the stories there are to know. I have read a lot of mind-bending literature over the years, including my own, but little can top the first few pages of The Ultimate Alien Agenda, by James Walden. I picked up this intriguing little book in a used bookstore and have read and reread the first several pages multiple times. That's how puzzling I find the author's story. To make a long story short, James Walden alleges that he was abducted. 111. By alien beings and taken to a secret, deep underground facility where he was subjected to an involuntary, intimate, and intrusive examination procedure that was observed by upwards of 100 others who were in attendance. Moreover, he alleges that not all of the beings present were aliens. Some of the other beings present were human beings, much like himself. It appeared to him that the ostensible aliens who purportedly abducted him were in cahoots with other human beings who were in on the game, whatever this highly strange game may involve. At the conclusion of the intrusive and humiliating medical examination to which he was subjected, he was informed telepathically, 1. You are in an underground facility located beneath southeast Kansas. As the alien voice spoke, he saw a vision of the rural Kansas countryside far above. The telepathic voice went on to say that he was participating in a peaceful, cooperative experiment and added that he would not be harmed. As he pondered the other humans he saw gathered around him, The telepathic voice spoke again and said, 2. These human workers are volunteers who are learning to control human disease. Walden's strange story continues on from this juncture at some length. If you want to know the rest of the details, you will have to read his book. But for the purposes of this chapter, the bare bones of his story as presented above are quite fascinating enough, in and of themselves. But can it be true? Are there really secret underground bases under the American Midwest in which aliens and human researchers work in great secrecy, cheek by jowl, and to which unsuspecting humans such as James Walden are abducted, there to be poked and prodded as if they were nothing more than laboratory subjects in a medical school amphitheater? I reiterate that I don't know the answer to this question. However, more and more people seem to be coming forward to report this sort of experience as the years pass. It certainly appears possible that highly covered and uncommonly strange goings-on might be transpiring underground. Joint military and alien abductions to underground bases? In an important book, My Labs 3, that examines the many arcane aspects of the American military's research into mind control technology and experimentation, Helmut and Marion Lammer point out that a number of people who have reported being abducted and taken to underground bases, 112, have reported seeing both human military personnel and aliens present together in clandestine subterranean facilities, or, alternatively, a being taken underground by means of technology that seems alien, where they may encounter yet more alien-seeming technology. The reasons for these experiences and the possible reality behind these unusual reports remain perfectly obscure. Whatever is going on, it is largely kept hidden from public view. Many of the stories only filter out at the periphery of consensual reality, in books such as My Labs and The Ultimate Alien Agenda, that are issued by small, unconventional publishers who are willing to take a chance on subject matter that the huge publishing houses in New York and London won't touch. Here is just one of the thought-provoking stories that the Lammers include in My Labs. The account stems from the experiences of a pseudonymous woman named Evelyn. 4. I can remember flying in a beautiful, golden ship, and it went into a mountainside and flew under the ground, into a huge cavernous room, where to my surprise, were human beings, dressed in military uniforms, with machine guns slung behind their backs. I walked in a line with some other people and we passed through an energized gate that somehow does something to your atoms. I remarked to myself, the military have some alien technology. This is certainly a most unusual story. At first blush it seems like such a radical departure from consensual reality that it is not credible, and is more likely a fantasy or a surreal dream of some sort. But what if it is true? What if this brief account as told by Evelyn faithfully reflects an experience that really happened to her? I pose this question because in recent years I have heard and read more unusual stories like this than I would have formerly dared think possible. I can see two possibilities: either an awful lot of people are telling wonderfully entertaining and confabulated fibs, or something highly strange involving aliens and covert elements of the United States military, working together underground, and possibly undersea, as well, is taking place. Alien bodies kept underground in California? In the fascinating book Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 2, High Strangeness, 5, journalist Linda Moulton Howe cites the puzzling experiences of an abductee named Linda Porter. I want to mention two aspects of Linda Porter's story that are directly germane to the underground and underwater bases theme of this article. I also want to say that Linda Porter's reported experiences resonate to a certain degree with certain aspects of my own research, such that I am inclined to listen to what she has to say with a little more care than I otherwise might. Ms. Porter's experiences have to do in part 113. with an alleged secret underground base in the San Diego, California area and another alleged base underwater, beneath the seabed off the California coast. It would be my educated guess that the United States Navy, as well as other agencies and organizations, whether publicly known or completely unknown to the public at large, have secretly constructed and operate underwater bases in California coastal waters. I have been told that there are underground bases on shore, not only in the San Diego area, but elsewhere in California, as, for example, at the massive U.S. Navy installation at China Lake, near the town of Ridgecrest. With regard to the underground base near San Diego, Linda Porter alleges that her alien abductors told her that there was an underground facility called Sycamore Remote Facility run by General Dynamics. And in this alleged, highly secure underground facility, the United States government is said to hold alien beings in suspended animation, in transparent, computer-monitored containers. One specific human-like being held in this facility was of particular interest to the aliens who wanted him back. Adding further to the air of mystery surrounding this story, Linda Porter says that there are underground tram systems that lead from the naval base in San Diego to this facility and to another place. Porter goes on to say that the other place is a normal-looking house with an attached garage that is the actual entrance to the underground facility where the bodies of the alien beings were being held. If her story is true, then this would be very clever concealment indeed. Linda Porter also describes an undersea facility. Her description fascinates me. 7. I was supposedly taken to an underground base off the coast of California. For some reason I was led to believe it was in the Santa Barbara area. If you were standing on sand at the bottom of the ocean, all you could see is what looks like a silver submarine conning tower rising up out of the sand. And it would probably be the height of a 2- or 3-story building. I was told this tower thing was camouflaged by an electronic net of some kind that renders it invisible. And they also have something around it that seems to repel people and fish for some reason. Inside the building, the floors and the walls and the ceiling were all a silver gray color. There was a lot of light. But the doors, and there seemed to be doors all over the place, were brightly colored. They were either bright red or bright blue or bright yellow. And over each door was some kind of writing that looked like hieroglyphic or Arabic writing or something like that. No doubt there will be those who will read Linda Porter's stories about her reported experiences and dismiss them as too fantastic to be credible. But I believe that Linda Porter's stories may very possibly contain a substantial kernel of truth. Here is why I find it easy to believe that the U.S. Navy might 114. Have a clandestine underground facility in the vicinity of its important base at San Diego, and why there may even be multiple underground bases in that region of California. Simply put, my research reveals unambiguously, via the U.S. Navy's own documentation, that the Navy has an interest in constructing underground facilities, and that the interest goes back many years into the past. Given the Navy's long-time presence in the San Diego area, and its technical capabilities, it should be veritable child's play to construct such facilities in and around San Diego. When I read Ms. Porter's account of the alleged undersea base off the coast of California, I instantly recognized that what she describes is perfectly consonant with the technology for constructing a manned undersea base that is put forth in an official U.S. Navy document from 1966, a document that I cited in my 2001 book, Underwater and Underground Bases. In this eye-opening, U.S. Navy rocksite document, the Navy proposes building undersea bases by cementing a huge metal cylinder, or pipe, in the ocean floor, and then using that huge, metal pipe as an entrance to the seabed, from which a large, manned, undersea base can be constructed. In other words, Ms. Porter describes an underwater facility off the coast of California that corresponds almost precisely to the planned entrance to a United States military rocksite underwater base, as described decades earlier in an official, U.S. Navy document. What if the U.S. Navy has secret underwater and underground bases where highly strange activities transpire? Activities that may strain the boundaries of what the dumbed-down mass mind of popular American culture considers to be possible? I am willing to entertain the idea that the world just may be a far stranger place than the majority of people who read this book are prepared to believe. Underground alien communication training? Other possible evidence for covert dealings between the United States military and purported alien beings appears in an enigmatic little book by Dan Sherman titled Above Black, Project Preserve Destiny, 9, purporting to be a true life account of Mr. Sherman's experiences. In a nutshell, Dan Sherman is an ex-Air Force sergeant who maintains that he was covertly trained in a clandestine underground facility in Maryland as an intuitive communicator between the National Security Agency and ostensibly alien beings. He served in the Air Force as an electronic intelligence specialist and says that he performed duties for the NSA on the side as an alien communicator, using his regular Air Force duties as a cover. His saga began when he was ordered to Ft. Meade, Maryland, where the NSA is headquartered, to attend an electronic intelligence course. As it turned out, he attended the assigned course and much more. In the 115 evenings, after his regular classes had finished, he was driven to an unknown underground facility which he entered via an elevator ride straight down, where he was trained to mentally communicate with aliens. After a 3-year period as an alien communicator, he began to receive communications that appeared to him to have something to do with the abduction of humans by aliens. Ultimately, he decided to abandon his participation in the alien communication project and to leave the Air Force. Dan Sherman's is yet another strange story, in a slightly different permutation of the increasingly familiar elements of extreme military secrecy, alien beings, and clandestine underground facilities. Story after story, book after book, the personal experiences keep coming. What on earth is going on? Or, should I say, what under earth is going on? What about Area 51? Unsubstantiated stories about alleged aliens at Area 51 have been making the rounds of the ufological rumor mill for years. I have heard and read stories that purport to tell of aliens held captive there, or of exotic flying saucers stored there, undergoing back engineering and flight testing. The truth of these sorts of stories remains very much in question. And still they keep coming. One of the most interesting of these accounts that I have seen appeared in an interview in Nexus magazine. David Adair, a former teenage engineering prodigy, alleges that he designed a type of fusion rocket prototype that came to the U.S. Air Force's attention back in early 1971. The Air Force was so interested in what he had done that they bundled him off to Area 51 for a personal consultation. Once at Area 51 they took him underground to examine what he surmised was a real fusion rocket engine, albeit one that he believes must have been alien technology, owing to its large size and sophisticated, exotic engineering. The elevator that took him and his escorts underground was the size of a football field, clearly designed to raise and lower very large and heavy equipment. According to Adair, the elevator platform was supported by a dozen or more giant worm screws, the physical dimensions of which he compared to sequoia trees. These enormous worm screws could bear an extremely heavy load and slowly drop the entire platform straight down about 200 feet to a vast underground work area. The subterranean region was so stupendously big that it seemed to him that it could accommodate 100 Boeing 747 jumbo jets with plenty of room to spare. The underground room had a huge ceiling and stretched completely out of sight into the distance. On the way to examine the alien fusion engine he was escorted past a series of exotic aircraft, some of which he recognized, others of which he did not. Adair alleges that once he examined the novel fusion engine, which 116 was the size of a bus, he came to the following conclusions: 1. It was of extraterrestrial manufacture. 2. It had to have been built in deep, intergalactic space. 3. It was a self-aware, living machine that seemed to be an amalgam of organic and inorganic components. 4. Its manufacture was seamless, as though it had been grown, not built. And 5. The U.S. Air Force appeared to not understand the engine. And to top it all off, at the time he was only 17 years old, and therefore not of legal age. This mattered, because as a legal minor he could not legally be held to a national security oath and thereby prevented from talking about what he saw and experienced underground at Area 51 in 1971. If Adair's story is true, and if the other stories of aliens or alien technology underground are equally true, then one very powerful motive for the high degree of secrecy that conceals clandestine underground and undersea activities becomes clear: to cover up extraterrestrial and/or alien realities. The prime impetus to secrecy then becomes social control, and not national security. It's hard to control people's minds and thoughts once they firmly grasp that not only are we not alone in the universe, we are not even alone on this planet. And perhaps never have been. Unearthly disclosure. The best-selling British author and researcher Timothy Good has written a series of fascinating books dealing with the question of a possible alien presence on Earth. I won't take the trouble of summarizing the entire body of his work, but Good has traveled the world in pursuit of answers to this intriguing question. He has spoken to myriad, knowledgeable individuals, in and out of government, and come to a carefully considered conclusion. Good has come down in support of a probable alien presence on Earth, albeit a rather crafty presence. At the end of his book Unearthly Disclosure, he states, 11. I, for one, would welcome an official disclosure to the effect that we share this planet with denizens of other planets. Earlier in Unearthly Disclosure, Good devotes several passages to information about purported alien bases said to be located both underground and undersea. He discusses a variety of locations around the world for these alleged undersea and underground alien bases, including Puerto Rico and adjoining waters of the Caribbean Sea, various locations beneath the Pacific Ocean, as well as a number of states in the USA, including New Mexico, West Virginia and Alaska, and also at Pine Gap, Australia. Timothy Good is a careful researcher, his writing style is deliberate and measured. In mentioning the vicinity of the American military intelligence base at Pine Gap, Australia as a possible alien underground base site, 12 117. See once again the idea of American military knowledge of an alien presence, if not outright interaction between the American military and certain alien factions. This is a theme that I have encountered repeatedly in my research. It may be a disinformation ploy intended to deflect serious scrutiny of clandestine activities that various agencies and organizations wish to conceal from public view. Alternatively, maybe there truly are aliens on Earth and maybe the American military really does have knowledge of them and really does secretly interact with them. A growing body of evidence suggests that may be the case. Is this the real flying saucer? What are the great secrets that the covered underground and underwater bases are hiding? Have huge advances and discoveries really been made and kept hidden in enormous bases beneath the surface of the land and sea, away from the open gaze of the public who have been fooled into silence and ignorance? This question must be asked because of the information presented in Look magazine in 1955. Beginning in the immediate post-World War II years with the Kenneth Arnold UFO sighting and the rumors of a crashed flying saucer near Roswell, New Mexico, there has been a continuous stream of unexplained UFO sightings and encounters in the United States and around the world. The 1950s were certainly no exception. As a young child, I can remember very well that UFOs were seen in Tidewater, Virginia near my boyhood home. So it was not out of the ordinary to have a popular, mass circulation magazine ask, "Is this the real flying saucer?" 13. To read it a half-century later is to ponder what might have been made public but perhaps has been hushed up instead. The original Look magazine article supplied the following caption for an illustration: future airports built for vertically rising saucers would have no need of the long, vulnerable runways today's fighters require. The complete operation could go underground. Tunnels with take-off shafts set into the ground, complete with maintenance bays, fuel and crew quarters, would be bomb-proof shelters for a saucer squadron. The shafts would be sealed after take-off for camouflage and protection. Where in the world did this idea for a huge, camouflaged, underground, flying saucer base beneath a rugged mountain chain come from? The idea of secret underground bases did not have popular currency in 1955, not the way it does now. Flying saucers were a great mystery in those days, as they still are. In its second paragraph, the Look article lets fly with this broadside. Persistent and fairly credible rumors recur that a Canadian aircraft 118. Manufacturer, AV. Row, Canada, Limited, has had a saucer design under development for 2 years. 14. And the article continues, the AV. People maintain a confusing silence about the whole thing. 15 in 1958 AV. Purchased the Dominion Steel Company, 16 which just happened to own, through a subsidiary, the undersea Wabana iron mines at Bell Island, Newfoundland, where undersea mining production was carried out up until 1966. 17 These seemingly trivial facts have caught my attention, because just 3 years after iron mining ceased, the abandoned Wabana mine was mentioned in a 1969 report as a potential candidate site for development into a prototype, manned, United States Navy subsea floor base. 18 Is this just a coincidence or is there a connection? Is it possible that A.V. Rowe developed a working flying saucer technology and based such machines in clandestine underground or undersea bases, perhaps working through a subsidiary in concert with the United States Navy? Though the Wabana mine is now officially out of production, and the A.V. Rowe Canada Company no longer exists, 19. The documentary evidence trail is curious enough that the question begs to be asked. The Look article continues by observing that a military fighter plane that could fly very fast and maneuver easily and vertically, as well as attain very high altitudes, would be a desirable component of the United States military's arsenal. It even provides a large and detailed sketch of what such a saucer might look like and closes with these enigmatic words, as on the current requirements of our defense effort and the demonstrated abilities of our engineers, an educated guess is that a flying saucer much like this one may well be flying within the next few years. 20 Such a flying saucer, if actually built, has never been publicly displayed. And A.V. Rowe made a very splashy, public display of its failure to produce a working flying saucer, and the whole A.V. Rowe flying saucer story quickly dried up and, for the most part, went quietly away. 21 Interestingly, people the world over have continued to see flying saucers, through the years to the present day. Moreover, my research has conclusively demonstrated the existence of covered underground bases, and the probable existence of clandestine, manned, subsea floor bases, as well. As my research continues, and the stories and evidence accumulate, I am left with the feeling that quite a lot is going on in clandestine facilities, programs, and projects located deep underground and undersea, and we are not being told about it. My abiding suspicion is that my research but scratches the surface of what there is to know and discover on this topic. The Secret History of NASA. By Mike Barra. All government agencies lie part of the time, but NASA is the only one I've ever encountered that does so routinely. George A. Keyworth, science advisor to President Reagan, in testimony before Congress, March 14, 1985. For many Americans, the name NASA brings back a rush of patriotic memories of the 1960s space race with the Soviet Union. It was a time of clean-cut heroes, rock-jawed mission control technicians, can-do engineers, and visionary politicians. Astronauts were hurtled into the void in primitive capsules mounted on rickety missiles that were barely more than contained bombs. We watched in wonder as our boys achieved one space-related miracle after another. When a major catastrophe befell the men of Apollo 13, all these titanic forces joined together and brought them home against impossible odds. Not to be deterred, we resumed our explorations of the moon and sent probes to Mars and the outer planets. It would be hard to imagine a more optimistic era, a time when we believed as a nation in our ability to do anything and the righteousness of our causes. The public facade presented by the NASA was in every way congruent with this perception. But the truth was that the agency had been literally born in a lie and had purposefully concealed many unpleasant truths about the men who walked its hallowed halls. Some of their names are synonymous with America's achievements, men like Dr. Wernher von Braun and astronauts like Alan Shepard and Buzz Aldrin. Unfortunately, in many cases these were also men with dark pasts and secret allegiances. And there are equally as many names that you have most likely never heard associated with our space program, but who had just as much influence over where we went and why we went there. They are German, Egyptian, English, and American, but they are hardly representative of the best each of these nations has to offer. What they are, in fact, are men at the very fringes of rational thought and conventional wisdom. 121. These fringe elements were divided into three main groups inside the space agency. For purposes of clarity we call them the magicians, the Masons, and the Nazis. Each of these groups has stamped their own agenda on our space program in indelible ways. And each is dominated by a secret or occult doctrine that is far more closely aligned with ancient religion and mysticism than it is with the logical science and cool empiricism they promote to the general public. Boosted by the science of archaeoastronomy, the practice of using computer-generated star maps to literally look back in time, we discovered that NASA and these secret societies that quietly dominated the agency appeared to be very interested in the possibility that someone had inhabited vast tracts of real estate throughout the solar system in a far distant epoch. They sought to discover not merely the existence of these ruins, but apparently also the secret of what happened to the builders of them. Using these computer programs, we were also able to establish a pattern of behavior on NASA's part that points to an internal obsession by the agency with three gods and goddesses of ancient Egypt: Isis, Osiris, and Horus. It is these same three Egyptian gods that are also the key to understanding the history of not only the Masonic order, but those we call magicians and the Nazis as well. The true and secret history of NASA cannot be understood without appreciating not just the influence that these gods of ancient Egypt had on Freemasonry, but also the corresponding influence that the Freemasons and the other groups had on NASA itself. For that, we must go back to the beginning. ******. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration was created by an Act of Congress on July 29, 1958. Its ostensible purpose was to act as a civilian science agency for the betterment of mankind and to enhance the defense of the United States of America. We have always been taught that NASA was a civilian agency, beholden only to the will of the people through their representatives in Congress. The act itself, however, paints a far different picture. From the beginning, NASA was subservient to the Department of Defense, subject to the whims of the Pentagon on any issue judged to be necessary to make effective provision for the defense of the United States. It was required under the Act to make available to agencies directly concerned with national defense, discoveries that have military value or significance. The upshot of this is that the agency was compromised almost from its inception. Shortly after its birth, the newly formed government agency commissioned a study by the Brookings Institute, then the most influential think tank in North America, to determine the future course of its 122 explorations into space and to study the implications on American society of any discoveries it might make. The report, formally titled Proposed Studies on the Implications of Peaceful Space Activities for Human Affairs, was a wide-ranging document that included what would later be viewed as extremely significant passages. These passages dealt with the potential consequences to our culture in the event that NASA discovered artifacts left at some point in time, on the Moon, Mars, or Venus. It went on to recommend that if such a discovery was made, NASA should give serious consideration to the possibility of withholding disclosure of it, on the grounds that such a revelation, if made prematurely and without a sufficient period of cultural preparation, could result in the literal disintegration of American society. Such is how a cover-up is born. It is our position that these recommendations made to NASA at the very dawn of the space age became the occult, official policy of the agency behind the scenes. In this light, NASA's otherwise inexplicable behavior when confronted with evidence of exactly the kind of discovery that Brookings warned of, evidence of extraterrestrial artifacts on Mars a generation later, suddenly seems to make sense. On July 25, 1976, a project scientist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena named Tobias Owen put a magnifying glass over Viking 1 orbiter frame 35A72 and exclaimed, "Hey, look at this." What he saw was a mile-wide, 1,500-foot-tall edifice that would come to be popularly known as the Face on Mars. The next day, NASA held a daily press briefing in which the face was the unquestioned highlight. Dr. Gerald Soffen, a Viking project scientist, addressed the assembled press, including at the time my Dark Mission co-author. Soffen introduced the face image with the statement, "Isn't it peculiar what tricks of light and shadow can do? When we took another picture a few hours later, it all went away, it was just a trick, just the way the light fell on it." That last statement was later proven to be an outright falsehood, and it eventually became the first chink in the armor of the previously unassailed integrity of the space agency. Although the face made newspaper headlines all over the world the next day, no journalist, including Hoagland, took it seriously. They all accepted NASA's explanation that there were disconfirming photos taken later that same Martian day. A few years later, a pair of imaging specialists at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, Vince DiPietro and Gregory Molinar, decided to look up the face image. They quickly found 35A72, and their early enhancements seemed to argue against the trick of light and shadow explanation. They then searched for other possible images of the face taken on later orbits. They were surprised to find both that potentially interesting images of the face taken on subsequent orbits seemed to have disappeared from the archive, and there seemed to be no 123 trace of the disconfirming photographs that Dr. Soffen had alluded to 5 years earlier. After an exhaustive search of the Viking Images library, they discovered a second misfiled face image, 7813, taken 35 orbits later at a 17 degrees higher sun angle. They never did find the supposed disconfirming image, and subsequently established that since the next Viking orbit took it nowhere near Cydonia and was at Martian nighttime, no such image could have conceivably existed. After this, Richard C. Hoagland became involved and formed two separate independent Mars investigations into the possibility that the face was exactly what it appeared to be, a sculpture of a humanoid face. He found a collection of anomalous pyramidal mountains nearby, which he promptly dubbed the City, and eventually brought in curious professionals like Dr. Mark Carlotto and NASA astronaut Dr. Brian O'Leary. In 1988, Hoagland was approached by Errol Turan, a satellite imaging specialist who worked for the then Defense Mapping Agency. Turan was fascinated by a massive pentagonal mountain south of the face which had been nicknamed the DNM Pyramid in honor of DiPietro and Molinar. Turan held that not only was there no conventional geologic explanation for its formation, he also asserted that it had a consistent and redundant internal geometry. Hoagland later found that these same angular measurements repeated again when they were checked against the City, the face, and other potential monuments at Cydonia. The key to unlocking the mathematical mystery of these Martian monuments were the angles 19.47 degrees and 33 degrees. Both of these numbers related to not only each other, but also to the characteristics of circumscribed tetrahedra. Eventually, Hoagland and Turan wrote a paper in which they hypothesized that the message of Cydonia was to inculcate knowledge of this specific geometry, and observed that most planetary bodies had at least one upwelling, or energy release point, at or very near the 19.47 degrees latitude. Later, they developed a physics hypothesis which explained these observations based on James Clerk Maxwell's early electromagnetic equations, which Hoagland called hyperdimensional physics. It was only after Hoagland presented these findings to scientists at a series of briefings at NASA facilities in the late 1980s that things began to unravel. JPL in particular raised objections to allowing Hoagland to continue the briefings, and a PBS television special based on the research, which was being supported by NASA headquarters, was suddenly cancelled. Soon after, NASA/JPL announced plans to return to Mars and map the planet with a much higher resolution camera, to be carried on the Mars Observer spacecraft. By 1992, NASA had gone from openly courting Hoagland and the independent researchers to vilifying and attacking them. NASA even took to revisiting the long-discredited disconfirming photos argument on the face in official correspondence to congressional inquiries and public 124 requests. Beyond that, Dr. Michael Mallon, a private contractor who was given unprecedented control over the Mars Observer camera and all of the images it obtained, had dismissed the face and Cydonia in general as a possible target for his new camera on the grounds that it would be pure luck to get a good picture of the face. Later, Hoagland would recollect this period in the investigation this way. It was almost as if they were using us to figure out certain things for them, and then when we did, they disposed of us. They didn't need us anymore. Watching this controversy from a distance was Dr. Stanley McDaniel, an epistemologist and professor emeritus at Sonoma State University in California. He decided that a study of the Cydonia debate and how it was being portrayed in the media might be a good subject for his postgraduate epistemology students. Using various political and academic contacts, he began to put pressure on NASA and JPL from several directions, forcing them to address, on the record, just why they were not able to target Cydonia or the face specifically. NASA responded with various contradictory if not disingenuous arguments, including those by Dr. Mallon. At each and every turn, McDaniel and Hoagland shot down the arguments, even finally getting the NASA headquarters Public Affairs Office to officially admit that the infamous disconfirming photos of the face never existed. To McDaniel's final report, a voluminous document which lambasted NASA for its unscientific approach to the Cydonia issue, concluded, among other things, that actually getting a picture of the face on Mars was about as difficult as hitting a door with a baseball from a distance of about 1 foot. The McDaniel report also went on to declare that not only was NASA's public stance on the face and Cydonia unethical and unscientific, it questioned whether NASA could be relied upon to share unfiltered scientific data from Mars Observer. By the time Mars Observer was nearing orbital insertion, the political pressure on NASA had become enormous. Hoagland and McDaniel had engaged a number of congressional allies and the press was covering the controversy on a regular basis. 4 days before Mars Observer was scheduled to make its orbital burn and commence operations, McDaniel delivered his final report simultaneously to NASA, Congress, the White House and the media. The following Sunday, August 22, 1993, Dr. Bevan French, the Mars Observer chief program scientist, was scheduled to debate Hoagland on ABC's Good Morning America over the issue of whether any observer images of Cydonia would be taken at all. Hoagland destroyed French in the open forum, using the opportunity to bludgeon French's weak and sometimes contradictory arguments. Forced to defend an indefensible position that NASA should willfully allow Dr. Mallon to have godlike powers over data paid for by the American taxpayers, French wilted under the pressure. The final insult came at the end, when the exasperated host, Bill Ritter, finally confronted French point blank, Dr. 125. French, why don't you just take the pictures, immediately release them and then prove these guys wrong? French, unsurprisingly, had no real answer. Then, at exactly 11 a.m. Eastern Time, just moments after Hoagland had humiliated French on national television, NASA announced that Mars Observer had simply disappeared some 14 hours earlier. The timing of this announcement, just a few minutes after the Mars Observer program scientist had badly lost a nationally televised debate, seemed a bit too coincidental. Why hadn't French simply admitted that the Mars Observer was lost at the top of the segment? Is it conceivable that he, the chief program scientist, didn't know for over 14 hours that his spacecraft had been lost? In hindsight, it isn't difficult to figure out what actually happened. After other high NASA officials watched French's lame Cydonia spin control fail miserably on live television, NASA simply went to Plan B. They either pulled the plug on the mission outright out of fear of what uncensored images of Cydonia might reveal, or NASA simply took the entire mission black. With no new images of Cydonia coming for at least the next half-decade, the investigation then turned to other areas of potential interest, specifically the Moon. Working on the assumption that an advanced spacefaring civilization had flourished on Mars in the distant past, it seemed logical that they would also have visited other planets or moons in the solar system. With much of our only satellite already photographed at medium and high resolution by NASA in the 1960s, it offered a potentially vast catalog of research material. The search was immediately fruitful. Starting in a region of the Moon called Sinus Medii, Hoagland quickly found evidence of a completely different kind of artifact on the Moon, miles high, crystalline towers of semi-transparent glass. The more images he obtained, the more the evidence mounted that these were real structures towering over some of the Apollo landing sites. Taking these newfound images on a lecture tour around the country, including places like Ohio State University, Hoagland eventually met Ken Johnston, a NASA veteran who had trained the Apollo astronauts to fly the lunar module and then went on to work at the Lunar Receiving Laboratory. Johnston told Hoagland a disturbing tale of his days at the LRL. While there, he was put in charge of 4 duplicate sets of all the handheld photographs taken by the Apollo astronauts on the surface of the moon. Near the end of his time at the LRL, he was ordered by his bosses to destroy all 4 sets of this priceless first-generation photographic data. He protested and begged to be allowed to donate the images to universities or other academic institutions, but he was told that NASA headquarters had dictated the policy and to destroy the photos as he'd been ordered to do. Fortunately, he disobeyed these direct orders and kept 1 set, some of which he still had in his possession. These images completely confirmed the earlier findings from the orbital data that Hoagland had obtained. 126. Johnston's images were put through a series of tests to verify the reality of the structures that appeared to be spanning the horizon behind the astronauts. Computer artifacts, emulsion scratches and simple age degradation of the prints were quickly ruled out by independent photographic experts. The geometry of the lighting was also completely consistent with the scattering of sunlight through an intervening transparent medium, like glass. More research revealed that in the hard lunar vacuum, glass would actually be stronger than steel, making it the perfect material for protective lunar dome construction. Later, architect Robert Viertek did a painstaking reconstruction of the original 3D structure of the lunar domes by inserting tens of thousands of point source lights from the images into a CAD program. The resulting 3D model matched the predicted results precisely. Fortunately, Ken was a pack rat and he had kept numerous other awards, certificates, and patches from the period. It was in going through Ken's storehouse of this Apollo data that they made the discovery that would turn the investigation in a completely different direction. They had come across an official Apollo logo patch from the early days of the program. The entire motif was built around the constellation of Orion. This was incongruently bizarre because NASA had based their program mythology around the Greek pantheon of gods, like Apollo himself. Orion was worshipped not by the Greeks, but by the Egyptians, as the stellar representation of their god of resurrection, Osiris. In fact, the story of Orion/Osiris, his murder at the hands of his evil brother Set/Taurus, his magical resurrection by his wife and sister Isis and his vengeance against Set through the hands of his son and heir Horus/Leo, is the most ancient and sacred of the Egyptian origin myths. So what was it doing on a project patch named for the Greek god Apollo? Knowing that the ancient Egyptian religion was a stellar one, on a hunch Hoagland bought an astronomy program for his computer and started looking at the sky over the landing sites for various Apollo missions. Johnston had tipped him that Buzz Aldrin, the second man to walk on the moon after Neil Armstrong on Apollo 11, was a 32nd-degree Scottish Rite Freemason, as was Johnston himself. In reading through Aldrin's own account of the Apollo 11 mission, Men from Earth, they found this curious entry. During the first idle moment in the LM before eating our snack, I reached into my personal preference kit and pulled out 2 small packages which had been specially prepared at my request. One contained a small amount of wine, the other a small wafer. With them and a small chalice from the kit, I took communion on the moon, reading to myself from a small card I carried on which I had written the portion of the Book of John used in the traditional communion ceremony. 127. We next discovered that Aldrin's communion ceremony actually had its real roots in ancient Egypt as an offering not to Christ, obviously, but to Osiris. Further, we discovered that the date of the Apollo 11 landing and this mysterious ceremony honoring Osiris was a sacred one in ancient Egypt. July 20 was the date of the annual inundation of the Nile Valley, marked by the so-called helical rising of Sirius around 2500 BC. This sacred ceremonial date marked the start of the Egyptian New Year, ushered in by Isis' stellar equivalent, Sirius. In going over the transcripts of the Apollo 11 mission, we found that the first real break in the astronauts' work schedule was exactly 33 minutes after they had landed and established Tranquility Base. That was interesting enough. But when we looked at the sky over the landing site with the astronomy software, we found Sirius was hovering over the Apollo 11 landing site at 19.5 degrees above the lunar horizon. There was no question that Aldrin's Masonic offering to Osiris was carefully planned for this precise moment and location on the moon, with Osiris' wife, Isis, looking down from her exact 19.5 degrees elevation in observation of the sacred moment. And it all took place on a date that was also a sacred Isis date in the ancient Egyptian calendar. After further checking, it was determined that the landing site of Apollo 11, Tranquility Base as it will be forever known, was the only location on the lunar surface where this precise set of stellar alignments could take place at that specific time and on that specific date. Perhaps this explains why Armstrong found it necessary to land some 5 miles downrange from the original planned landing site. The fact that Sirius was at 19.5 degrees, not on the horizon or meridian as a truly pure interpretation of the ancient stellar religion of Egypt would call for, had far deeper implications. It suggested that as far back as 1969, NASA was fully aware of the significance of the Cydonia tetrahedral geometry, and perhaps the physics behind it, even though this was more than half a decade before the first images of that Martian region would be taken. A further clue was found in the hieroglyphic symbol for Sirius, an equilateral triangle, the 2D representation of the 3D tetrahedron. We later discovered that Aldrin had carried a Masonic apron adorned with the equilateral triangle symbol with the number 33 inside it to the moon with him. When he returned, he presented this Masonic flag to the head of the Scottish Rite at a ceremony in the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C. It is this same Masonic flag which symbolically graces the cover of Dark Mission. We then began to check for similar stellar alignments on other historically significant NASA missions and events. The landing of Apollo 12 a few months later, the trans-lunar injection of Apollo 8, and even the landing site of Apollo 17 all had significant stellar alignments associated with them. Most if not all of NASA's major historical events seem to be built around following this Egyptian/Masonic tetrahedral alignment model. 128. A rudimentary check of the spacecraft names found a similar pattern. The Apollo 15 lunar module had been named Falcon, seemingly a reference to the mascot of the Air Force Academy. But the Falcon is also associated with Horus, the avenging son of Osiris. The Apollo 16 LM had been openly named Orion, an obvious reference to Osiris. And the Apollo 11 command module Columbia drew its name from Saint Columba, a 6th century monk who in Masonic lore brought a sacred stone to Scotland from Egypt. Even the Apollo 13 LM, Aquarius, was named after the water-bearing goddess of Egypt who was a later stand-in for Isis. Even today, NASA's new Apollo on steroids moon program is named, you guessed it, Orion. And the International Space Station has an unofficial nickname as well, ISS or ISIS. In looking at the people who had directed and manned these missions, we soon discovered that everybody who was anybody at NASA in the 1960s was associated with either the Nazis, the Masons, or the JPL magicians. The man who selected the landing sites and times was Dr. Farouk El-Baz, an Egyptian geologist who also just happened to be the son of a professor who was an expert in the ancient Egyptian stellar religion. James Webb, the director of NASA at the time, was a 33rd-degree Scottish Rite Freemason. Dr. Wernher von Braun, the father of the American rocketry programs, was a major in Hitler's SS. Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler even attended his induction ceremony personally. At least 4 of the 12 astronauts who walked on the moon were Scottish Rite Freemasons, as was Kenneth S. Kleinknecht, director of the Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo programs and whose brother, C. Fred Kleinknecht, would later become the titular head of the Scottish Rite in the United States. John Whiteside Parsons, one of the founders of JPL, was a follower of Aleister Crowley and consorted with L. Ron Hubbard in his Pasadena mansion during a series of magical workings designed to bring on the apocalypse. As we went even deeper, We also discovered the fingerprints of von Braun and his Nazi cohorts on our space program. On April 20, 1967, NASA landed Surveyor 3, an unmanned probe, on the Moon. The date was significant because it also happened to be Adolf Hitler's birthday. Later, the Apollo 16 lunar module Orion landed on the Moon on this same date in 1972, with Sirius precisely 33 degrees below the visible horizon. So a spacecraft launched by a rocket designed by a member of Hitler's SS, named for the god of the SS, lands on the Moon on Adolf Hitler's birthday with Sirius, the stellar stand-in for another of the gods of the SS, at 33 degrees, a sacred Masonic number. All this is just a coincidence, say our critics. We amassed so many of these ritual Egyptian/Masonic/tetrahedral alignments and references that we stopped even bothering to check for them. A probabilities expert did an independent study and calculated that the odds of all these alignments being coincidental were 19 billion to 1 against. Even our critics had to concede we were onto something when NASA sent the Mars Pathfinder probe to the Red Planet in 1997. The little rover Sojourner was carried in a tetrahedral-shaped lander which bounced to a halt in a very significant location on the Martian surface 19.5 degrees x 33 degrees. Even author Graham Hancock, who had been reluctant to endorse our ritual alignment model, had to admit that this one was too much to swallow. In his 1999 book The Mars Mystery, he wrote, "Still, we cannot deny that the act of placing a tetrahedral object on Mars at latitude 19.5 contains all the necessary numbers and symbolism to qualify as a message received signal in response to the geometry of Cydonia. Moreover, such a game of mathematics and symbolism is precisely what we would expect if NASA were being influenced by the type of occult conspiracy that Hoagland, for one, is always trying to espouse. But if the missions like Pathfinder and Apollo 11 were purely symbolic ones, consecrating these sites as temples for the Masonic order, other missions had more practical aims. The next two missions to successfully explore the Moon after Apollo 11, Apollo 12 and 14, landed just 112 miles apart. This makes absolutely no sense if the real purpose of the Apollo program was to conduct a diverse geological study of the lunar surface. Fortunately, Johnston's salvaged first-generation prints allowed us to pinpoint specific structural objects over the horizon from both landing sites, effectively proving the presence of the megalithic crystal towers of the Moon. Later missions, like Apollo 17, appeared to be out-and-out salvage missions to bring back whatever remaining technology they could obtain from these epic ruins. The second EVA on that mission made a beeline for a feature called Nansen at the base of hexagonal mountain named the South Massif. Nansen, from aerial images taken from the Apollo 17 command module, actually appears to be a depression leading under the massive hexagonal ruin that is the South Massif. In fact, EVA maps used by the astronauts to locate Nansen point to the area with the caption Access Region. As they approached it on the lunar rover, astronaut Harrison Schmitt is heard exclaiming, "Look at Nansen! My goodness gracious!" His commander, Eugene Cernan, is heard to say, "Man, you talk about a mysterious-looking place." The astronauts subsequently explored Nansen mostly off-camera for over 64 minutes, without once positioning the TV camera to actually 130 look into the crevasse they were so excited about. They also indicated that they took multiple photographs of Nansen, but no pictures of the inside of the feature have ever been found in the photographic archives. "Well, I have some good pictures of Nansen, anyway," Cernan says, in complete contrast to the actual photographic record. "And you know, I look out there, I'm not sure I really believe it all." Next, they went straight to Shorty Crater where they made an even more astonishing discovery: orange soil. As it turned out, the orange soil near Shorty had been heavily oxidized, resulting in the odd color. But there was something even more bizarre laying in the bottom of the shallow crater. There, resting amongst a collection of what appeared to technological devices and broken machinery, was an object that seemed to be a severed head. The object had two symmetrical eye sockets, a protruding nose, a skull structure, everything you would expect a real head to have. But we knew instantly it couldn't be biological. Although it was the right size and shape to be a human head, no fossil could have survived even a few decades in the harsh lunar environment. Color enhancements revealed a bright red anodized stripe around the mouth area, apparently painted in a neat horizontal manner across the skull. The only logical explanation was that this head, like all of the other bits of metal around it, was mechanical. We shared the image with one of the astronauts who walked on the moon to get his opinion. Instead of laughing it off or simply dismissing it, he asked us to get back to him when you get higher resolution images of it. This implied two things: first, that there were higher resolution images of it, and second, that he took the possibility that it was an artifact seriously. Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University who was shown the image at the 2006 CPAK conference, described himself as freaked out by it and stated categorically that it was not a rock. What we don't know for certain is if they brought it, or some sample of technology like it, back from the moon. After Pathfinder, NASA sent the replacement for Mars observer to the Red Planet. Mars Global Surveyor entered orbit in the fall of 1997, and in April of 1998, after months of public pressure, Dr. Michael Mallon was forced to take an image of the face on Mars. JPL released the image on the morning of April 4, 1998. It was, to say the least, a disappointment. The image looked nothing like the face we or anyone else had expected, and it was quickly dubbed the catbox image by radio host Art Bell, who compared it to a pattern his cat might make in her litter box. All of the major networks reported on it that evening on their primary broadcasts, and uniformly dismissed the face as just a pile of rocks. One JPL official was quoted as saying, "I hope we've scotched this thing for good." 3 minutes after the major networks signed off their broadcasts for the evening, JPL released a second, dramatically better version of the image. It still looked odd, because the face was imaged from below and in poor lighting conditions, but one scientist, Dr. Tom Van Flandern, a 131 Yale-educated astronomer who spent more than 21 years at the U.S. Naval Observatory and was chief of the Celestial Mechanics branch of the Nautical Almanac Office, declared that based on the image there is no longer room for reasonable doubt of the artificial origin of the face Mesa, and I've never concluded no room for reasonable doubt about anything in my 35-year scientific career. Within a few days, we discovered that the new image of the face only contained about 50% of the data it was supposed to have, making improvements in the quality of the low-resolution, high-contrast catbox image impossible. Later, a NASA contractor named Lan Fleming reconstructed the catbox image and duplicated it almost exactly. In order to do this, he had to use a high-pass filter and a low-pass filter as well as an embossing filter. It was no wonder it looked like just a pile of rocks. In May 2001, under more public pressure to take a true overhead image, NASA released a new MGS image of the face. It was certainly better, but still distorted because JPL and Mallon had done an improper orthographic rectification on it, enhancing the appearance of asymmetry. The image release appeared with a highly political article published on the NASA website which derided the face. Unfortunately, in order to accomplish this they turned the image upside down and flipped it horizontally, swapping the western half for the eastern half. They also included a 3D model of the face which NASA claimed was generated from the MGS Mars Orbiter Laser Altimeter. The article stated that the mola had a resolution of a few centimeters, and that the 3D view proved the face had no eyes, no nose, and no mouth. What they failed to tell their readers was that the vertical resolution of the mola is a few centimeters, meaning it knows how high above the Martian surface it is to within a few centimeters accuracy. What they also didn't tell their readers was that the horizontal resolution of the instrument was 150 meters, or about 527 feet. In other words, one pixel or picture element of data from the mola was as big around as a baseball stadium. At that resolution, it could take a measurement of New York City and completely miss such landmarks as Yankee Stadium, the Empire State Building and Ground Zero. Even the crude Viking 1 camera that took the first face image was made up of tens of thousands of such pixels. ******. The one objection we regularly confront in bringing these issues to the public's attention is relevance. Many readers, even if they are convinced by the evidence that NASA has not only conspired to withhold proof of extraterrestrial archaeology from the general public, but may also have engaged in a series of bizarre astrological machinations, still argue that it is meaningless, that it has had no real impact on the realpolitik of the day. We don't agree. 132. On April 12, 1961, Yuri Gagarin had become the first human in space aboard a Soviet spacecraft. 6 days later, NASA finally delivered the report they had commissioned on the proposed plan for space exploration, the aforementioned Brookings report, to Congress. Just about 2 weeks later, as if he was responding directly to the calls in the report for NASA to consider suppression of the discovery of ET artifacts, Kennedy made a speech in which he signaled that he intended his administration to be an open one. He took the opportunity of a speech before the American Newspaper Publishers Association at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City to openly bash what he called secret societies. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are as a people inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweigh the dangers which are cited to justify it. President John F. Kennedy, April 27, 1961. Kennedy's opening comments, speaking of secret societies and the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of things he felt the American people had a right to know, was an unmistakable shot across the bow of these fraternal organizations and a direct reference to the recommendations contained in the Brookings report. Within a little over a month of drawing this important line in the sand, Kennedy addressed a joint session of Congress and issued his ringing call for landing an American on the moon before 1970. Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev's son, Sergei, has stated that less than 10 days after his public call to go to the moon, Kennedy then did an extraordinary thing. He secretly proposed to Khrushchev at their Vienna summit that the United States and the Soviet Union merge their space programs to get to the moon together. Khrushchev turned Kennedy down, in part because he didn't trust the young president after the Bay of Pigs fiasco, and also because he feared that America might learn too many useful technological secrets from the Russians. The situation was surely made worse in 1962 by the Cuban Missile Crisis, in which both nations stared down the barrel of nuclear annihilation and carefully stepped back from the brink. In August 1963, Kennedy met with Soviet Ambassador Dobrynin in the Oval Office and once again secretly extended the offer. This time, Khrushchev considered it more seriously, but ultimately rejected it. Kennedy then surprised the entire world when only 2 days later he went before the United Nations General Assembly and startlingly repeated his offer of cooperation, this time in public. It is unclear what NASA thought of the president's idea, but the Western press was very cautious and powerful congressmen openly opposed the 133 proposal. Within a couple of weeks, the lack of support within the U.S. Congress seemed to have scuttled the idea permanently, and Kennedy began to publicly back away from his own proposal. Then, strangely, the notion abruptly resurfaced. On November 12, 1963, Kennedy issued National Security Action Memorandum No. 271. The memo, titled Cooperation with the USSR on Outer Space Matters, directed NASA Director Webb to personally take the initiative to develop a program of substantive cooperation with his Soviet counterparts in accordance with Kennedy's UN proposal. A second, even stranger memo later surfaced, dated the same day. The document is titled Classification Review of All UFO Intelligence Files Affecting National Security and is considered by researchers to have a medium-high probability of being authentic. The memo directs the director of the CIA to provide files on the high-threat cases with an eye toward identifying the differences between bona fide UFOs and any classified United States craft. he informs the CIA director that he has instructed Webb to begin the cooperative program with the Soviets and that he would then like NASA to be fully briefed on the unknown so that they can presumably help with sharing this information with the Russians. Whether this second memo is genuine or not, and it certainly is consistent with Kennedy's stated plans, what is quite clear is that something dramatic happened between late September 1963, when Kennedy's proposal seemed all but dead, and mid-November, when it suddenly sprang back to life. Sergei Khrushchev, in an interview given in 1997, confirmed that while initially ignoring Kennedy's UN offer, his father Nikita changed his mind and decided in early November 1963 to accept it. 3. He recalled walking with his father as they discussed the matter, and went on to place the timing of his father's decision as about a week before Kennedy's assassination in Dallas, which would date it right around November 12 to 15. Later, in a 1999 PBS interview, he repeated the claim. So what logically happened is that sometime in early to mid-November 1963, Nikita Khrushchev communicated in some way that he was willing to accept Kennedy's proposal. Kennedy responded by ramping up the bureaucracies at his end, as reflected in the 2 November 12 memoranda. Unfortunately, there are no declassified documents to this point which confirm that the two men had any specific communication during this period. Still, it seems quite unlikely that Kennedy would suddenly resurrect a dead policy without some hint from Khrushchev that it would be positively received. All we can say for certain is that as of November 12, 1963, John Kennedy's grand plan to use NASA and the space program to melt the ice of the Cold War and to share whatever Apollo discovered on the lunar surface with the Russians was alive, vibrant, and finally on its way to actual inception. And 10 days later, Kennedy was dead. 134. And that might be highly relevant to the real world that we all live in. As Sergei Khrushchev put it in the 1997 interview, I think if Kennedy had lived, we would be living in a completely different world. There is a great deal that could not be covered in this essay, simply because of space and time considerations. For these extensive details, you'll have to go to Dark Mission itself. But after a combined 35 years researching this arcane subject, we have reached a few preliminary conclusions. We have shown that NASA's original assertions about the face and Cydonia, that it was just a trick of light and shadow, are fallacious and its attacks on the Cydonia investigation duplicitous. Even today, while still professing no interest whatsoever in Cydonia or the face, NASA and Michael Mallon continue to gather data on it. In early 2001, word got around that Dr. Mallon was taking so many pictures of Cydonia and the face on Mars that other scientists were complaining they couldn't get time on the MGS to get images of regions of interest to them. By last count, there are more than a dozen full or partial images of the face publicly released since 1998. It is, hands down, the single most imaged piece of Martian real estate. We take it as an axiom that the Brookings Report, with its terse and chilling recommendations, has been adopted as policy within NASA. We have further shown that there is an undeniable, symbolic Orion-Osiris Egyptian connection to both the Apollo program and our current space initiative. We have shown that all of the major power brokers inside NASA at the time of the Apollo program had connections to one of three secretive societies. And each of these societies has as its core faith a reverence for the same three ancient Egyptian gods, Isis, Osiris, and Horus. We have shown, over and over again, that key moments in NASA's exploration of the solar system have been planned around esoteric stellar rituals that pay homage to these long-forgotten gods of ancient Egypt. What we recognize we have yet to prove is the why of this eccentric behavior. The Brookings Report alone seems insufficient to explain the artifacts cover-up and even less adequate to explain the occult naming rituals and curious affinity for stellar alignments. After 40 years of Star Trek and Star Wars, we would seem to have a populace that is not simply conditioned, but eager to find extraterrestrial life, or its remnants. Yet still, NASA prevaricates, ignoring the obvious evidence and cloaking their true objectives in misdirection and deception, in double entendre spacecraft names and in odd rituals. We believe this is because there is one question that NASA fears the most, that it must never allow to be asked. If there are ruins on Mars and ruins on the Moon, what happened to the builders of them? If this was Apollo's true objective to discover what happened to a vast and far-reaching civilization that once flourished throughout this solar system, then perhaps the answer, that it was destroyed in some 135 unimaginably sudden and cataclysmic event eons ago, was the real reason for John F. Kennedy's murder. Was his discovery of NASA's secret motivation for Apollo the unspoken reason he quietly decided to share our lunar program with our arch-enemies? We may never know. After all, as one of our inside sources declared about NASA some years ago, the lie is different at every level. The Darwin Wars. By Joan Dark. An unpopular opinion is almost never given a fair hearing. George Orwell. The Darwin Wars began in October 2004, when the town of Dover, PA, became the first school district to mandate the teaching of intelligent design. However, to be clear on this, the school board had adopted a policy that simply required ninth graders to hear a prepared statement about ID theory in the biology classroom. In no way was equal time being given to the new theory. Nonetheless, 2 dissenting board members resigned on October 18, 2004. In May 2005, the Kansas School Board voted to teach intelligent design in public schools alongside the theory of Darwinian evolution. The fight that ensued was billed by the media as the anti-Darwinists against the scientific establishment, which considers the evidence of the origins of life to be beyond dispute. It was clear the fight had gotten real down and dirty when, at a hearing, William Harris projected a strategy letter from a Kansas Citizens for Science member onto a screen. The letter stated that the way to defeat the anti-evolution forces was to portray them as political opportunists, evangelical activists, unprincipled bullies, and ignoramuses. Darwinists indeed see the ID movement as driven by a bunch of hicks in a junk wagon. If anyone is interested in applying rationality to the issue, they could start by reading the 117-page Kansas Science Education Standards. The curriculum is nothing short of the Sentinel of Science. Approved on November 8, 2005, the curriculum states, all scientific theories should be approached with an open mind, studied carefully, and critically considered. It asserts, compelling student belief is inconsistent with the goal of education. Nothing in science should be taught dogmatically. The Kansas Standards defines good science, how science moves forward, what holds science back, and how to critically analyze the conclusions scientists make. It calls for students to learn about the best. 137. Evidence for modern evolutionary theory, but also to learn about areas where scientists are raising scientific criticisms of the theory. The curriculum's objectives are to help students understand the full range of scientific views on evolutionary theory, to develop understanding of the scientific method by studying opposing scientific evidence, and to ensure that science education in Kansas is secular, neutral, and non-ideological. In September 2005, the National Academy of Sciences responded to the Kansas Standards deeming anything contrary to Darwin is simply not science. There really is no range of scientific views on this issue. Those views that are being touted today are not scientific, but they are ideological. By November 2006, Dorothy had returned safely from Oz and the Conservative Board of Education in Kansas had shifted to a more moderate majority, and promised to restore a science curriculum that does not subject evolution to critical attack. The moral is, don't buck the system, Dorothy. There is no range of scientific views because Darwinism is the state religion of America. In her book Evolution as a Religion, philosopher Mary Midgley argues that evolution functions dually as a creation myth and a scientific theory, and that its socio-biological escalator model is not only non-Darwinian, but distorts the theory's scientific standing toward that of ideology and myth. Midgley asserts, the theory of evolution is not just an inert piece of theoretical science, but is also a powerful folktale about human origins. She warns against applying the confidence due to well-established scientific findings to a vast area which has only an imaginative affinity with them, and where only the trappings of a detached and highly venerated science are present. My approach to this subject is not religious in any way. As for my papers, I have a BA in anthropology and I was a card-carrying atheist for many years, including my time studying in college. I now consider myself to be an atheist creationist, if there can be such a crypto-animal. My Darwinian descent began shortly after college, and in 1997 I began writing Space Travelers and the Genesis of the Human Form, published in 2000 by the Book Tree. A second book called Phenomenal World followed. In 2003, I founded a secular-based website, Biped, Beings for Intelligent Purpose in Evolutionary Design, to highlight valid scientific alternatives to Darwinian evolution other than creation, although I'm not particularly opposed to that term. Among those alternatives are Gaia theory, vitalism, morphic resonance, intelligent design, panspermia, and directed panspermia. This article provides an overview of these theories for those who do not realize there are valid scientific hypotheses that are contrary to Darwinian theory. They just aren't part of the naturalist paradigm. As such, they have a right to exist and students have a right to learn about them, if not in school then at least on their own on the internet. 138. Gaia theory. Microbiologist Lynn Margulis and chemist James Lovelock formulated the Gaia hypothesis in the 1970s. They proposed that life creates the conditions for its own existence, challenging the reigning theory that the forces of geology set the conditions for life, while plants and animals, accidentally along for the ride, evolved by chance under the right conditions. The Darwinian concept of adaptation to the environment has been seriously questioned by Margulis, Lovelock, and others working from a systems point of view. Evolution cannot be explained by the adaptation of organisms to local environments, they argue, because a network of living systems is also shaping the environment. The evolution of life, according to the Gaia theory, depends on a cyclical, self-regulating feedback relationship. Margulis has stated that one day Neo-Darwinism will be judged as a minor 20th century religious sect within the sprawling religious persuasion of Anglo-Saxon biology. She has also asserted that Darwinism is based on outdated reductionist concepts, asserting that it's wrong like infectious medicine was wrong before Pasteur. It's wrong like phrenology is wrong. Every major tenet of it is wrong. Lovelock popularized his Gaia theory in 1972 in a paper titled, Gaia as Seen Through the Atmosphere, and in his 1979 book, Gaia, A New Look at Life on Earth. His initial hypothesis proposed that the whole Earth behaves like one self-regulating organism wherein all of the geologic, hydrologic, and biologic cycles of the planet mutually self-regulate the conditions on the surface of the Earth so as to perpetuate life. When the mainstream scientific body got hold of the theory, it changed significantly, and we can guess why. It didn't conform to the Darwinian paradigm, which holds that evolution has no overarching purpose or goal. Lovelock's theory was teleological, some force outside of nature was possibly controlling the evolution of forms. According to Darwin himself, if any outside force was found to be at work, we were instructed to throw out his baby with the bath water. Lynn Margulis still insists that consciousness evolved, but where did the consciousness come from? Answer: it had to come from inside the system in the naturalist framework. According to evolutionists, consciousness has to evolve, it can't have been there in the first place. This conjecture is based on the anthropic principle, the minimum time required for the evolution of intelligent observers. In this scheme, 1 billion years is required for the evolution of intelligence. The anthropic timescale argument posits that the types of processes allowed in the universe must be of such an age that slow evolutionary processes will have had time to produce intelligent beings from non-living matter. Pondering how consciousness arose in the universe, this peculiar Western viewpoint refuses the primacy of consciousness, and instead assumes a chain of linear metamorphoses, accidental and directionless, from non-sentience to sentience. As I have written in Space Travelers and the 139. Genesis of the Human Form, The evolution story dramatizes the natural transfiguration of mankind through a linear procession of metamorphoses that eventually separate him from the animals of his ancestry. Evolution is Western man's totem. Vitalism vs. Natural selection. Many people I talk to are under the assumption that Darwinism is playfully malleable and open to their mishmash of supernatural ideas. I try to inform them that Darwinian evolution is an all-or-nothing theory. It will not allow inclusion of any vitalist or supernatural process or, goddess forbid, any anthropomorphism. It is very exacting on that rule. If you are espousing any form of supernaturalism, you are clearly not a Darwinian. Perhaps you are a vitalist. Vitalism is the doctrine which espouses that life processes arise from a non-material essential principle that cannot be explained by physics and chemistry alone. One of its adherents was Swedish chemist Jöns Jacob Berzelius, who hypothesized that only living tissue, by possessing a life force, can produce organic compounds. French philosopher Henri Bergson proposed the idea of an élan vital, or creative force, at the heart of evolution. Bergson advocated a return to neo-vitalism, which maintains that the phenomena of life are unpredictable, chaotic, and beyond the range of science. Wilhelm Reich was a vitalist, and Darwin's peer Jean-Baptiste de Lamarck utilized vitalism in his theory of acquired characteristics. Yet, the notion of a life force is flatly contrary to Darwinian theory, which emphasizes no purpose, goal, or outside force at work in the development of new species. 1. To be sure, the principle of natural selection is the only suspicious force allowed in through the back door of Darwinism. 2. What force in nature does the selecting of the fit characteristics, and how does it produce new and useful structures by random chance? Indeed, Darwin later regretted his use of the term because it suggested a mysterious guiding force was at work. Natural selection is a supposedly blind natural process which somehow ensures that the most fit individuals survive to produce the most offspring. Darwin's concept of natural selection simply defines the fittest as the individuals that survive. The fittest organisms are, plain and simple, the ones that produce the most offspring. Hence, natural selection is a meaningless tautology which essentially states, those organisms which leave the most offspring, leave the most offspring. There is no evidence that would confirm the hypothesis, argues zoologist Pierre Gros, that the concept of natural selection is an evolutionary process capable of producing innovative designs. He 140 explains that supposed proofs of evolution in action are simply observations of demographic facts, local fluctuations of genotypes and geographical distributions, not new and distinct forms. The fields of morph. A modern example of vitalist theory is Rupert Sheldrake's theory of morphic resonance, described in detail in his book A New Science of Life. Sheldrake believes morphogenetic fields are non-physical carriers of information which guide the development of an organism in the form of its species. He believes DNA is not the source of structure, but is a receiver that translates information into physical form. In this sense, genes are grossly overrated, he states. Morphic fields, he explains, are the organizing fields of nature. Morphic fields organize in living organisms as well as in the forms of crystals and molecules. Each kind of molecule has its own type of morphic field, and even our own mental lives depend on this field. In his book The Presence of the Past, Sheldrake explains that morphogenetic fields contain an inherent memory, and he believes the structure of the fields depends on what has happened before. Inheritance depends on cumulative memory built up through a pool of species experience in a process he calls morphic resonance. Sheldrake believes vitalism has come back to life as a scientific theory and is being embraced in many corners. Intelligent design. Intelligent design is the science that detects signs of intelligence. In his book The Design Inference, its leading proponent, mathematician William Dembski, employs statistical testing of the natural world to see if it shows evidence of intelligent design. He explains. To say intelligent causes are empirically detectable is to say there exist well-defined methods that, based on observable features of the world, can reliably distinguish intelligent causes from indirect natural causes. Many special sciences have already developed such methods for drawing this distinction, notably forensic science, cryptography, archaeology, and the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Essential to all these methods is the ability to eliminate chance and necessity. For instance, scientists such as Dr. Mark Carlotto and Professor Stanley 141 McDaniel explore the artificiality of formations on Mars. They argue that natural features do not exhibit a high degree of parallelism, symmetry, or geometrical straight-edged patterns. Statistically, a feature on another planetary body such as the Moon or Mars which was found to exhibit a high degree of parallelism or geometry, such as large-scale patterns that look like walls or streets, could perhaps be artificial constructions. Likewise, according to Richard Hoagland, such geometries might be construed as a mathematical signal from an intelligent race. Although the late SETI pioneer Carl Sagan believed that such investigations are scientifically legitimate, many scientists disagree that intelligent design is comparable to SETI. In his essay entitled Design Yes, Intelligent No, Massimo Pigliucci asserts, Dembski is absolutely correct that plenty of human activities, such as SETI, investigations into plagiarism, or encryption, depend on the ability to detect intelligent agency. Where he is wrong is in assuming only one kind of design. For him design equals intelligence, and, even though he admitted that such an intelligence may be an advanced extraterrestrial civilization, his preference is for a god, possibly of the Christian variety. The problem is that natural selection, a natural process, also fulfills the complexity specification criterion, thereby demonstrating that it is possible to have unintelligent design in nature. According to this argument, the comparison of ID theory with SETI is flawed because the highest design in the court of naturalistic science, in fact the only design allowed, is unintelligent design. Stripped of any meaning or explanatory power outside of Darwinian scientism, this phrase only reiterates Philip Johnson's assertion that natural selection is simply an algorithmic theory of non-random death. Try as it will, Dembski argues, Darwinian evolution cannot explain human consciousness. The concept of natural selection, he explains, places a premium on survival and reproduction and has no stake in truth or conscious thought. Indeed, meat puppet robots are just fine as the output of a Darwinian evolutionary process. When the Darwinian establishment charges that ID theory is not science, they are really saying it is not based on scientific naturalism. The heart of the reigning paradigm of naturalism is that intelligence is an accidental byproduct of evolution. In contrast, intelligent design tells us that we live in an intelligent universe. In ID theory, intelligence trickles down from the cosmos, if you will, and in naturalism it builds up incrementally from prebiotic chemical soup. As William Dembski has charged, for the naturalist, the world is intelligible only if it starts off without intelligence and then evolves intelligence. 142. Ballistic panspermia. Panspermia is the ultimate trickle-down theory that life on Earth was seeded by microbial life from space. This theory was advocated by many, among them the Greek philosopher, Anaxagoras, Hermann von Helmholtz, and William Thomson Kelvin. Swedish physicist Svante Arrhenius later promulgated the theory of radiopanspermia, wherein microbes from space are transported by light pressure. The proponents of modern-day panspermia are British astronomer Sir Fred Hoyle and Sri Lankan mathematician astronomer Chandra Wickramasinghe, who theorized that DNA arrived on Earth via meteorites or by comets. In fact, Hoyle mathematically dismissed the chance of evolution having actually occurred the way Darwinists propose, arguing, even if the whole universe consisted of organic soup, the chance of producing merely the basic enzymes of life by random processes without intelligent direction would be a probability too small to imagine. Hoyle concluded that Darwinian evolution is most unlikely to get even one polypeptide sequence right, let alone the thousands on which living cells depend for survival. Given that there are trillions of different kinds of cells in delicate balance, he argues, each of these varied cellular structures would also have to develop by chance. This mathematical impossibility is well known to scientists, he said, yet most of them cling to Darwinism because of its grip on the educational system. They do not want to be branded as heretics. Directed panspermia. As molecular biologist Michael Denton articulates in Evolution, a Theory in Crisis, nothing illustrates as clearly just how intractable a problem the origin of life has become than the fact that world authorities can seriously toy with the idea of panspermia. Such describes the dilemma of British molecular biologist Francis Crick, who received the 1962 Nobel Prize for the discovery of the double helix structure of DNA. After discovering the astonishingly huge and complex information storage capacity of the DNA molecule, Crick could not imagine any conditions under which this information vehicle could have evolved from non-living chemicals. He argued that since the Earth has too short a history for life to have developed here, it must have developed on another planet in a solar system several billion years older than ours. Crick's aversion to religion led him and Leslie Orgel, in 1973, to put forth the theory of directed panspermia. To get around the idea of God, Crick proposed that the primordial seeds of life were shipped to Earth in 143 spaceships billions of years ago by intelligent beings. After proposing this idea, Crick was left in the predicament of explaining the origin of the ET beings, and finally had to acknowledge the paucity of the idea, saying, "Every time I write a paper on the origin of life, I swear I will never write another one, because there is too much speculation running after too few facts." Although an atheist, Crick was quoted as saying, "An honest man, armed with the knowledge available to us now, could only state that in some sense the origin of life appears to be almost a miracle." Writing in his essay Astrogenesis, William Hamilton explains, "The real paradigm shift is to consider that the universe is a life-producing nursery and that the genesis and evolution of life is not Earth-centered but rather is distributed among the stars of the galaxies." Let's not forget, however, that the theory of panspermia still leaves us with the question of the origin of those stars and those galaxies, which of course was never addressed by Charles Darwin. Nor was the actual origin of any species.